Yes, hello, hello, good evening. There are boxing shows going on all around the world, almost every night, certainly every week. Big boxing, but there is nothing like a fight night at York Hall. Welcome to York Hall, welcome to Box Nation. I'm Dev Sarni, I'm delighted to be in the company of a two-time British middleweight champion in Denzel Bentley. How are you, sir?
I'm all good, thanks, and yourself?
Very good, good to see you. And broadcasting legend, let's say it, let's give those flowers immediately. Andy Clark, how are you?
Very well, very well. I love coming here. It's the perfect venue, near where I live. Everything works.
Everything works, and I'll tell you, Denzel, good to have you, because everything works for you. In this ring, I think we were figuring it out earlier,
yeah.
you tend to, I don't know, you tend to put people to sleep in that ring. Tell us about it. Yeah,
I mean, it's an iconic venue. The crowd are right on top of you, so, you know, it fires you up when you're in there fighting, and I think we counted 5, but it might be more, but yeah. Good time, that's some good times here.
It might be even more. Listen, you've got a bit of personal interest. It's not the main event, but you've got Alfie Gaskin, good friend of yours. We'll talk a little bit more about him later, but what can we expect from Alfie Gaskin tonight?
Yeah, Alfie Gaskin's one of my stable mates, an improving fighter. I mean, since he joined the gym to where he is now, I'm very impressed with how he's improved. He's always willing to learn. He's been in the gym. I think today, I'm sure he's got a southpaw today, and the way he's worked on, you know, how to fight against a southpaw has been so impressive, and I'm happy with him. I'm looking forward to a good performance from him today.
And Andy, at the very top of the bill, there's Luka Plantic, an unbeaten super middleweight, against Martin Bulacio. And just underneath that, actually, I think it's going on last, Faik Adin, Newman Hussein. Some brilliant fights.
Yeah, they're two really good kind of co-main events, because the fight between Udin and Hussein is the final eliminator for the Southern Area title. Area title fights are always fantastic. That level is just such a great one to watch, because either it's the first rung on the ladder or it's somebody's ceiling, and if it's their ceiling it means everything. If it's their first rung on the ladder, then it's a gateway to bigger things. I like Luka Plantic as well, top of the bill. In terms of the profile of the fight, it is. Bulacio is a good opponent for him. He won't need to go looking for Bulacio. He's got that kind of tight, high guard, and he tends to stand up quite straight. Plantic I saw quite a lot in the amateurs, kind of European style, compact, likes to let his hands go. Both of those two should deliver, I think.
And in terms of kind of main events, that's one of the stranger ones that we've had at York Hall. Plantic against Bulacio. I wasn't expecting it, but for me, it shows people just want to fight here, Denzel. People want to fight at York Hall.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, man? It's a great venue. It carries a lot of history. You want to be a part of history. I mean, headlining a show at York Hall, you're a part of history. So when someone's talking about the show, you're talking about your show, not just a show that you participated on or anywhere else in the world. York Hall has been iconic for, you know, all of its great fights past, you know, in past years.
Also, back on Box Nation. Hello, we're back on Box Nation. It's happened again. Andy, you were there kind of in the early days doing a bit of commentary. I was there. Denzel, I'm sure you must have had a couple of fights.
I was watching. I wasn't with you guys at the time, but I was watching.
Old. You're not that old.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Or you guys didn't spot me that soon.
Ooh.
You guys didn't spot me that soon.
Hey, we spotted you now. We spotted you now.
It,
we'll talk about your upcoming fight very shortly. But Andy, great to have Box Nation back. Some of the Box Nation memories over the years. It's been incredible, right?
Yeah, it absolutely has. You know, I did quite a lot of work with Steve Lillis, Bunsey, Barry Jones about 10 or so years ago, and I loved every second of it. I remember a really good night at Wolverhampton Civic Hall, Frankie Gavin against Leonard Bundu, brilliant fight. Frankie Gavin didn't quite get across the line. I did a couple here, and it's just great to have this kind of tiered system that Queensbury got in place, whereby you've got this, then you've got your higher profile York Hall shows, if you like, then you've got your arena shows, and then the Saudi at the top of that. That kind of ladder, I mean, it is kind of perfect, to be honest with you, to progress fighters, because if you perform on one platform, the ones who perform tonight and impress, they're looking at that next rung up the ladder. And in their eyes, because you're all dreamers, they're thinking, well, Saudi's doable, I can get there, I just need to stay here and keep doing the business. And that's, you know, it's what you want, that kind of obvious progression table, if you want.
I'll tell you what, it's not very often I hear someone say, oh, I remember a great night at Wolverhampton Civic Hall, but Andy Clark does.
It's a really good venue. It's a bit like this place. And I was going to ask you, actually, fighters have said to me before that fighting here is a different experience to fighting in other places, and it can take visitors a bit by surprise, not just because of the history or anything like that, but just because of this balcony that's right on top.
Yeah.
Because of the temperature it normally is. It won't be too bad tonight because it's winter, but it's still hot.
Yeah.
Because of how the changing rooms are and how short the ring walk is.
Yeah.
Everything here is just more intense.
Yeah, it's more intense. I mean, like you said, the atmosphere, the crowd are right on top of you. You can hear them. You can hear every single voice, and the heat in here. I remember when I was fighting Derek Osaze, that was in August, middle of summer. I made sure in the gym the heating was up every single day, so I can be used to that sort of heating here, you know, when it was fight night. And when I came here and was fighting, I didn't feel the heat. My mind was just so switched on, but I felt the atmosphere, I felt the noise, I felt the crowd. I could hear his crowd as loud as I could hear mine. So it's like, it can either throw you off, or it can, you know, build that confidence and make you want to go harder.
It's also that thing about these are young fighters coming through. There's some debutants on the show. There's fighters who've only had a handful of fights.
Yeah.
There will be eyeballs on this. Important eyes will be watching this. We know that there's people that watch every boxing show. How important is it for fighters to take this opportunity, to make a bit of a statement, to not freeze?
Oh, it's very important, man. This is the key to the door. A lot of fighters fight on these shows, and it's not seen anywhere. It's not televised, it's not streamed. And I think it's important for every fighter to be seen, because you don't know what type of talent you're missing out on, or what opportunities these guys can grab from that. And this is an opportunity tonight for these guys to showcase their skills. It'll be streamed live and it will be online forever. So anyone can go back and see these things and see these, you know, these fighters here tonight. And if one of them produce, you know, a stand-up performance, who knows where they can go from there.
No, absolutely. Denzel, while we've got you, let's just have a little chat about your upcoming fight. We can see the banners all around here. Magnificent Sevens coming up on December 7th. That Denzel Bentley face is everywhere, including right here. But you've got Brad Pauls. You had the press conference yesterday. What did you think of it all? It's such a great fight.
Oh, yeah, it's an amazing fight. I mean, a lot of people were calling for this fight online and stuff. You guys know me. I'm easy. I don't really care about fighting as long as it's progressive. And I feel like this is progressive, especially now that, you know, we can manage to get the European on the line. I think he's a good fighter. He beat the guy that beat me, so, you know, it's not a fight to overlook, or it's not a fight to make me think I can walk through him. But I think I am good enough to beat him, and beat him, you know, convincingly.
Very well received online, this fight, Andy.
Yeah, and rightly so, because it's a fight that you'd be amazed if it didn't deliver. And there's not really that much backstory between the pair of them, but you had a brilliant fight against his gym mate Linus Adofia to win the British middleweight title. I commentated on that one, and Brad Pauls was on that card that night, so you wouldn't necessarily have been looking at him as somebody you were going to fight at that point, but he was probably looking at you as being somebody that he would want to fight at that point. So you've probably been in his sights for a while, and that's always something you need to be aware of.
And you're right, it's true. You got to be careful when you're sitting at a certain level, because you never really look behind you and see who's coming through the rankings. I've always tried to be aware of who's coming up, maybe not to look to fight them, but just to be aware of who's on my back. Because when I was coming through, and I had my debut and my second or third fight, I was looking at who was above me, who was at Southern Area level, and who could I potentially fight at Southern Area level. And these guys probably had no idea about me, had no clue of me. And before you knew it, I've just come onto the scene, and 3 years later I'm fighting for the British, and it was like, where did he come from? And the same thing has happened now. Like you said, Brad, I wasn't looking at Brad because I was fighting his gym mate for the British, whereas he was fighting an eliminator that night, and you're thinking, okay, that's a champion. At some point, if he doesn't move on, I could fight him. I did move on, I came back, lost, whatever, and it's just come around full circle, and now look, we're here.
Well, you've got to look at him now. He is the man on December 7th. What do you think of him as a fighter? He's pretty good from everything we've seen. He's got that win over Nathan Heaney, something that you didn't do, so that, you know, pushed him up there. What do you think of him?
I think he's a good fighter, and I think everyone at this stage is a good fighter. Everyone's capable of doing certain things. He's a little powerhouse, strong. You can see the way he's cut. He's got a strong physique. He hits quite hard. You see in his last fight how he stopped Nathan. And yeah, I mean, look, he had the engine to keep that pace and knock him out in the final round. So there's a lot to take from that fight, and you know, there's a lot to be wary of on the night. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And now the European title, we're hearing, may end up on the line as well. I don't think it's been officially confirmed,
cool.
But you know, that'll be fantastic as well.
Yeah.
His hunger is very clear. We know he's representing Cornwall. He just made history in his last fight. He can make history again as well. What is the hunger? What is the drive for Denzel Bentley right now?
I mean, look, we're all here to make history. We've all made a bit of history in our lives, and that, depending on who you are. I mean, my history probably ain't as well known as his. I've done a lot, you know, from where I'm from or my family or whatever, and that drives me. I feel like I need to do more. I don't feel like I've done enough. I feel like my ceiling is quite high compared to my talent, and I haven't been able to show that. I want to reach where I feel like I can get to, and until I get there, I'm still hungry. I can't rest.
Plenty on this show tonight. Brilliant stuff. Can't wait for that December 7th, by the way. Plenty on this show tonight. Young amateurs who are turning over, making their debut. Really got to take their chance. Is there anyone on the undercard that has caught your eye where you're thinking, I can't wait to see this guy have a fight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few kind of quite big name trainers knocking around here, I've noticed over the last few hours. So Lewis Molyneux from Liverpool, he's got He's got the Edwards, he's got Paul Edwards down with him, so that kind of interested me. The McDonald's are knocking around. I think they're here with Freddie Cole Butcher, so he's making a debut from the travelling community. So he'll have been at this a long time. I watched a quick interview with him, and true to form, as is the tradition within the travelling community, you kind of learn to box as soon as you're old enough to hold up your hands. So I'm always interested to see what those fighters have got. We saw Frankie Davey with Barry Smith last time we were here. Yeah. So there's a lot. I love these shows because you see people come through, and Denzel's right, now where everything is filmed and everything can be preserved for eternity, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because you don't get the chance to learn behind closed doors and turn in some poor performances where previously you used to. But the upside to that is that if you do the business, whereas previously nobody might have seen it, now everyone can see it. And you have to go into every fight with that mentality that this is just always not an audition for something better, but in a sense it is exactly that, because you want people to walk away talking about you. You want people the next day to be scanning their phone and see you. And within boxing, we're in this bubble, aren't we? Those of us who follow it all the time. So if you do something good, whatever level you're at, lots of people, influential people, will see it.
Yeah, no, absolutely that. And Frankie Davey is one that he's built up a bit of a following. I don't know if you both follow him, but he's big on TikTok. Again, don't know what your TikTok's like. I don't know. It could be popping, Andy. I don't know.
My TikTok presence is what you'd imagine it to be.
Yes.
Minimal.
So, but his is very good, Frankie Davey. He's good on doing the post-fight videos, the pre-fight videos, all the sort of prep, everything that he does as well. Had a little stint on Love Island too. Casa Amor. Didn't last awfully long, but I'm sure he's focused on his boxing tonight. But how big are you on this social media side of things, Denzel?
I wasn't really too big on it, but I guess it's something that I have to kind of learn and get used to. As me myself being an athlete, I mean, it gives you a wider reach. So I've been doing okay with it recently. I've been more open to doing more stuff on social media. Nothing that's going to jeopardize my character though, because I am who I am, and I'm proud of that. But yeah, Frankie Davey does well. I've seen he does a lot of good content. He has a lot of stuff on the content side of things. He's very good on Instagram and YouTube and stuff. I'm not really on TikTok too tough, so I ain't seen that stuff. But Instagram and YouTube, I see stuff floating about. And of course, that's still on Love Island, like you said. So that's also helped his reach.
When are you going on?
On what?
Love Island.
Oh, no, I ain't going on there. That's not for me.
You're dangerous on there.
Yeah, I got to have a happy family at home, so all right.
You'd be a problem, Denzel. Denzel, brilliant having you. We're going to swap you out. We're going to bring in Ollie Bessel from Warren Boxing Management. Cheers. Thank you, Denzel.
Thanks so much.
Ollie, how are we?
Gentlemen, very good, thank you. How are you guys?
Yeah, very well.
Good,
fantastic.
Listen, I've got to ask you about this Fayak Uddin Nouman Hussein fight, because you're Warren Boxing Management through and through. I see it, but so are they. You've had them both since their debut. This will be like watching your children fight. How are you going to do this?
Quite literally that. It's such a conflict of interest for us as well, because we've got two fighters that we've had since the very beginning of their careers. We've nurtured them through their careers, picking the right fights, the right time, and everything you go through as a management company. And now here we are on our own show, putting them against each other. They're both unbeaten, and one of them's got to lose tonight. So, from our point of view, like I say, huge conflict of interest, but for those two, what a huge opportunity. Southern area, final eliminator, in front of a packed crowd, no doubt at York Hall. It's going to be a great night for them both. Who wins? I'm going to be on the fence about that, but yeah, certainly going to be a big night for them both.
It's not what you said earlier, but but no, on air we're very much on the fence, Ollie, very much on the fence. But tell me, what has the feeling been from the fighters? You've been there backstage, you've been chatting to them, little arm around the shoulder kind of thing. What's the feeling like from both guys?
Do you know, it's a bit of a strange feeling towards each other because they're friends. You know, they're in the same stable, as we say. They've been around each other on media days, fight nights. I think Nouman said yesterday, it's strange seeing him knowing that I've got to fight him. But look, they're both here to do a job. We interviewed them yesterday. Nouman certainly said, I've got to win at all costs. I've got to forget who's in front of me. I've got to get this victory. This is my career on the line. And the same for Fayak, So strange for them, but hopefully they'll hug it out in the ring afterwards.
Bit of friendly fire tonight, Andy.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that across the pro scene in recent times. We had it between O'Hara Davis and Adam Azeem, didn't we, a few weeks ago? These things, sometimes it makes sense and these things have to be done. Ollie, I was just saying to Dev and to Denzel that what I really like about the system that Queensberry and Warren Boxing Management have got in place is the kind of tiered system. Because you've got this level, then the kind of TV York Hall shows, then the arena shows, then Saudi. I mean, is that how you see it? You can bring 3 fighters on here who will eventually make it to that top tier.
Do you know what I absolutely love? And I was going to say this anyway. We've got great support from Frank Warren, Queensbury Promotions, you guys. We've got great support from Spencer Brown and Gold Star Promotions, who are sponsoring the event. And what I love to see is they're putting on the biggest shows in the world at the moment, but yet they're still giving back to grassroots. They're still looking at the grassroots and saying, we still need to nurture that. This is going to be our future. So when you look around at the logos tonight and you look at the people involved, you can see how important it is to them to make sure that it gets put back in at grassroots level. I think that support is so important. And it's not just about the fighters. We're young, up-and-coming promoters. You know, we're new to putting on shows, some of us. So having that experience around us, learning from them and having their support means in future as we move along, those shows will be able to be maintained at the high standard that you guys have got them at the moment.
There's a bit of an international feel high up the card as well. Plantic gets Martin Bulacio. I think we've tried to figure out how has this fight landed here at York Hall, but we're glad it has. I mean, it's a bit of a cracker, Ollie.
It's going to be an absolute cracker. I think, you know, anytime a WBC title is on at York Hall, it's a huge event. Again, going back to the fact, as Andy says, we're kind of tiered at the moment, so to have a WBC title on an event like ours at York Hall, again, is a big win for us. I think the 2 fighters that are stepping in there are going to put on an absolutely amazing fight. Again, who's going to win, I don't know, but I'm sure that the York Hall crowd are going to be in for an absolute treat.
It's very rare you get stinkers in there. This crowd, it brings something out of them, Andy. And, you know, they've probably never seen anything like it before, Bulacio and Plantic.
No, probably not, because, you know, Plantic, for example, is a really experienced international amateur, elite level. I saw him a lot. I saw him at the World Championships, he boxed in the Olympics in Tokyo. But he won't really have experienced anything like this because he's boxed most of his career on the continent. And crowds are different there. We talk about how crowds are different in Saudi to how they are here. They're different everywhere to how they are here. The atmosphere just isn't like it is in the UK, and I think they will absolutely love it. Another thing I'm curious about is, how red hot is your phone these days? Because you've got some of these days coming up, haven't you? And I think there's going to be quite a few in the next calendar year. Fighters must want on these. There must be loads of fighters wanting on these.
So many fighters. Obviously, as a management company as well, we've got fighters on Queensbury cards constantly. So not only have we got that side of things, we've got our own shows going on. We're back on the 22nd of November, International Fight Night. We're back on the 8th of December for another fight night. Yeah, our phone is red hot with managers wanting to put fighters on the card. Obviously, negotiating with Queensbury about getting our fighters on the big shows as well. It's not just a boom for boxing at the highest level, it's a boom for boxing at the grassroots as well.
No, we're feeling that. I'm seeing that on your social media pages with Warren Boxing Management. Give them a follow, by the way. You seem to be signing a new fighter every week. It could be a debutant, it could be someone who's had a few fights. You're signing fighters all the time. Who can we look out for tonight, other than the 2 Newman Hussein and Fire Kudin? Who should we be looking out for?
We got Freddie Cole Butcher, who's making his debut. A great prospect, good amateur background. He's going to be explosive. Alfie Gaskin, me and you spoke to him earlier on, changed gyms recently. He's now over at Peacock Gym. Bit of a different way of doing things over there. He's had to adapt after an early loss in his career, but he's come back stronger. Couple of wins under his belt since his loss, and he's really looking forward tonight. We think Alfie Gaskin can go far. Again, we've had him since the start of his career. Again, coming back from a loss, but looking for a big performance from him tonight.
Yeah, 21 years old as well, Alfie Gaskin, very personable. Always see him at these York Hall shows. He's got his dad with him as well, and that move. So he suffered the first defeat of his career, changed gyms, went to the Peacock. That's pretty good surroundings to be in, Andy.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Was he the one who lost to S.A. Smith? Was that the one career defeat?
I believe so. Yeah.
He said, "Well, I tell you what, that is a defeat that's aged well, because I saw S.A. Smith on the Southern Area title back at the start of September in a really, really good fight. So that's the level he's at. And I saw him do 6 really tough rounds with George Liddard. So for a defeat to have on your record, he will have learned more from that fight than he's probably done from all the rest of his fights put together. So that's a good example of why letting that go sometimes. No one's going to let it go, but if it goes in circumstances like that, fine.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with that, none whatsoever. What about Christian Bozia? He kind of interests me, Christian Bozia, because he looks like he has the potential to build a bit of following where he's from in St Albans. You know, he seems like he can do a few tickets, and there's a bit of a buzz around him up there.
Yeah, I mean, he signed with Queensbury. He's actually ended up on our show because a show was postponed a few weeks ago. So again, it shows the crossover both ways.
Yeah.
Not only are, you know, we get big opportunities for grassroots fighters to hopefully catch the eye of the Queensbury guys, actually it's an opportunity for Queensbury fighters, if they're looking for a fight, if they're looking to keep active, to fight on some of our shows. He's got a big following. So again, expecting big things from him tonight.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that happen. The Queensbury fighters who perhaps couldn't quite get a slot on a Queensbury show, sometimes they end up on Box Nation shows. I'm seeing a few things. The show coming up in Liverpool, the Birchall brothers are going to be out. I think that's December the 8th coming up
right, yep.
as well. I mean, it's fantastic the way that all of this is working, and I'm hearing that there's going to be more and more and more shows next year. Plenty to look forward to, Ollie.
Do you know what, Deb, as well? And I'm going to talk about you guys, because, you know, ultimately, again, when we're looking at small hall shows, a couple of years ago, we couldn't have imagined having Andy Clark and Dev Sani presenting shows at York Hall on our live stream, and we're laughing, but it's the truth. You guys are going from Riyadh to York Hall to work with us, and again, it shows the progression of small hall boxing. We massively appreciate the work that you guys do, thoroughly entertaining for our viewers, and everything is a part of it.
Oh, that was nice, thanks.
Can I just ask you one about tickets? Because selling tickets for fighters coming through the small halls is really important. Sometimes you'll be able to kind of mix and match. You'll be able to put on someone who doesn't sell tickets but is really good if you've got other people on who do sell lots of tickets. But we were talking about social media earlier and the importance of that, but it's still so important, isn't it? Just that old school ability, if you like, to just be able to sell a ticket and get someone to come and watch you. And it's hard, isn't it? But you're still really encouraging your fighters. You've got to get out there and put that FaceTime in the local community and get people to come and watch you.
Do you know what? It's a bit of a catch-22, because social media certainly makes it easier for fighters to sell tickets nowadays. But also on the flip side of that, there are so many shows. And because there are so many shows, especially at grassroots level, you know, the country isn't in the best place in terms of finances and the money that people have to be able to spend and go out and have fun. So we're finding people have to really pick and choose where they spend their money, the tickets they buy. Obviously, there's Queensbury shows, Matchroom shows, everybody else, and then there's the small hall shows. But again, with the backing that we've had from Queensbury, with people like Spencer Brown on board, with the production we've got tonight, with the fighters on the card, it does give us that little edge to help the fighters sell tickets. Very, very worthwhile buying a ticket for here tonight.
No, absolutely. And for those who haven't bought tickets, I think we're about to get going very, very shortly. We've got 9 fights coming up for you tonight. The final fight of the evening will be that thriller at super featherweight, Southern Area final eliminator between Fayak Uddin and Numan Hussain, or Numan Hussain and Fayak Uddin. I'm not sure who the A side is, by the way. What are you saying, Ollie?
No comment.
Just before that, we've got Luca Plantic against Martin Bulacio. Fantastic fight at super middleweight. Plantic unbeaten in 10 fights with 9 knockouts. We're about to get things going very, very, very shortly. Tell me a little bit about Plantic before we head over. I mean, 90% knockout rate. It looks like he can bang a bit.
Yeah, he can. He's an aggressive fighter. He's compact. He's well organised. Technically, he tends to take his feet with him, as in he'll have his feet underneath him. He doesn't really reach or overbalance. He's technically well drilled and well schooled, and he likes to let his hands go. He's quite a kind of Central European, Eastern European style, quite kind of stand up, and he's good to watch. And these two won't have to go looking for each other, because Bulacio, who's a good choice of opponent, by the way, well done, he's the same. You know, he's got a tight high guard, he does stand up quite straight, but he looks to get his own punches off. I think he'll struggle with Plantic tonight, because Plantic has got that real pedigree. But I just do find it fascinating. There's somebody I saw ringside in Serbia in the World Amateur Championships 3.5 years ago. Fast forward, and I'm watching him at York Hall. You know, these are the things that can happen. And he's somebody, obviously, that you've got an eye on, that maybe Frank's got an eye on, because you want fighters, you want TV fighters, and he is that kind of a guy, to be honest. He's a TV fighter.
I love that. As a member of the British Boxing Board of Control, it's more than welcome to walk past it, as are all of the board members.
We don't get the high budget security that Queensbury get, that's what it is.
Ollie, I think I may well be the security tonight, so I'm sorry, guys, but we're not in great hands. But yeah, I love, Andy, that we're talking about Luca Plantic, listen, he's got a relatively small profile, certainly here in the UK. I knew that you just know all about him. You've been out in Serbia watching him in the amateurs. You must have been all over the world watching these fighters.
Yeah, a lot of them, and that's why I still do it. That's why I was in Havana in Cuba over the summer. I went to Russia to watch a fight night. Not the easiest place to go to at the minute for obvious reasons. That was an experience, but you go and you cover these cards, and at domestic amateur level as well. I was at Bulacio for a show a few weeks ago. You see people and you just think, I wonder if I'll see him again, or if I'll see her again. And some of those fighters at Bulacio, I bet I will see some of them again. And I'll get a card, and I'll look at it, I think that name rings a bell. And it was the same with Plantic, because I don't remember every single person I see, but I just think, big guy, and then I look through his amateur record and I think, I remember him. And I just love it, because you've seen them before, and some names will be etched on your memory, but how strongly they're etched just depends on the performances they give.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how you see somebody at some time and you don't remember them at all, you thought nothing of them, and then a few years later they've really kicked on.
Do you know what? And that carries over to Box Nation. You know, we've had a couple of Box Nation shows already where you've seen Box Nation fighters on Queensberry shows. We had Ishvan famously a couple of weeks ago, which I know was a bit of a circus around you at times, Dev, but he took the opportunity on a Box Nation show, caught the eye of you know, people that make the matchups at Queensberry. Before you know it, he's on the show. So again, yeah, I mean, we could be looking at fighters tonight that we might not have heard of, or the viewers might not have heard of. Before you know it, they put in a good performance. You see him again on a bigger platform. Yeah,
I think shows like this very much a breeding ground for the future. Luka Plantic, after his last fight, he was talking about he wants Canelo. Now, you may scoff. You may scoff, right? He's the WBC International Super Middleweight Champion. Do you know who else has held that belt? Let me tell you. How about Callum Smith? How about Rocky Fielding? How about Avni Yildirim? Do you know what they've all got in common?
They fought Canelo.
They all fought Canelo, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
The fighters are ambitious, as I said to Denzel, they're dreamers, and you have to be, because this is a sport where the level of self-belief you have to have at times will border on self-delusion.
Yeah,
it just has to. That hinterland is very ill-defined, and we'll look at someone and just think, he's deluded, isn't he? But they have to be a bit like that, or they'll probably never even get in there in the first place. They'll certainly never manage to come back from a defeat. They have to believe completely in what they're doing. So if Luka Plantic thinks that is his destiny, then I'm all for it. I am all for it, because stars come from somewhere, and you touched on it earlier, where the grassroots is so important, and you need people at the top of the sport to understand it, because these big names we see in Riyadh, they come from somewhere. And in boxing, okay, you can win an Olympic medal and then go straight onto a big show, but most people don't do that. Most people will start here or somewhere, you know, less auspicious than here, because this is a big name venue. It doesn't, they're not just born superstars at 20-0 with 18 knockouts and a few titles under their belt. Everybody starts at zero.
And that's why it's so important to make an impression. I think we're going to bring in Denzel Bentley to join us. Thank you, Ollie Bessel. Brilliant chat there from Ollie Bessel, who is going to leave us. Denzel, come back in. Come join us. Let me ask you this. We were talking about Plantic, right? Plantic, he's got a dream. He wants to fight Canelo Alvarez. I talked about, hey, he may not be that far away. He's got a WBC international belt previously held by guys that have gone on to fight Canelo. And he talked about how, if you're a fighter, you have to be deluded. You have to have a certain level of delusion in you to think, yeah, I'm going to get this fight. Yeah, I'm the best. Do you agree with these kind of comments?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's no room for any doubt. If I go in the ring thinking, oh, this guy can beat me or it's not possible, then I've lost half the battle. You got to be deluded, you know, to some extent, and that's why we do this. That's why I always say, like, you got to be a little bit mad to be a fighter, because you go in there thinking you could beat everyone, and when you lose, you're so disappointed. Like, how did this guy beat me? Well, because he's better, but you don't believe it as a fighter. Do you know what I'm saying? So you got to be deluded a little bit, yeah.
So right now, as you stand here, you feel invincible in the middleweight division.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like anyone I step in the ring with, I can beat. And if I don't feel like that, then I'm in the wrong sport, or you know, I'm taking a risk that isn't worth taking, because you can really get hurt in there. You have to believe that no one can hurt you. You got to understand that you're human and you can be hurt, but you also got to believe that no one is good enough to beat me. And that's why you step in the ring with people, and that's why when people don't step in the ring and fight, guys, they don't believe that.
I think that's fascinating, because I talked about this for the book I wrote about the knockout, and what it came down to in the end was, and it took me a while to get my head around this, is that almost all fighters use that fear of what could happen, that realism, to drive them during camp. You accept that I need to train hard, I need to do this, I need to do that. If I don't and I switch off, I could get knocked out. But then at some point, maybe during fight week or even on the night itself, you have to decide that that thing that you accepted can happen definitely is not going to happen.
100%.
It's this weird kind of mental gymnastics you have to have.
Yeah, but then you say that, like, you have to train as hard as you can to avoid what you feel like is going to happen, to not happen. So by the time I've trained that hard, when it gets to fight night, I've not done anything asked of me. It's not happening. Whatever I fought before, I've trained so hard to avoid that. It's not happening now. So when I get in that ring, I'm victorious. I hold my hand up high.
Well, the show's about to begin. They are going to get in the ring very, very shortly. Our commentary team is Darren Rees and Raven Chapman. But first, our MC, Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Slovakia by way of Mexico, Christian Lopez Flores.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and a warm welcome to a legendary venue in York Hall. And our first bout of the evening involves this man, Christian Lopez Flores from Mexico. Yes, he's an away corner fighter, we won't beat around the bush, but he's got some good numbers on the green side of his box rec, if that means anything to you. 14 wins, 12 of those by KO, so he can punch and he can obviously get people out of there. So we'll see what he's all about in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Belgium by way of Afghanistan, Abdul Utmanzai.
And here comes the man in the opposite corner, Abdul Utmanzai, who hasn't boxed in the UK before. He's from Kabul in Afghanistan, but these days boxes and lives in Belgium. This is his first fight of the year, looking extremely focused as he makes that short ring walk in this very prestigious and famous venue, and I'm sure he'll be itching to get back away, because like all boxers, activity is something which they long for all the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout this evening is a 3-minute rounds international contest in the welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 14 wins, 12 by way of KO, 48 losses and 2 draws. Tonight he wears the black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Mexico, Christian Lopez Flores. And across the ring in the blue corner with an unbeaten 5 wins, 2 by way of knockout. Weighing in 10 stone, 5 pounds, and tonight he wears the black and white shorts. Please welcome from Belgium by way of Afghanistan, Abdul Utmanzai. Your referee in charge is Mr. Kieran McCann of London. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 4 3-minute rounds. Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go, round 1 here at the famous York Hall. You're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and Raven Chapman. You've boxed here 3 times before. Does it make you excited to get in there when you sit here ringside in this commentary position?
Yeah, of course it does. It's nice to be so close as well, and that's the nice thing about York Hall. You're really in the action with the balcony overlooking the top. You know, it's a nice small venue. You can really feel that crowd in there, and Manzai really sounds like he's brought a few supporters out here from Belgium.
He does. It's the sort of place which people love to come to watch boxing. As you said, there isn't a bad seat in the house as Manzai just follows his man Lopez Flores around the ring, the Mexican, as the two of them just try and suss each other out and just do what all you fighters do, just popping that jab out, gauging the distance, and eventually I guess the heat will start to turn up.
That's it. Manzai is just pressing the action, getting on that front foot.
I tell you what, you're not wrong, Raven, about that noise. It is noisy in here, isn't it?
It's nice to hear that so early on as well.
But something just happened there, just in my blind spot, and referee Kieran McCann just said something to the Mexican Flores, and here it comes. Maybe there was a clash of heads there, but Manzai needs to keep himself sharp here because Flores has got the bit between his teeth, but all of a sudden, so has Manzai as well, as he starts to up the tempo, up the pace.
Yeah, really putting his shots together there, you know. You can see that cut under the left eye of Flores, and you can see that Manzai is just really trying to target that.
He is, and he just caught Flores, with a decent 1-2 there, which just ever so slightly caught the Mexican off balance, and the blood is coming quite badly from that. It looks like it's from the bridge of the nose from here, and the referee is just keeping a close eye on him, but Manzai just needs to stay relaxed, stay composed, don't get carried away, and just stick to his boxing, doesn't he?
That's it, exactly. You see he's landing that backhand really nicely there when he gets Flores up on the ropes. But it's been a good bit of back and forth there. Flores is still very much, you know, throwing back, still dangerous.
He is. By no means is he out of this fight, but it seems that every time that Flores tries to up the pressure himself, it sets Manzai off on one. He starts throwing a barrage of punches, and they seem to become more unforgiving the more he gets caught himself. It seems to release something with him. But that was an Manzai round for me. Yeah. But there was still some good action from the Mexican, and they're going to have some work to do on that cut in the corner.
Yeah, very good action there, you know. Like you said, a bit cagey to start with, feeling each other out there. Quickly got very explosive, didn't it? Quickly, you could see that Manzai just applied that pressure and sustained it then for the rest of that round. And yeah, it looks like they're going to really have to work on that cut in that red corner.
And I guess that Manzai's team will be just telling him to target that cut, won't they? The second he comes out from that orthodox stance, it's just going to be straight shots and right hands galore. Yeah,
that's it. You could see he was really trying to target that with his backhand as soon as he saw the cut, to be fair. And Flores is going to have to keep that left hand up and keep out of keep his head out of that line to try and avoid that punch.
Well, that minute certainly goes fast in that corner as
seconds out, round 2.
All of you fighters know. And the referee Kieran McCann just sending Abdul Manzai to the corner.
And he's getting the doctor to check in there. I thought he might have thought there's too much vas on his face.
That's what I thought initially. He'll be gutted if it gets called off going into the second round, but safety is paramount, as it always is. But it looks like we're going to have the action continue. And here we go, the second round can start properly as both of them come to the centre of the ring. But that extra bit of breathing, that little breather would have been most welcome, I'm sure, because there was a high tempo round in the first round, and those first rounds always really take the energy out of you, I guess, because of the nerves and the adrenaline, and it takes you a little while to get settled in.
Yeah, definitely. You can feel that heaviness in the legs, but it's quite nice after that first round's done, you know. You can normally feel you relax a bit more into it. But yes, same kind of start to the last round here. You can see Flores is definitely tucking up a lot more, keeping his hands nice and tight over that cut.
He is, and in that first round he was a bit more coming forward and trying to put the pressure on himself, where in this round, just a minute gone, he's practically just been on the back foot the whole time, and that might be what we see for the remaining 3 rounds of this bout, which is scheduled for 4, as Manzai just stalks his man, follows him round the ring, keeps working that jab, and throws and sinks a nice right hand into the body under the left elbow of Christian Lopez Flores.
Few jabs there coming through from Flores, or like three in a row then, which wasn't too bad, but Manzai needs to be careful of that, not get too comfortable, you know, remember someone's still firing back at you, don't let those little ones get through. Absolutely,
complacency can be a killer, can't it, especially when you're doing so well, and it's not necessarily the free jabs, it's what could come after, isn't it?
Exactly, always got to be prepared, but no, he's looking, you know, he's doing the right thing. I think he's putting the pace on when he needs to. Yeah. Look there,
and here we go, and here goes on the pressure, and Manzai finds himself on the ropes again, and that's not the sort of place that he wants to be, because Lopez has stopped 12 people out of his 14 wins, and
just what we were saying there about that complacency, you know, don't get too comfortable. When you take that foot off the gas, you know, he's still very much alive, Flores, as we can see here. So he needs to get back in control like that, get on the jab and push him back again.
They really are. All of these Mexicans are as tough as they come. They're as tough as they get, especially the kind of unknown ones, the ones who we haven't seen in the country before. And I think the name Mauricio Lara needs to tell you everything you need to know about something like that. He certainly hasn't come here to roll over. That's one thing for sure as we go into the last 20 seconds. But Manzai, the man back on the pressure, as he just marches forward with those straight shots and tries to put the pressure on again. But again, he has got to be so careful he doesn't walk into one of those big right hands of Flores.
Really like that movement there from Manzai, just kind of shifted through and landed the backhand on directly on Flores' cut. Nice.
So if you're in the corner, Raven, of Abdo Manzai, what are you going to be telling him he needs to do a little bit more of?
Stay switched on, don't switch off. That's when Flores has been pretty dangerous, you know, constantly keep that jab popping. Then when you get that opportunity, put your foot on the gas, because when he's on the ropes, he's covering up. He doesn't want that cut to open up anymore. But when he does that, he's doing really well as a Manzai.
He does, and as we can just see in the replays here, the pressure from Manzai works when he puts it on. When he puts his foot on the pedal, he bites down on his gum shield and he goes forward. He's a fairly dangerous fighter, but he's also got a fairly dangerous fighter in the opposite corner. So I guess the theme of this bout so far is complacency, because Manzai most certainly didn't have it all of his own way. The first 60 seconds or so he did, but then the man from Mexico decided to turn it on again, and we might see a little bit more of that as we go into the 3rd round here at York Hall in Bethnal Green.
Yeah, that little bit of pressure there that Flores managed to sustain might have given him a little bit of confidence that he can turn it on, although saying that, it switched very much to Manzai, putting the pressure on, putting his foot on the gas, stalking Flores down. There, that little switch off there, that's when he's just getting caught, you know, he'll land something good and almost appreciate his work.
And tell me if I'm wrong, Raven, but it seems that Manzai is doing some great work. He'll kind of get him cornered and then he'll let him escape, or he'll let him get off the ropes. He needs to keep him there, doesn't he?
That's it, he's sort of following him around, and then, you know, that's when it creates that opening for his opponent to move around him, and that's when he sort of found himself then back on the ropes as Manzai.
But again, this round is starting in a similar fashion to the 2nd round did, and that is with Lopez Flores on the back foot. But as we saw in the 2nd round, it didn't stay like that, because at some point he'll get a bit upset and he'll start throwing some shots back. And I tell you what, the corner team have done a good job with that cut, because in the 1st round that blood was really causing some problems, and it looked like, well, the doctor had to see it. But here he comes again as he just dips down and throws a straight right hand to the body of Manzai.
See, Manzai's changed then to southpaw. Obviously comfortable switch hitting. But I think that was probably a good idea. I don't think it was as comfortable as he was in orthodox, but he did some nice work there in that southpaw position.
He did. The fluency wasn't quite there from that southpaw position, but
I like to see fighters try and change things up a little bit.
Adapt and overcome. That's what separates the good fighters and the great fighters, isn't it?
And it's fights like these where it's great to practice them. You get the opportunity to give it a go, you know.
And Flores is up in the tempo as he gets towards the end of this third round, which seems to be his thing. He seems to start relatively slow, cover up, soak it up, throw a few jabs, which he throws well, and he's got through with quite a few of them, which you've noticed. And then he starts to turn it on as you go into the kind of later part of the fight.
Yeah, that's it. I kind of think he lands one of those jabs, or you know, it's like, oh, I can land here. I feel comfortable doing so, and he goes for it. But that's what you want. You don't want someone to just come and tuck up. And to learn, you need a fighter like this to come and give you a fight.
And Utmanzai just pivoted round on his right foot and threw a really good right uppercut, which went straight up the centre. And I think it spurred him on there in the final part of that round to show that he is the winner of that round as well. How are you scoring this one so far? I know you're not scoring it on paper, but just your kind of thoughts and feelings around it.
Lovely little exchange there, I think, from both fighters. I do feel like Utmanzai just got the better out of that exchange for sure. I'd probably give it 3 to Abdul Utmanzai. But Flores is definitely, you know, giving him a fight and giving him a good fight, and you know, he's not, like you say, he's not just there to roll over, and it's fights like these where you can learn a lot, and like I say, you get to work on different things against a live opponent.
I think it's a good point, and I think Christian Lopez Flores is just one of those fighters who must be extremely tough to stop, because he just doesn't stop going, does he? And he's good at soaking them shots up and riding punches.
Yeah, and he's, you know, with that cut, he's been covering that up pretty well since that first round.
Fourth and final round here in our first bout of the evening. 9 bouts scheduled tonight.
Nice bout to start with as well. It's been a good atmosphere in here. Nice action from both fighters. Good back and forth.
Yeah, there's been some good noise, and Flores just threw a right uppercut, and it was lucky that one didn't land, because he threw it with some intention, didn't he?
Could have been a tasty uppercut if that had landed.
And Utmanzai just pressuring his man once again as he just stalks him round the ring, throwing sporadic straight right hands, trying to catch his man off guard, which seems to be a pretty tough thing to do, as they both get to action just above our commentary position and tussle around the centre of the ring.
Yeah, I feel like that straight backhand's been a very good shot from Utmanzai through this fight. It's landed really well.
It's got to be his best shot, hasn't it? And there he goes again. And one of the other things which I've noticed with Utmanzai is he's good at mixing it up. He goes head, body, body, head, and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. There's some nice variety, and I'm liking some of the quick feet movement as well, changing the angles. It's been nice to watch. A lot to learn from this fight as well, and a lot to take from it too. Nice little cheeky uppercut in there from Utmanzai.
There's a good jab and another lunging jab from Utmanzai, but Flores comes back with 2 or 3 punches of his own. But I've got to admit, he not necessarily looks in survival mode, but would be quite happy to spend the majority of the rest of this round, the last minute and 5 seconds or so, on the back foot, just covering up, making sure that he doesn't get stopped. That'll be his main intention now.
Yeah, I don't think he looks like he's going to be stopped in this fight, but Utmanzai's been very much dominant throughout. Flores showing nice boxing as well, and nice heart throughout too, and still firing back and giving the fight to Utmanzai as well, not just making it easy.
It's exactly that, and there'll be people who may be watching this thinking, you know, what is Abdul Utmanzai getting out of this? Well, there's loads he's learning from this. He's got a tough Mexican in front of him who's made sure that he's been awake at all times, who's fired back and is giving him a hard time at at moments of this fight. So, as always, there's valuable learning as we go into the last 10 seconds of this fourth and final round. And Manzai looking fresh on his toes as he just lightly bounces up and down on his feet, throwing those shots out, and he knows that he's won that. What's that feeling like, Raven, when you know that you've got it? Or do you ever know that you've got it, even though, like, you know, when you box really well, did you feel like, yeah, I've got that, definitely?
Yeah,
you've got to have
definitely.
that confidence, right?
Sometimes there's ones where you clearly win it, but you still want to have that reassurance from people, you know. But no, it's good. Like I say, you should be happy with that performance. Abdul Manzai, he fought, like I say, a tough opponent there in Lopez Flores, and had to cover up at times, take a bit of a flurry coming back at him at times, and yeah, a lot to learn, a lot to take away. Should be happy with that performance, but also know there's a lot more in the tank too.
Gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 40 points to 36. The winner in the blue corner from Belgium by way of Afghanistan, Abdul
Well, a very, very comfortable win there. But like we said earlier on, plenty of learning to do. You can go back, you can watch that, you can see the things you did well, you can see the things that you didn't do so well. And there's always things to improve on, isn't there? Because if it isn't, it comes back to that word of complacency. And when it's complacency, you end up losing and things go south, don't they?
Yeah, 100%. And like we say, fights like that are great fights to give fighters opportunities to try new things that they're learning as well. And it's really great. You could see that that was happening.
It certainly was, and that was Manzai's first fight this year, and of course his first fight in the UK. That was a good fight to get the ring rust off as well, wasn't it?
Definitely, definitely. You've got that live opponent, you've got to be thinking, and he learned, you know, if I switch off here, I'm going to get caught, which is exactly what happened, admiring his work maybe after landing some good shots, standing there still in the firing zone and taking a shot of his own. So, yeah, great little fight to get the ring rust off, and I'm sure after that he'll be itching to get back in the gym and have another fight date soon.
He will, and I bet I bet both of them will be a bit sore tomorrow. But just because Manzai was the winner, it doesn't mean that he won't be sore, because there was a few good shots which got through, whether they were shots to the head or through to the body. We could hear those thump from a couple of feet away, and like I said, we're so close that got a nice bit of blood splattered on the commentary notes. This is...
At least it's not on the suit, hey?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We've still got 8 fights to go.
Time.
Anything could happen, but if you're just joining us, you just missed on a good starting fight. A good one, as Raven said, to kick things off. There's a healthy crowd in here if you just look around the balcony. And I've got to tell you, if you've never been to York Hall, my absolute favourite place to sit here is up there on that balcony. You feel like you can lean over the balcony and almost touch the fighters. It's funny that you said earlier on, when you're in there, because you've boxed here 3 times, that you feel like the fighters, the fans, can almost like touch you, can't they?
Yeah, they're very much on top of you, and it's like, you know, you get a real good bird's eye view. Like you say, in York Hall, you get a really good view no matter where you are, and you can. It's hard to miss any action unless you're sat in the bar. You're going to see everything.
If you're in the bar, then you can't see anything at all. And I'll tell you another thing about York Hall. It is the hottest venue in the world. I don't care if you've been to Venezuela, Cuba. It doesn't matter where it is.
I can vouch for that.
It is the hottest venue. And I ain't boxed it. I've sat here with a cold beer. Never mind boxing it.
I've boxed on one of the hottest nights ever at York Hall, and it's not nice.
No, I imagine it's not. I'll never forget the first ever night, a bit of history for you actually, the official launch of Box Nation, which was 30th of September 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Paul Appleby versus Liam Walsh as the first headline fight here at York Hall on Box Nation, the original Box Nation. And I looked around this place, and everyone was just, it was like they had a bucket of water chucked over them. What night was it that you had that it was ridiculously hot?
That was the head fight was Dennis McCann and Bulacio.
Oh, yeah, the first one.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, that's the hottest I've ever felt Yorkshire. And I'm not saying that just because I boxed there.
Welcoming into the ring from Dublin, Ireland, Jacob Marrow.
Well, here comes Jacob Marrow. We're going into our second bout of the evening. He's only had 2 fights, but keen to get his first win because the first 2 ended in defeat, but that means nothing in this game, especially when it comes to the super welterweight division. His last fight was against Liverpool's Ellis Grant, and I've never seen him before, but I'm told he's a bit of a tricky southpaw, so we'll see what that's about.
From Liverpool, Lewis, the future.
And you always know when a fighter from Liverpool is making their entrance because the noise, no matter where it is, always goes up. And that is exactly the case with Lewis Molyneux from, of course, Liverpool. 3 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. He's been boxing for about 18, 19 years before he turned over as a professional and inspired a lot of the top fighters, the likes of Sam Maxwell, who I'm sure you'll be familiar with, Raven, and some of those really good amateurs, standout amateurs, and he raves about it.
Our next bout this evening is 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 2 losses to his name, weighing in 10 stone 5 pounds. And tonight he wears the white shorts. Please welcome from Dublin, Ireland, Jacob Marrow. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 3 wins from 3, weighing in 10 stone 7 pounds. And tonight he wears the white and blue shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Lewis, the future. Of London, now giving his final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 4 3-minute rounds.
Well, here we go, bout 2 of the evening. Lewis Molyneux in the whites and blue. Jacob Marrow from Dublin in all white. Molyneux straight on that jab, nice and sharp too. Molyneux just trying to gauge that distance, Raven, which looks like he's pretty much sussed out already, hasn't he?
That's it, sort of feeling it out. Fairly cagey, but not, if that makes sense. Definitely getting that distance there. I'm liking the little twitches, little feints, little foot feints. And you can see it's getting Marrow really reacting.
Molyneux nice and relaxed as he just very technically sound. That was a good lead hook there. He just went downstairs and it was almost like those 2 to the body were feints because he come up with a sharp left hook to the temple which landed, and Jacob Marrow of Dublin knew all about that one.
You see there, kind of came in to hold. I think he definitely felt that hook.
Especially in the place which it landed. It's one of those ones which you see fighters' legs go wobbly when they get caught of it, and there it goes again. That 1-2 lead hook, it seems to be the combination which is working well for the man from Liverpool. And Molyneux just controlling the pace of this fight now, isn't he?
That's it. You can really feel he's trying to, disrupt his rhythm, disrupt Marrow's rhythm. He doesn't know when he's actually going to be throwing that jab or if he's going to feint that jab, And I like that. And then you see, once he lands, that's when he's going to start picking it up.
Yeah, you're bang on there. Bingo on that one.
There's no rushing. He's been stalking very well, just looking, waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that opening.
Molyneux really controlling every moment of this opening round. He's kind of deciding when the shots are going to be thrown, and that's on both sides of it, because when Mara comes back with it, he just parries it, stops the attack, and then throws a couple of his own.
So I feel like
That was a nice jab as well. It snapped the head back of Mara.
And so Mara seems to have recovered from that hook now. He's sort of throwing a lot more than he was earlier.
Be interested to see how if he gets the opportunity, if Molyneux allows him to kind of settle in for a moment. But although he has grown in confidence, it isn't by a lot, is it?
No. And Molyneux's really, you can see that focus, see that set. He's working the ring quite nicely. He's working the feinting the jab, then jabbing, stamping the feet, then jabbing. And you can see he's trying to get that backhand off, which hasn't quite landed flush yet. But that left hook is working really nicely. I think Mara's hand's just slightly down for that.
It has, and there's that shot there. Landed perfectly, didn't it? It was textbook.
That right hand dropping, and that left hook's open there for Molyneux. And I feel like that follow-up, the left hook followed by that right, could be a good night shot for him further in the rounds.
We might see it, and whether that's the same one from a different angle or not, I'm not sure, but he's definitely landed a couple of really good left hooks to the face of Jacob Mara of Dublin. And like you say, it could be the good night shot. That is how these things work, isn't it? You build on it throughout the early rounds, even though we've only got 4 rounds.
Round 2.
Got to say though, Mara definitely recovered through that and grew a bit in confidence. He can't let Molyneux, get in his rhythm. He's got to try and disrupt him now, but we'll see if he can do that.
That straight right hand to the body, which Molyneux threw on numerous occasions in the first round, missed there. And I just wonder if Mara's just starting to suss that shot out. And he's obviously aware of it, isn't he?
Definitely.
And he can maybe work that to his own ability.
You can see he's a lot more in and out, taking the sting off those straight shots from Molyneux, and kind of taking him just out of range by that little step back.
But there he goes again. He lands it this time, as Mara just finds himself constantly on the back foot, trying to find some form of space, which Molyneux's not giving him the opportunity to do so, as he corners him again. A well-disciplined performance so far, I'd say, for Louis Molyneux. Doing a bit of everything right.
That's it. It's nice to see that patience, not rushing. Nice left hook uppercut there. The uppercut landed.
A double jab got through the middle of the guard of Mara. Just another reminder for Mara that Molyneux is there and in front of him at all times.
A nice jab there from Molyneux. Is really controlling the fight, I feel, his jab.
It was a good job for Mara. Neither of those hooks landed, because he threw them with some conviction.
I was going to say, he's doing a much better job this round of avoiding that left hook.
Great straight puncher is Molyneux. He's got that to a T. Excellent with those feints as well, isn't he?
Yeah, the feints are really offsetting. You can see Mara's just not quite sure. Every time he stamps his foot, just there, you see that reaction straight away.
He looks like a very difficult fighter to read, as the two coming a little bit closer, and Molyneux just throws that jab and then followed by a delayed right hand. Both of those shots got through by the looks of it.
interesting to see Molyneux when he does put his foot on the gas a little bit and starts
really letting his hands go.
Yeah.
But another well-disciplined and solid round for Lewis Molyneux, who looks extremely focused and excited to move himself to 4-0. But we can see a bit of the action back here. There was that straight right hand to the body, and another couple of body shots. One of them got through, one of them didn't. But I've got to admire those straight shots and those feints, because he does them ever so well.
Yeah, you can see there it's almost sort of slightly feinting that you're going to hit up top and then bringing that straight right down to the body. Nice little uppercut in there as well. Yeah, really nice disciplined performance from Lewis Molyneux. I wonder if over the next 2 rounds he's going to up those gears and really put that pressure on, because I feel like if he applies that pressure, he could potentially stop this fight early.
I think he would. He'd love a bit of that as we go into the penultimate round. This one scheduled for 4. Both fighters straight on the front foot, trying to take hold of the centre of the ring. As Molyneux just nice and relaxed, that guard nice and tight. Those feints still going. Oh, that was a decent left hook, which was the feint of the right hand came before that, and it tricked Mara immediately.
Nice stiff jab, then double jab backhand there, really pushing his opponent back. Molyneux's got Jacob Mara there near the ropes, but he's just tied him up. You see that with Mara when he's in trouble, he's very good at tying up his opponent.
He is. He's putting on a good display of he's by no means a one-trick pony, but he caught Mara with a right hook on the nose there, and the blood has started to flow a little bit more.
Hope it doesn't get on that suit.
Oh, this is a brand new nice grey suit from Marks and Spencer's, for anybody wondering. It's not just a grey suit, it's a bloody Marks and Spencer's suit.
Lovely stiff jab getting through there. You can see he's trying to get that straight backhand landing now, and it's nearly there, those feinting and everything, but Mara's just been very good at smothering it before it lands and getting in close and being able to hold.
I feel that Mara is starting to tire a bit here and looks a bit like he wouldn't mind hearing that final bell at some point, but he's still got 1 minute and 15 seconds of this round and 3 minutes of the next.
Nice control there from Molyneux, just using that jab, keeping his opponent at bay.
And you can tell that Mara is potentially starting to feel it a little bit, because he's holding on a bit more than he did in the 2 previous rounds. And Molyneux just wants to get to business. He wants to show the fans here in York Hall and the referee that he is the man.
Yeah, that bounce in Mara's legs has just slid quite a bit now in this last half of the round.
Yeah, the fluency in the footwork is gone, and Molyneux's starting to read that, but he gets tied up yet again by the man from Dublin. Mara finds himself once again on the back foot, and that was a strong jab which got through and followed with a swing and a miss from Lewis Molyneux as we go into the last 10 seconds of this 3rd round. Yeah, Molyneux's starting to get a little bit frustrated with all the holding there, isn't he? Is that one of those things that you've just got to try and relax, keep your cool, and just don't let your head go?
Yeah, that's it. And when you get tangled up, try and work your way out, try and move.
Show the referee that you're working.
Yeah, show the referee that you're working, and you never know, you might then create that gap, that space to throw your shot, to land it, which I feel like Molyneux is trying to do. But Mara's definitely doing a good job in smothering that and holding when he's in trouble, making it difficult for
he does. And you know
Lewis.
what? For a man with two fights, he looks like he knows a few tricks, doesn't he? Because some of them, you've seen they've had 100 fights, All right, there might be 98 losses on there, but they know every trick in the book.
Survive, yeah, they know how to get around and make it through the fight so they can then fight the next couple of weeks.
10 seconds.
The fourth and final round coming up.
Fourth and final round.
Molyneux is a man on a mission. The referee had to just get involved ever so slightly there. He gives me the sense that he may want to get the job done early.
That's it. You get that sense of a bit more, you know, pressure at the start of this round from Molyneux, and I think he feels like he could get the job done early. You can see that in him right now. That stalking, that front foot, that pressing.
I think that comes back to what you said earlier on. I think it was the first round. He said, I'd like to see what would happen if Molyneux really started to put his foot on the pedal and let some gas go and like just up the tempo.
That's it, because I feel like, you know, he did that work in the first round, setting up with all those lovely feints and stuff, and now it's where it's like, right, okay, put that into practice. You've set those traps, now really make the most of them.
Again, Mara just ties him up. Referee has to get involved. And Molyneux, eyes on the prize, we can tell you that much. He hasn't taken his eyes off from a moment, and he caught him on the left-hand side of his face, and the sweat bounced off his head and glimmered in the brightness of the lights here at York Hall in Bethnal Green.
Yeah, it's lovely choppy right there from Molyneux, and Mara took it, no problem, and then held and prevented that extra work coming back from it.
And Mara just constantly on that back foot now, feeling the pressure. He's getting quite badly roughed up, isn't he, really? He's being chucked about in there, and it's clear that Molyneux is the stronger fighter. And he's getting caught ever so often.
Yeah, you see that tiredness coming in now. Hands are dropping, feet are going slower.
Oh, decent left hook to the body as well.
Yeah, lovely left hook there.
And I tell you what, I think if this had another round attached to it, I don't know if Mara would survive it, because I think he probably will get through the last 45 seconds here. But he is most certainly feeling the pace as Molyneux just marches towards him. Stings to the body with that jab and switches a stance as he corners him once again, which has been quite a theme.
That's it.
He's solid round the body, is Mara. He's been caught under that right elbow with that lead hook over and over again, and he's done extremely well not to go to a knee, and there he gets caught with that left hook again.
Again, lovely shot there.
And Molyneux really getting the hump with being held, but that was the fourth and final round, and a comfortable win in my opinion for Lewis Molyneux. He moves 4-0 and one to keep an eye on.
Definitely, nice comfortable win. Showed nice skills in there, nice skill set, and that patience, that, you know, trusting in his ability, but not switching off with it. You know, he was patient. When those shots were coming, he was moving his head, stepping his feet back, you know, getting out of the way, not getting hit with silly shots.
And it's easy to get hit with silly shots when you're tired, isn't it?
That's it.
And it's about that technique. It doesn't matter what sport it is, really, does it? Like, that's when things start opening up, whether it's football or boxing or whatever that sport is.
Like we said earlier, that complacency, that appreciation of your work, where you don't pay attention to what's happening.
Well, let's get the official decision from our MC, Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores a contest. 40 points to 36, the winner. In the blue corner from Liverpool,
Smile on the face of Lewis Molyneux, who gets his fourth victory. The O remains on his records in both sets. And I mentioned Sam Maxwell earlier on. Here we go, let's test your memory, Raven. Do you remember the World Boxing Series, where you might have even been in it?
No, they didn't have it for the women. It was just the men that they did the World Boxing Series with.
Do you remember who Sam Maxwell fought in this very York Hall?
No, I don't.
Vasily Lomachenko.
Oh, okay.
And you know, I'm so jealous watching back the footage because I never got the opportunity to go. And I remember a really good boxing friend of mine, Gibbo, said, "Oh, we've got to go to this at York Hall. There's going to be like loads of future superstars." And I was like, "Oh, I don't know if I really fancy it." Alexander Usyk boxed Joe Joyce here.
Yes.
Sam Maxwell obviously versus Vasily Lomachenko, and loads of really good fighters. We might even.
Are you kicking yourself now?
I am kicking myself. Absolutely kicking myself. But there we go. You can't go to them all, can you?
No, exactly. You know, sometimes you have to just appreciate it on the screen instead.
You certainly do. And there's some fights which you just think, oh, I'd have loved to be there, because you know the atmosphere would have been cracking. But also, I shouldn't say we've got the best seat in the house, because you have as well on Box Nation.
That's it.
Welcome into the ring from Cali, Colombia, John Henri Mascara.
Well, here comes John Henri Mascara, another away corner fighter, but a very busy one in that. This is his 12th fight of the year. He's boxed 54 rounds in total in his professional career. And you might be thinking, why on earth are you telling me that? Well, I'll tell you why in a minute when his opponent walks into the ring. And he's only ever come out of a fight once in terms of being stopped, and that was because he had a hand injury.
From Redwood, Freddie Cole.
And here comes Freddie Cole Butcher eventually. And the reason I told you that John Henri Mascara has boxed 54 rounds is because this is the debut of Freddie Cole Butcher, and there's some people who keep themselves to themselves, and Freddie Cole Butcher is one of them. Now, as a commentator and somebody who works in the sport, you do quite a bit of research on the build-up to a fight. Let me tell you, there is literally nothing on Freddie Cole Butcher. I don't think he's even got social media right.
It's pretty mad to say that in these days and age, isn't it? No social media.
It really is, but he's got a good crowd here.
Great song to come out to.
Oh, this is what will get them pumped up. This is what it's about.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is a full 3-minute rounds international contest in the super welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 5 wins and 19 losses to his name, weighing in 11 stone, 4 pounds, and tonight he wears the red, black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Cali, Colombia, John Henri Mascara. And moving across the ring into the blue corner, making his professional debut this evening, weighing 10 stone, 10 pounds, and tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Redwood, Freddie Cole Butcher. Your referee judge is Amy Boo, who will now give final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 4 3-minute rounds.
Well, here we go. You only get one debut. And this is the debut of Freddie Cole Butcher, who fights the experienced away corner fighter John Henri Mascara, who I've called his fights a few times before. Tough man. And I tell you as well, he's a bit of a showboat as well, and he will stand there and he'll do this sort of thing for quite some time until he gets hurt. And then before you know it, he's dancing around the ring like Muhammad Ali. But there's certain people you do that with, and there's certain people you don't. And Freddie Cole Butcher, who's brought quite a crowd here, will be looking to impress, won't he?
Yeah, definitely. A very interesting start to this fight.
Interesting is the word.
Obviously, you see Butcher's got that bob and weaving style. Needs to be careful doing that in front, though. As you see, Mosquera is just trying to whip those uppercuts in as he brings his head back round through the middle.
He is. He's a man of a different fighting style, we'll put it. Like I said, he tends to be able to mix it up. He knows exactly what he's doing. And here comes the showboating, which I was talking about in terms of the feet. And you can expect plenty of that. And I've seen him be booed many a time.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic to stand and cover. And, you know,
it's not often you see it, is it?
No, it's not often. And it can be frustrating, you know, because when someone's standing and covering like that, it's very unlikely for anything to really get through.
It is, and I guess what he's trying to do to Butcher is trying to sort of say, it doesn't matter what you hit me with, I'll just kind of stand there all night and you can use me as a punch bag. But eventually the referee will start to warn you and say, look, you guys are here to do something, and that's the box, so both get on with it.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like what Butcher could potentially do is, instead of going for all those, you know, hard power shots to the body, work up, tap, 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 make him feel a bit, you know, comfortable in his opponent, and then bring it downstairs, you know. Pull the hands away from the guard, you know, try and open him up. Try and
draw him into a bit more of a fight. And that was a good right hand which got through there. Half of it hit the glove, half of it hit the face of Mosquera. But Cole just got caught back on a return and comes back to that word we keep using, which is complacency. Just because he's standing there in front of you with his elbows tucked in and his hands up, it doesn't mean he's not going to come out with those sporadic shots of his own.
That's it, and we've seen him just sort of clip Butcher a little bit with those shots that you're on about.
And down goes Mosquera, most definitely a slip, but the fans of Butcher and others here in York Hall found it quite amusing, probably because of the start of the fight which he gave us.
Yeah, very interesting start to the fight. I've got to say, I don't think I've actually witnessed that in
wow, there you go. And how long have you been in boxing?
Yeah, quite a while. Interesting to say the least. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued to see how the fight progresses.
Yeah, me too. We'll see how the second round goes. I don't think you ever really get a round which is like the other round when you have John-Henri Mosquera in the other corner. He is a mystery man. That's one thing for certain. But what would you be saying to Butcher in that corner? Would you just be saying he needs to just try and open him up? He needs to just be tapping him and just trying to get him to let go of his hands?
Don't be complacent, you know.
I like your style.
Quick tapping shots. Doesn't have to all be power. Too much vast there on the face of John-Henri Mosquera.
And the referee not happy with it at all. They've absolutely smothered him in it. And the action will get back underway. And what sort of opening few seconds are we going to get? Is it going to be the same as last time? No, because Mosquera on that back foot a little bit, but a bit of a wild overhand right from Butcher. I tell you what, Ray, and I don't think Freddie Butcher was expecting this sort of debut for his first one, was he?
No, definitely not. And do you know what? It's probably not the easiest fight for a debut, just for how awkward Mosquera is being, really. You know, he's not just moving around and covering up.
He's not really boxing.
No, it's unpredictable, isn't it? And it's good for Butcher. I mean, he's going to have to think, he's going to have to stay switched on.
He is, and the referee just telling Mosquera to keep his head up.
Yeah, and he's going to have to adapt.
And it's got to be hard work, hasn't it, for Butcher, just hammering away at that body and just that tight guard.
I think, yeah, like as long as he's being busy, not getting caught with any silly shots, he'll do well.
And both of them starting to swing at each other a little bit there. Mosquera looks like he's enjoying it, to tell you the truth.
Definitely. I'd like to see Butcher maybe set those wild shots up rather than just go haymaker.
And the crowd react to that one, but it didn't quite land cleanly. It hit the glove.
He's making it a bit more exciting now. He's really pressing it so that Mosquera's got to fire back.
He is, and that was a bit of a wild uppercut from Mosquera. Butcher doing well to keep his head together here in his debut. He will most definitely want to impress, but he's got a really tricky, difficult, awkward and not an ordinary opponent in front of him. I think he was probably expecting someone to come out and box and throw the jab and he could work away, but he got caught with a right uppercut there, and Mosquera know he caught him.
Yeah, that's like what we were saying before, you know, set up their shots, don't just swing wildly, because that's actually when Mosquera's quite dangerous. He's just clipping them like you see there. He has got the capability to catch him, and he's looks strong with it. I see why Butcher's wanting to get in close. You know, Mosquera's got very long arms, he's got the reach on him.
He has, and he's just got to make sure he keeps that defence intact, because there was a couple of shots that got through there. The Butcher threw a decent jab at the end of that, which just jolted the head back of Jean-Henri Mosquera. And a bit of a different round again, but a little bit more of a successful round for Butcher.
Yeah, I think...
Not massively, but a bit.
Yeah, a bit. There was a bit more activity going on. He was trying to be a bit busier, which I feel like he's going to have to be with Mosquera to make him open up. You're going to have to throw those shots. But you see towards the end, like you were saying, Mosquera getting comfortable using that showboating with his feet a little bit. I feel like Butcher just needs to be careful, like I said. Keep those hands nice and tight. Don't be wild with it, because those uppercuts are flying in from Mosquera, and some have been very close. Just keep tight, stay tidy, but put the pressure on.
Well, let's see how he can get on with that in this, the opening few moments of the third round. And straight on the front foot is Butcher, who throws a mean hook to the body. I can't help but think, if you had Freddie Cole Butcher versus Freddie Cole Butcher, it'd be a great fight, and that was a good left hook from Butcher, and he knows he caught him on the temple there, and smelling a bit of blood as he just marches forwards. And there can't be a better debut than finishing your opponent. That's exactly what he'll be looking to do, as he just dipped down to throw the jab and followed it upstairs with a right hand to the tempo of Mosquera.
Got to be careful not to get too eager there for Butcher. You know, don't go flying in. How many times do you see where you think you've hurt the opponent, go flying in, and then the tables completely turn?
We've seen it over and over again, where a fighter is doing really well, but then they end up getting caught with a shot and they're gutted after. They can't believe that they slipped up or whatever it is. So,
but Butcher was good there. You know, there's a potential for it to happen. I thought he might have just gone a bit gung-ho, but he was good. He stayed tighter with it, didn't swing, landed some nice shots.
He did, and he's starting to make Mosquera miss a fair bit now. There's been quite a few of those wild shots which not necessarily got through, but they hit either the torso or the gloves of Freddie Butcher.
That's it, and I'm really liking that role of Butcher. He's getting really under the shots of his opponent, which is really nice to see. You don't see fighters with that kind of head movement much these days.
No, you don't. He's a bit of a throwback, is Butcher, and that was a lovely body shot, and then he follows it upstairs with a right hand, and Mosquera doesn't look like he's enjoying this as much as he was in the second round, but comes back with a pretty lethal... Oh my goodness, that was a good right uppercut followed by a right hand. and that has stunned Freddie Cole Butcher. This isn't exactly the debut which he was hoping for, and Mosquera looks to his corner, shrugs his shoulders to say, yep, I'm still here.
This is what I was worried about for Butcher there, is getting caught when he's flying wild, you know.
Butcher needs to do something here, doesn't he? Because the referee's going to get involved in potentially stop it, and that's exactly what he doesn't want. But it looks like he's woken up a bit, Raven.
That's it. It's tough. Like I said, I was worried this could happen because he's leaving himself in the pocket, open. And I said those shots from Mosquera are looking pretty vicious when they came through, because they come through with such whip, and you know, he smelt that there, and Mosquera wanted to finish him.
He did, and he did very well to keep on his feet, because in the last 30-40 seconds of that round there was a moment on the left hand side of our commentary position where Butcher just got punched over and over and over again, didn't he? And he didn't seem to have the kind of mental kind of activeness, awareness around him to get himself out of there, does he?
No, that was it, and it just sort of, the hands were low and he was just getting punched and punched, but he done well to withstand that flurry of attack. See if we can see the shot here. That wasn't the right hand, but it was a right uppercut, wasn't it? Followed by a right hand over the top, and it was I'll tell you what, it was a decent shot. It was a decent shot. I feel like Butcher could have afforded himself a little bit more time before he stood up. Obviously, in those situations, you never know how it's going to go or how you're feeling. You got time. Wait a minute, stand up. Give yourself time on the floor before you stand up. But he seems to have recovered towards the end of it, got through a flurry. But yeah, just needs to stay tight and not just throw wild haymakers, because that's the danger of what can happen. And it comes back to that word which we've used over and over again, and it's about learning, isn't it? That's what these early parts of your professional career is about. Freddie Cole Butcher has had that minute to recover, and he has come out with the bit between his teeth, and he's marching forward and just sinking shot after shot into Mosquera from Colombia. And again, Raven, he nearly got caught with that big whipping right uppercut, didn't he? That's it, he's coming out and doing the same sort of thing each round. Obviously, Mosquera's standing there.
And there it was again.
But I feel like that's going to have given Mosquera a lot of confidence now going into this. Withstand that attack and then start throwing while he's still in the pocket.
And Mosquera knows that the shot which worked for him before was that uppercut followed by that straight right hand, and he threw it again and landed with both of them. And he's really putting the effort in, the movement. He's digging his feet into the canvas as he throws the shot. He's come out tonight and thought, I'm going to have my hand raised for this one.
That's it. Butcher, when he moves his head, just needs to keep his hands a bit tighter. He's letting some of those shots from Mosquera just sliding through. But he doesn't seem too phased now this round. He seems to have definitely recovered.
He has, and there was a moment where he just shook his head where he got caught. I don't know if you could see it.
And he's still going.
Mosquera still a dangerous man. He's proven that already in the previous rounds, and he's enjoying himself. And here comes that showboating which I spoke about in the first. And he'll start getting some pantomime boos in a moment. I'm pretty confident of that, but Butcher just wants to get
in there and get to work.
He wants to get to work. He don't want any of this nonsense. That's what he's thinking in his head. But Mosquera becoming a pretty difficult man to keep hold of.
It is lovely movement though, isn't it? That
he is very fluid.
That's the Colombian in him, I suppose.
It is. It comes to that. Oh, he got caught with a right hand there, did Butcher, because almost it seems that Mosquera is mucking around as we go into the last 30 seconds. He does just throw a lethal right hand or that uppercut which he throws so well out of nowhere, and you've got to stay switched on when you're in with a man like him, as Butcher just kind of puts his chin into his chest and digs into the body there, and Mosquera back to fully enjoying himself.
That's it. Butcher still plying forward though, applying that pressure, throwing those big heavy shots, overhand rights.
Oh, that was a good one too to finish it. Really good. Stronger strong end to the round, and that turned into, and how it started, it turned into quite an interesting fight, didn't it? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, actually, the first bit.
It's actually quite hard to kind of talk about it, to be honest. I wasn't sure what was going on. But, yeah, very interesting. How would you say that's going to go?
Oh, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough because I
that
feel
knockdown
the knockdown is going to be the bit that decides it, doesn't it? My
would
guts.
You give the other 3 to Butcher?
I'd probably.
There was some nip and tuck parts of each round, really.
There was. I think if John Henry Mosquera gets this, that knockdown would have been the big reason, the decider for it. But it's going to be close, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it'll be close. I feel like Butcher will get it.
Well, let's find out from RMC, Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scored the contest 38 points to 38. This contest is a draw. A round of applause for both boxers. John Henry Mosquera and Freddie Powell Butcher.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think so. Do you know what? If John Henry Mosquera had got that, I wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised. Yeah. I wouldn't be screaming robbery from the balcony out there.
There's some close rounds in there because Mosquera really came back and put it on Butcher, and then also got the knockdown.
Yeah, and I tell you, when Butcher got caught and he found himself on the canvas, all I was thinking in my head was, I wonder what he's thinking now. Is he thinking, oh, I've lost this? And you know, did his confidence go then?
It was.
From Costa Rica, Jose Aguirre.
And here comes Jose Aguirre, as he just looks to be taking it all in and enjoying the atmosphere here in York Hall. That ring walk has got to be one of the shortest ones in boxing, and before you know it, you're in here looking around at all these people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Ipswich, Frankie Davies.
Well, here comes Frankie Davies. Good reception for him, some good noise, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of you watching him here on Box Nation, because Raven and I spoke about social media earlier on, and this is a man who knows how to work social media. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers, and these days you've got to be a bit of a content creator, haven't you, when it comes to being a professional fighter and building yourself and your brand.
Yeah, I do feel like these days it kind of comes as part and parcel of it, whether you like it or not. I wouldn't say I'm the keenest on social media, but you know, it works, and that's how, you know, everything's going these days, isn't it? Everyone looks at social media.
They do. It doesn't matter what profession you're in these days. The stuff which people watch, and Frankie Davies knows exactly how to build his brand, and just because he's big on that side of it doesn't mean that he's declining his boxing training, because he's an extremely dedicated individual. And if you're wondering what the wait's for, I reckon it's because they haven't hit play on his music yet. Well, someone must be singing it from behind him because he's finally making his way to the ring.
Yeah. Is this the start? It's coming up.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is. Yeah, things like that can be off-putting for fighters as well.
Because you visualise, I guess, what your ring walk's going to be.
But you have to expect anything when it comes to fight night and just, prepare.
WBM and Trinity Entertainment Boxing in association with our proud sponsors, Gladius and Gold Star Promotions, are proud to present our next bout this evening. It's a 6 3-minute rounds international contest in the super middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 2 wins, 1 by way of KO and 5 losses to his name, weighing in 11 stone, 12 pounds. And tonight he wears the blue and white shorts. Please welcome from Costa Rica, Jose Aguirre. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 7 wins, 2 by way of KO at the draw, weighing in 12 stone. And tonight he wears the pink and white shorts. Please welcome from Ipswich, Suffolk, Frankie Davis. The referee in charge is Mr. Kevin McCann of London, now giving final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 6 3-minute rounds. Seconds out, round 1.
Well, our first 6th rounder of the evening. Frankie Davey in the pink and Jose Aguirre in the blue. Aguirre from Costa Rica, Davey residing out of Ipswich.
And Davey going straight in there with that jab. Nice on the front foot pressure. I've seen Davey box before. I think it was on another Box Nation show. I was doing commentary. I was very impressed for a very tidy boxer.
Yeah, he certainly looks the part, and he'll be looking for a show reel stoppage to be promoting on the other side, which is his social media world, that's for sure. And I've got on my notes here from my previous viewings of him, is partial to a body shot, and I've put in brackets a left one. And we've seen about 2 or 3 of those already. And look at him looking for it as he just taps the head of Aguirre and then tries to tuck one underneath the right elbow. And that was a good right
Nice
uppercut, which went up the middle of the guard, wasn't it? Referee Kieran McCann, if you didn't catch him, was just shouting to the fighters to make sure you're working there, lads. Don't mind you being in the clinch or being close to each other, but you've got to do some work while you're there. And that was some tidy work there by Davey. And it looks like, I was going to say that Aguirre was cut, but it doesn't look like he is actually. It looks like he's just got a graze above that left eye already.
Aguirre trying to wave Davey on there like, come on, is that all you've got, but quite early on to be doing things like that, don't you think?
It certainly is, and he was just doing a little bit of showboating there, just looking to his right. Not sure why. Maybe you just seen John Henri Mosquera doing a bit of that beforehand, but the referee said, you're here to box, crack on with it.
It's been a nice start so far from Frankie Davey. Nice and controlled, patient, not rushing in, but really throwing that work in when he gets in there.
I think controlled's a really good way of describing Frankie Davey.
There's that left hook to the body that you were talking about earlier.
A good counter left hook there, wasn't it? Just as he stepped back with his right foot.
That's it. See Aguirre just stumble in after that shot as well.
And Davey just tucks up as Aguirre just tries to throw a few shots to the body. None of them were going to test him in any way. Going to the last few seconds here. And Davy's finishing strong. But he's doing exactly what he's meant to be doing, is he? He's not getting carried away. He's not just necessarily going for that big showroom stoppage in the first round. He's boxing well, putting his shots together, and he's being very controlled. Yeah, that's it, you know. Nice steady pace, sort of up the pace as the round went on as well, which is always nice to see. Nothing really phasing him coming back from his opponent, tucking up nice and well. And yeah, letting that left hook to the body go and bringing it back up to the head as well. Nice variety, and like we said earlier before, it's nice to see how it's going to step up through the gears as the rounds go on and through the rounds as well. Well, Jose Aguirre mainly boxed in Central America, in Costa Rica, or splattered across Central America. He has had one fight over here before, and I guess when you're kind of up and coming and you're early on into your career like Frankie Davey is, you just have to suss these people out, because there's not loads of footage on them, is there? It's not like you can go away and do loads of research and say, right, he's really good at throwing a 1-2, or he's a great body puncher. You've just got to adapt to what's in front of you on the night. That's it, and that's why fights like these are so important as well, because it really helps you learn your craft, get your skill, and adapt while you're in there, expecting the unexpected. And Davey doing a good job of that as he just soaks up a few shots there while he susses out his next move. And Kieran McCann just having a word with Davey about using the forearm. Good referee is McCann. See Gary there getting on the front foot for maybe the first time. It's nice to see him giving Davey something to think about, having to use his feet, getting himself off the ropes. It is, and it can make a dull fight when you've got an away corner fighter who just survives. We like it when they come and throw some good shots and get involved and take a few risks. Not just for us or for you watching at home, but for the people who've spent their hard-earned money and paid for hotels and all those kind of things to come and support these fighters, young fighters, on their journeys. And I bet the fighters want a bit more action as well, don't they? That's it. You want that fight, and I say you want to learn from that fight. You want to be able to pick things up as you're going on. You need to be able to try and work on new things, different things, changing the tactics if you have to. Gary just sunk a nice little right hook into the body and then just caught Davey off guard of a left hook upstairs. And he won't want to be taking too many of those as he just pops his jab out. And that's it. Gary seems quite tough, doesn't he? I mean, he's only been stopped once. He does. But I tell you what, those lead hooks to the body, he's gone quite red around the ribs on the right hand side, and when Davey just threw another one of those left hooks to the body, he winced a tiny bit. Yeah, and those are the shots that can really slow that opponent down. You see Gary here is trying to walk him down. Landing those body shots can just put them off that a little bit. But nice bit of work there from Gary. Gary just looking at the referee because Davey pushed him. I think Davey was getting fed up of being hugged and cuddled, and he wanted to get on with the action. So it's a nice counter work there. See how Davey's just leaning back, using the ropes, and then getting off his own little choppy uppercuts and hooks. It was nice to see. None really landing super flush, but it was stopping Garrett getting on his chest the whole time and preventing Davey from being able to work. What do you think Davey's biggest attribute is? For me, he's a good counter puncher. He draws him in and then he lands a decent lead hook or right hand. Would you agree with that? Yeah, definitely. Like I was saying there, that counter work was really nice, using his rope to his advantage with it. But I think he's got a very solid jab. You know, when he throws his jab, it's really offsetting as well. He doubles it up, he triples it up, he feints it, and it's really nice that he utilises that. It does, and you can tell that he and his coaching team must work on that catch and counter all the time, because every time he gets caught with a hook around the body,
You see it's very natural to him.
Yeah, it's just second nature. And we'll probably see a little bit more of it here as Jose Aguirre of Costa Rica walks forward and tries to land a shot. There it goes. He blocks it with the right hand and almost always tries to counter with it.
So it's nice. He uses that jab as almost as, you know, his distant counter. He knows it's tapping to, okay, I can throw that, I can whip in that body shot, I can whip in that uppercut, I can throw that backhand in. It's nice to see. And
he looks comfortable in the ropes as well, Davey, for me. He does look comfortable. Some people panic on the ropes and they think, oh, I don't like this. He just seems to be like, yeah, I'm all right, I'm quite comfortable here, carry on if you want.
And when you panic, that's when you can start making those little mistakes and getting clipped with shots you shouldn't be.
And boxing's most certainly the sport where mistakes can cost you highly. Putting the shots together nicely is Davey. And Jose Aguirre just hasn't given up in any way, has he? Just constantly walks forward, but I do feel like he's starting to get caught a lot more often.
Yeah, he's still coming forward as well, you know, pushing Davey back at times, and I think Davey's comfortable enough. I'd like to see him, you know, start those flurries, you know, like he did in that first round. It's really nice to see, and I think he can do that here. But he's still controlling it, keeping that jab popping out, which is good. But yeah, when Aguirre's in there and on his chest, whipping those body shots in and bringing them back up and then spinning around, you know, getting the combos off.
Frankie Davey always seems to be doing something, doesn't he? Whether he's moving his feet or his head, or he's feinting, or he's throwing those little tappy shots, or he's sinking one into the body. He's good at keeping busy, and I guess that's keeping Aguirre guessing at all times.
Yeah. See, I like this. Those, you know, they're not all power shots. He's just tapping him. He's in range, and then sneaking in some really nice uppercuts in there.
The last 30 seconds here. And Davey in the place which he seems comfortable on the ropes. Great defensive work there.
I was going to say, he covers up very nicely, takes sting out of a lot of the shots, and that little turn of the shoulder.
Good head and body shots there from Davey.
And yeah, that catch and counter is really nice as well. Just then that.
Well, Dev is with Elliot Amassi, so we'll catch a word of him.
Yes, Elliot Massey, great to see you, my friend. You made your debut here like last month. There's something special about your call, right?
It's got a mad atmosphere. It's history, boxing here. You have to box here, the mecca of boxing in Britain. Yeah.
It just sort of comes on top because you've done a ton of tickets as well. Are you expecting this atmosphere to build and build tonight?
You know what? When you're in the ring, to push, everyone when they're starting, pushes you, man. They push you. I love it. I can't wait to go again.
Listen, Frankie Davey, he's your mate. You're watching him. How's he getting on for you?
He's showing class. He's boxing. I feel like setting up nice shots. I'm excited. Stay tuned. I'm excited.
Good man. All right, let's head back over to our commentary, Darren Rees.
Thanks, Dev. Good to hear from Elliot Amassi.
Seconds out, round 4.
As we go into the fourth round here, if you're just joining us, Frankie Davey of Ipswich is in there with a Costa Rican in the name of Jose Aguirre. Frankie in the pink and Jose Aguirre in the blue. Some really good defensive work which we've seen so far from Ipswich is Davey, who seems to be pretty comfortable on the ropes and also just a comfortable round. It doesn't matter if he's in space. He's just got a lovely defensive style. But there's a bit of commentator's curse because, as I say, he gets caught with the right hand, Raven.
Always the way, isn't it? But then he throws that lovely left hook to the body, gets it right behind the elbow, and again there. You can really, that is definitely a shot he likes to throw, and it's nice to see the body work. Good little flurries there, which is what I like to see as well.
What I like there by Davey is he didn't get carried away. The noise went up in here and he just kept to his boxing. He could have really gone for it then, couldn't he? But he didn't.
That's it. He always stays very, tight. He doesn't open up his guard too much. Yeah. Even when he's throwing the shots, he's very defensively minded as well.
Mind you, just got caught with a couple of body shots downstairs, and there was a right uppercut thrown by Aguirre, which just snuck through. Not that it troubled Davey in any way.
Yeah, you see Aguirre's just trying to walk him down, isn't he? Trying to get his head on his chest and throw those wide hooks and uppercuts onto Frankie Davey. But Davey's taking it well. He's staying guarded. There's a few things are slipping through slightly as he's staying in the firing line to... I think he's trying to catch that and counter with his own shots.
Good selection of shots there from Davey as he just taps upstairs, sinks a couple into the body, and then continues to do much of the same.
Yeah, it's nice to see those little taps, but then I'd like to see that grip of the feet and really plant...
Let one go,
yeah, really put a heavy one in there.
Davey just... I want to say he's having a bit of a round off this round. He's certainly not doing as much as he was doing in the previous rounds.
Yeah, like I said before, he's been very defensively minded, covering up, then throw in those, quick flurries, no real power behind the shots, but it's just offsetting Aguirre from walking forward and just doing what he wants.
It's almost like he's trying out a few things in this round, maybe some stuff which they'd worked on in training camp on the build-up to this. I followed his social media on the build-up, and he certainly looked like he's working hard, and that's what you work hard for, is nights like this. But I tell you what, it was very much more of the same.
Yeah, definitely. Frankie Davey looks very comfortable in there. Doesn't matter what's been thrown at him, he's taking it, in his stride. Nothing's getting through, really. That defence is very well. He's leaning off, the guard's up, he's nice and tight, and I am loving those left hooks to the body. You really see him whipping them in, and it's really nice to see, and they're very well targeted.
Could be a very effective shot as well, can't it, when you catch somebody at the right moment, especially straight to the liver, and they can be sweet. And you almost always get a delayed reaction when you land those well, don't you?
And you always find with those, it's always the one that you don't put the effort into which catches them.
Yeah, when you're not looking for it.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to Pierce O'Leary about that when he dropped somebody with a body shot, and he said exactly the same thing. It's when you're not looking for it, they come.
Yeah, always. And that's the danger, isn't it? When you look for that knockout and you're loading up, you're showing what you're going to throw, aren't you? Because your opponent sees you load up on that shot, which makes it less likely to land. Whereas
it does. It uses a lot of energy as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when you miss.
You're tensing up, and you're more likely to miss.
And Costa Rica's Jose Aguirre coming out a little bit stronger this round, just putting his foot on the pedal a little bit more and marching forward. By no means is he having a more successful round now, just because he's upped the work rate, because Davey knows what he's doing. Defending well, and then there comes that lead hook again, which we've spoken about over and over again. It's probably his #1 shot.
Yeah, you see they definitely drill that shot, don't they, in the gym?
Over and over again.
Yeah. But I'm liking the shots coming from Aguirre. He's still coming back. He's trying to, like I say, he keeps just getting his head on the chest of Davey, and I feel like that's because he's actually the most successful there, because Davey stays in, tries to do that catch can, but one or two kind of slip through every now and then.
You're right, and as you said that, a right uppercut just crept through the guard of Davey. That has been the shot which he's been caught with a lot. I must say a lot, not bundles at times, but he's been caught with that shot more than any other.
Yeah, it's been the most...
I want to see a computer stat for how many left hooks he's thrown to the body.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, that, wouldn't it?
But this one is round 5 of about scheduled for 6. And if you're watching at home, have a look at the different angles in the camera. You'll see that they're advertising the Magnificent 7 in here, 7th of December. Some great fights on that. Love those Magnificent 7 cards. And one of those fighters is in here, Denzel Bentley, who's already been on your screen, unless you've just joined us.
Just a choppy right hand getting through on Frankie Davey from Aguirre there.
It did. It was set up by that lead hook to the body.
It's only really when Davey sort of stops moving his feet when he's in with Aguirre and tries to cover up, like I said before, just one or two kind of sneak through his guard.
I think Aguirre wants a bit more action because he keeps looking at Frankie Davey and sort of giving him the old hand gesture.
Yeah, he's been doing that since the first round, hasn't he? So, yeah.
That's obviously where he feels comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, he wants to be on that chest and just whipping them through there. You can see it, he's just crouching over. But Davey's doing a good job and just taking that little step back and whipping in his uppercuts and hooks, like you see there, to the body.
And you never know, he's still got one round to try and pull one of those body shots off as Davey.
I'd like to see him get his distance back in this round. He's kind of, you know, keep that long range, because when he was doing that in the first couple of rounds, he looked really good doing it. Having that distance, getting those nice long shots off and moving his feet. That was really giving Aguirre that trouble, and I think that's why he's trying to just get on his chest for the rest of this fight.
Well, 3 minutes. We might get a bit of a different round. The last two have been pretty slow paced, to tell you the truth. And haven't been the most exciting to watch. There's been some good stuff.
Yeah, there's been some nice work at times, and just that patience still from Frankie Davey, not rushing his work. Nice flurries in there, but I would like to see some big shots going in at times.
Yeah, I'd like to see a barrage of punches coming from both of them and just open up a little bit more in this 6th and final round, which in the moment looks very much like it's going to go to the scorecards. And I'll tell you one thing, the right-hand side of Jose Aguirre's body is going to be very sore tomorrow. I know that one thing. I know that for sure. But he's trying to make sure that Davies, both sides of the body, are going to be sore tomorrow. You must have heard me, because all of a sudden that head's gone down, that chin's gone into his chest, and he seems to be throwing lots of body shots.
This is where David just needs to give himself that little bit of space, that little step back, and then let his shots go.
Get his shots off the back of that.
That's it. And he's doing that now. When he stays on that jab there, that opens up those hooks and uppercuts for him. It's a good bit of back and forth when they're on the inside, though, isn't it?
It is. When they're both throwing, it's a good contest to watch. Oh, lovely right uppercut.
Yeah.
Really nicely thrown. Straight up the middle of the guard of Aguirre. Nice short lead hook upstairs from Davey. Just digs into that body over and over again.
Yeah, I do really like to see that sort of catch and counter work. You know, every time he feels that little tap on the shoulder, he throws back, he throws his flurries, his body shots, his uppercuts.
It looks a lot easier to do than it actually is as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that would be drilled and drilled and drilled back in the gym.
The last few seconds here. And by no means did Frankie Davey get into any trouble. And to be fair, neither did Jose Aguirre. So I'm pretty confident in the fact that Frankie Davey will get the decision here. And it looked like he tried out lots of stuff in there, stuff that they've been working on. That catch and counter, which we were banging on about, was good. That lead hook to the body was very good as well. He's going to be an interesting fight to watch with Frankie Davey as his career goes on. But we'll get the official decision in just a second from our MC, Mark Burdis. Kieran McCann bringing him to the centre of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest to 59 points to 56. The winner in the blue corner from Ipswich,
But that's exactly what we expected to happen. And before we get on with any more action, we'll go to our host for this evening, Mr. Dev Sani.
Thank you very much, Darren. Well, Frankie Davey keeps his unbeaten streak going. Raven Chapman, great to have you with us up here.
Thank you.
I've been enjoying your commentary tonight.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's always fun watching the boxing, just getting to talk about it as if you're sat at home on the sofa. It's been a good show so far as well. It's been some good fights, and they're really nice to see all the up-and-comings coming through.
What did you think of Frankie Davey then?
Yeah, he's good. I've seen him on one of the Box Nation cards before, and very tidy boxer, I'd like to see some power shots coming in there as well, but I think, a lot to come from him in the future.
A lot to come from Frankie Davey, Andy.
Yeah, I think so. I thought he varied up his weight to punch pretty well. He was a durable guy in front of him. I really enjoyed Freddie Cole Butcher against John Henry Mosquera because that was quite a bold fight to take on debut. Mosquera was very experienced and he looked like he had a plan. I think he fancied his chances of tempting Butcher to punch himself out, just tucking up and inviting him in, and then picked his moments, dropped him, and then he had to really dig it out. So it wasn't the plan for Butcher or for Jim McDonnell, that was it, Raven? But they found out a lot about him really early.
Yeah. We were saying what a fight to have for your debut, how awkward an opponent is that, and something I've never really seen, someone coming out like that, just covering up and then throwing wild, comebacks, and it was interesting to watch, exciting at times, and a bit back and forth. It was a good fight and tough one for Butcher.
Absolutely.
Raven, I haven't seen you since Saudi, since the fight against Sky Nicholson. It didn't quite go your way that night. At the bell, you kind of seem quite philosophical about it, but often things can change in the week since. How have you processed it, basically?
It's just one of those things. I wasn't myself on the night, and unfortunately that's boxing, isn't it? You've got to be good on the day that you fight. I think a lot of people that know me know that wasn't me and not what I'm necessarily capable of, and that's it. It's boxing. These things happen, and you have to take that and go again, and that's exactly what I'll do. I've spoken to Frank, and we've got a plan. I'll be back out sort of February time, and I'm not taking a step back. I'm not going for lesser opponents. I'm going to stay at the level I'm at and push for more belts and get the opportunity to have that fight again, and hopefully that time I'll be the 100% me that I know I am.
I love that. That is everything I wanted to hear from Raven Chapman. You've actually got a bit of a job to do. You're not finished on commentary yet, so Raven,
get back to the desk.
We're going to let you get back, and we're going to head back to our MC for the evening, Mr. Mike Burdis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Sheffield, Yorkshire, Cole Skye!
Well, you've got quite a evening's work tonight, Raven. You're commentating with me, you're up there on presentation. And here we go for another bout of the evening, here at the famous York Hall. Paul Scaife, who's stepped in at the last moment, and without people like him, this sport just wouldn't operate at certain levels. And I've got a lot of admiration for these type of fighters, that's for sure.
That's it. It's fights like these, you know, it means fighters still get to make their debuts on the dates that they would have done, and it'll be interesting.
Please welcome from the UK, by way of Ghana, Emmanuel Ashore.
And here comes Emmanuel Ashong, who will be in the opposite corner. As the MC just said, born in Ghana but now boxes out of the UK. I'm told was a good friend of Hamza Shiraz. I did find a bit of footage on Emmanuel Ashong in the amateurs. He had a limited amateur career, and the one shot which I watched him throw really nicely, and you'll know that I pick up on his shots because we did in the last one, didn't we?
Yeah.
But this time it was a left hook to the head, and he's dropped quite a couple of people in the amateurs with that lead hook, so he throws it in a pretty unforgiving manner. And good support, Raven. This is what we love, don't we?
Yeah, this is great.
That's where the buzz comes, isn't it?
I've actually seen a bit of Emmanuel Ashong in the amateurs as well. He boxed on one of my club's home shows, and yeah, very good technical boxer to watch, and you can see he's very strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, WBC Trinity Entertainment Boxing, in association with our proud sponsors, Gladius and Gold Star Promotions, are proud to present our next contest this evening, a 4 3-minute round contest in the super welterweight division. Firstly, in the red corner, having his 51st contest this evening, wearing the yellow and black shorts, weighing in 10 stone, 10 pounds. Please welcome from Sheffield, Yorkshire, Paul Scaife. And moving across the ring into the blue corner, weighing in 11 stone, 1 pound. He is black and silver shorts. Tonight he makes his professional debut. Please welcome from the UK, by way of Ghana, Emmanuel Ashore. Your referee in charge is Amy Boo, who will now give her final instructions to both the boxers.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, this is 4 3-minute rounds.
Emmanuel Ashong certainly looks the part. He's in good condition, and he looks up for it as well. For 3-minute rounds, this one. Ashong in the all black, and Paul Scaife, who, as I said, stepped in very, very late in the yellow with the blue boots. Good whipping left hook there from Ashong, and throws a decent right hand downstairs to the body.
Nice sharp, crisp punch as well. Good snap on them. And I remember that from when I watched him as an amateur.
I'm always interested to see how fighters in the amateur styles develop as they go into the pros. Do you think you've changed much since?
Slightly. I feel like I've always had a bit more pro style than amateur, very much
suited you a bit better.
Yeah, I used to base a lot of what I did on Mike Tyson and Roberto Duran, so I still feel like I do that now, but it's definitely progressed since, for sure.
That is quite the combination.
I like the dirty fighting, clearly.
And a slow and steady round here. Ashong, just as I said it, I might say it again, just because as soon as I said it, we got a outburst of 2 or 3 shots.
Nice.
It's a crisp jab,
yeah,
that really
nice
is.
Again, relaxed, you know, not rushing in. And then when he throws it, there's explosiveness behind his shots.
Ashong's good at being ultra relaxed, and then when he wants to turn it on, he goes from 0 to 100 very quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can really see that in that flurry just gone there. Just before you know it, he's thrown 4 or 5 shots.
Oh, I tell you, that was a good right hand over the top, and you can tell that really hurt Paul Scaife, because his legs dipped and he winks a little bit, and I've got a feeling he might get himself on the canvas here.
To tie up Ashong then.
That's where the experience comes in, isn't it?
That's it, and you know, you see he got that whiff of, oh, he's in trouble, and go for it, and picked lovely variety with it. Just didn't go hell for leather, but got that variety in head and body.
Scaife just threw a left hook which landed on the right glove of Emmanuel Ashong, and he just shakes his head at him to say, not tonight, not tonight, this is my night. And still ultra relaxed as they're just making me a bit dizzy, to tell you the truth. They've been going around clockwise for 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's maybe where Ashong can cut off Scaife a little bit. Like you say, he's just followed him around the ring as he's circled his way. But really great opening round there. You can really see that pedigree, can't you? That sharpness, that zip, that speed of the hands. Scaife done well there to withstand that and get in and smother and hold before he got more of a flurry there from Ashong.
He did, and it's a similar scenario to what we had with Frankie Davey in our previous fight. And you were talking about, I'd love to see what happens when he lets his hands go. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when Emmanuel Ashong lets his hands go for more than 2 or 3 shots, because I think he could do some pretty bad damage. Yeah,
you see how fast his hands were there. Like I say, before you know it, he's already thrown 4 or 5 with speed and with power, which is nice to see. And yeah, be interested to see how this round goes. I like to see him start stepping it up, you know, picking up that pace as the rounds go on.
Bit by bit. Well, here we go. This one is round 2, scheduled for 4. Scaife comes out with that nice and high guard, but he's definitely leaving himself open to those body shots, which Emmanuel Ashong likes to throw, as we've seen already. Good stab to the body with the lead jab, and sticks one upstairs, does Ashong.
So nice to see just that control there with the jab, getting that distance in. But again, just following Scaife around a little bit, like saying that circle. Nice to see him just take that step across. But nice reactions.
Oh, that right hand had some weight behind it from Emmanuel Ashong. And he's just starting to let his hands go a little bit more now, because maybe he feels that right hook to the body did enough to let him put his foot on the pedal a bit.
So you can feel Scaife is really, you know, he's feeling the power of these shots, and you can tell he doesn't want to get hit by them. You see that movement left and right. He's trying to avoid it at all costs, isn't he?
You can hardly blame him, can you?
Yeah, you can't blame him. And see, his hands haven't moved from his temples, you know. He's very wary.
He is, and that was a solid right hand which got through there, but Scaife just ties Ashong up once more.
Nice movements there from Ashong. Just I like in that change in level, that bend in the knees, up and down, moving the head, and really offsetting. Lovely output of punches there. Nice selection.
Yeah, head and body and head. Just threw a decent jab to the body, and then went downstairs with a lead hook and followed it up with a shot upstairs. All 3 of them got through. Tell you what, it's a good job that Scaife's got those hands high, because that right hand was like a train the way that it came through, and Scaife looking to get close so he can hold on would be my guess. And I guess that Emmanuel Ashong's job here is to just keep him at distance and give him enough space to throw those shots.
That's it. Set those traps, you know, throwing that nice jab, opening up Scaife up as much as he can and then try and make him pay for it. But you can see Scaife's not enjoying it in there, and you know, fair play, he stepped in at last notice, and
there's some mean shots there on the ropes.
Throwing some lovely shots in there, getting through as well, getting past that high guard of Scaife.
And for Scaife, that bell came at the right time, didn't it? Because Strong was just starting to get on top of him in the... I mean, he'd been winning every moment of the round, but he just started to up that tempo, which you spoke about, towards the last 20 seconds of that.
That's it. And like I say, getting that shot selection nice, that head, that body, and yeah, he just started to open up there, and yeah, saved by the bell a bit for Scaife because he was starting to get on top, but nice and controlled there from Ashong. And I like to see him still up that tempo a little bit the next round. He did it from the first round as well. So yeah, just like to see that a little bit more. And I think, you know, Scaife's there to get out if he wants to. If he puts his foot on the gas, gets in the gear, it'll be good. I'm intrigued. It's been a good fight so far. Good from Ashong.
He has, and one of the things which I noticed in the previous round was that Ashong had become wise to Paul Scaife trying to get close so he could hang on to him, and he tried to do it, and then he was just creating some space in between him to make sure he didn't get hold of him and that he could get his work off. So I'm sure if he was wise to it in the last round, he'll be even better on that stuff here in the third round. There's that left hook which we spoke about right at the start. It comes whipping round. It's dangerous, is that? If that hits the button, then they're going down.
So lovely jab, head and body.
Oh, lovely double jab. Followed it up with a straight right hand. It's textbook, that jab, Raven. It's one of those ones, if you got a kid in a gym who just started boxing and said, do you want to know how to throw a jab? Watch this.
Yeah.
He's one of those, isn't he?
Nice step in for it. It's nice and straight. Cutting through the guard as well. Lovely.
Two heavy right hooks there, wasn't it?
Yeah. But not following it up with anything, you know.
I wonder if he's just a bit wary of what could potentially come back. Scaife hasn't given him any reason to be wary, has he? But you know, like you've identified moments where he could have let his hands go and he hasn't.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, debut as well, first time in the pro ring. Lovely there. Nice that he let his hands go there, but I think Scaife's doing well of also being a bit awkward in terms of that moving around. Yes, keeping that guard tight. Nothing's getting through too much with that guard, but when they do, it's heavy, and Scaife knows that.
And he's putting his shots together.
Through. Legs look wobbly of Scaife there.
They do, really do. He's just trying to find where the canvas is, and he's pretty lucky that Emmanuel Ashong hasn't let go as much as he could have. And he could get the dream debut of a stoppage here, because there's still 30 seconds to go in this third round. And again, I think Ashong's done a good job in not getting carried away and sticking to his boxing, because he could have just really gone for it there. And to be fair, he might have got the job done if he did.
I feel like Scaife's legs are still maybe not quite under him yet. Lovely selection.
Solid shots from Emmanuel Ashong. But I've got to say, for a lad making his debut, it's a very mature performance.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. It's very controlled, very patient. Not throwing if he doesn't feel like the shot's there. No? Keeping it controlled with that jab, but not wasting anything either. But then I feel like you could then possibly take those risks, let's say, really apply the pressure when Scaife was sort of unsteady on his legs there, get in, apply the pressure. But we have seen Scaife, when he's been like that, just hold. So I think maybe it's wary of not losing that opportunity by getting in the hold.
Yeah, he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot right. Is Ashong. Plenty to. He's going to give people plenty to talk about. That's for sure. An impressive debut so far. And Emmanuel Ashong just beats his chest there as he reminds himself where he is in his professional debut. Oh, and that was a solid right hand which was just above where we're sitting, and that was a really good right hand which followed, and the referee was pretty likely to jump in there, and that was the right decision because Paul Scaife was on the road to a potentially pretty bad knockout, but a fantastic ending to the fight for Emmanuel Ashong. We always say about the dream debut, and that's how almost every fight we probably want it to go.
Yeah, definitely, and that was kind of what we were saying in terms of what we wanted to see when that shot lands, not waiting for that shot lands, but he jumps on that opportunity to take, and that's exactly what he did there. And yeah, I'm glad he did, and it was great right hand as we see just there, and then the flurry continued, and a great call from the ref, like you say. I don't think
he picked the right time, didn't he? Because there was a moment earlier on when Paul Scaife's legs had gone, and
but he was in the middle of the ring, wasn't he?
That's correct, yeah. Where he was in the ideal situation, he could really let him go. And Emmanuel Ashong just showing lots of love and respect, and he knows about him. Then he potentially he wouldn't have been having his debut tonight. But we'll get the official time from our MC, Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 23 seconds of the fourth round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO in the movement from the UK by way of Ghana, Emmanuel Ashong. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the brave and gallant Paul Scaife.
Wow, Emmanuel Ashong, what a professional debut. The crowd in here buzzing, and you delivered. What a stoppage win. Talk me through it.
Yeah, we trained hard. We was in LA in training camp for about 3 weeks. Came here, carried on training hard, and it all paid off tonight. So I'm excited for the future. I've got a great team behind me, and we're just striving to get to the top. Just working every day, and inshallah soon we get to the top.
Emmanuel couldn't have got better. You know, got some rounds in, and then in that last round, delivered a devastating stoppage. Just talk me through that.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Almighty Allah. I'd like to thank my coach, my team, my family. Without them, none of this would have been possible. But I want to say Allahu Akbar. I just want to carry on performing, training hard, and yeah, coming up on great shows for you guys. But yeah, it was great being in there. Great learning experience. I had to find my shots. Didn't want to rush too much. I felt like I was rushing. So that's all with the learning, that's all the experience. As time goes on, you're going to see more performances like this and better.
Speaking to Sonny ringside, and we said this is going to be an exciting journey because the talent's clearly there. But you need a support system for your first fight. The crowd, as I said, really came out for you. You and these guys can really go a long way in the sport together.
Definitely, most definitely. I trust Sonny to take me all the way to the top of the sport, all the way to the top of the game. But it's just about hard work. If I don't put in the work, I won't get there. So I have to be in the gym focused, training hard, with my team, listening to my coach, and we'll get there, inshallah.
Emmanuel, superb stuff. Well done.
Thank you. all, man. I mean, you got a few rounds in, you got the stoppage. Who doesn't want a stoppage on their debut? Impressed his home crowd, and yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing him in the future.
What did you think, Andy?
I thought he was good. You look at him physically, he's got good long arms on him, kind of rangy shoulders. He looked like he had some power. He doesn't get stopped very often, Paul Scaife. I think 5 people in his previous 48 defeats have managed to do it, and that tells its own story. He got to him earlier in the fight and I thought he might be about to go. It wasn't quite there for him, so he didn't go crazy and just unload completely, stepped off, wore him down a bit more, and then eventually got to it. It was a good performance.
There was a bit of spite. He had a bit of spite about him, the way he put his shots together at the end as well, and there was a kind of aura. I know you like what you saw, Denzel.
Yeah, 100%. He had good spite in his shots. Like, you can see he wanted to hurt his opponent with, you know, every big shot he threw there. I mean, obviously, of course, moving on, there'll be things to work on, setting it up better and stuff, but he had his opponent hurt a few times. But the opponent was so crafty, he just held on to him, you know, wouldn't let him go, wouldn't let him do that. But then when he found that distance in the 3rd round, the stoppage round, you know, he hurt him and then didn't fall onto him and proud his work. He just tapped off and let his hands go, and the ref thought that was enough. But that was impressive, man. I enjoyed that.
Well, they call him Manny. He's a sparring partner, a training partner of Hamza Shiraz as well, who speaks very highly of him. Hamza Shiraz, you're good mates with Hamza Shiraz as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a good place if he's, you know, in the same camp with Hamza. So yeah, good for him.
We've got to see that one day, Denzel.
Oh, talk to your boy Hamza, man. Tell him we got to see it. I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready, man.
Obviously, you've got Brad Pauls first. Again, we can see everything around it. We should have news on Hamza Shiraz's next opponent very soon. But what do you expect him to do? I know you've got Brad Pauls. There's a lot of talk about world title fights for him next. What do you think he'll do? There's talk about him fighting in February.
I mean, look, wherever he does, good luck to him. Right now, I've got to focus on Brad Pauls, like you just said. I've got a big task ahead of me, and maybe after that fight, I can start thinking about what Hamza does next. Because right now, I'll be taking my eye off the ball, taking concentration of what I need to be concentrating on. So I got no interest in Hamza right now.
Not interested in Hamza. Tell you what though, that middleweight division, Andy, it's fantastic right now. There was a moment when no one was, I don't know, it kind of died a bit once Golovkin went. But now you're seeing Hamza, you're seeing Denzel. It's got Brad Pauls coming up. Janibek's a good champion. It's great. It's a great division again.
Well, things regenerate, don't they? When you've had somebody like Golovkin at the top for such a long time, who'd been so dominant, then it's a void that can take some filling. I think Hamza should take that fight against Janibek. You look at the last couple of performances against Samo Williams, deep in the fight, carried his power deep, got the stoppage, and then he beat Tyler Denny, a European champion, comprehensively at Wembley Stadium. I think he should take that fight. I don't think there's any reason not to take it. I think he's ready enough, and you know, it's a roll of the dice this career, isn't it? You have to be prepared to roll it. I think he is prepared to roll it.
Well, listen, one thing's for sure, he won't be short of options. He's becoming a bit of a star now, so there's plenty of options out there. Tell me about this Freddie Cole Butcher fight that we watched. It was 4 rounds. It was Freddie Cole Butcher's professional debut. Mosquera just covered up, took a few shots, ended up knocking Butcher down. It was quite something to watch earlier on tonight.
It was. I forget his name, the guy that knocked him down, not Butcher, the other kid.
John Henry Mosquera.
John Henry Mosquera.
Remember the name.
Yeah, good fighter, very skillful, very talented. You can see the skill with that young man. I mean, he probably could have made a good prospect, but chose the other route. And look, fair play to him, but he showed a lot of skill today. Butcher needs to go to the gym, work on some stuff, and I'm sure he'll be back. He ain't going to be impressed, he ain't going to be happy. He got the draw, it's not a loss. He needs to take that as a lesson, go to the gym, fix a few things, and he'll be back. But yeah, Mosquera, I was impressed with his style today.
Yeah, I think we all were. We are building up here. Main event, of course, Luka Plantic against Martin Bulacio, and of course we've got Fayak Udin against Numan Hussein. A brilliant fight between 2 friends, and that's where I've got to bring you in here, because have you ever fought a friend? Has that ever happened so far in your career?
Yeah, I mean, friends in boxing. My last 2 opponents, we were friends in boxing. Me and Danny Dignam shared the rings loads of times. We helped each other for loads of different camps. Derek Asante was someone I knew. We had loads of mutuals. Like he said in the press conference, we messaged about our kids and stuff like that. And look, essentially, yeah, if you want to use the word friend, we can say we were friends, and we have to put that friendship aside for the moment and do what we need to do to feed our families. So it is what it is.
Well, let's head back to our MC, Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Prague, the Czech Republic, Josef Stolenic.
Well, we're back to the action here at York Hall, and I've got to say it's just starting to liven up in here. You just get a sense of that buzz building as we get closer and closer to the main event. And here we go with the next one. It's a conveyor belt of fights, and Josef Stranik is up next from the Czech Republic, from Prague in the Czech Republic. Two of his wins have come in the first round, so he'll be one to keep an eye on, that's for sure, and he can obviously throw a punch when he needs to.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Hull, Essex, Alfie Gaskin!
And here comes Alfie Gaskin when he's ready to do so. Some good noise when they said his name. He's had 5 fights at York Hall before, and he's had 6 fights in total, so he's most definitely familiar with this place. He said that he's had a bit of time to learn off the likes of Jai Opataya when he was down at the Peacock Gym, and just kind of watched and absorbed everything, because when you're watching those kind of levels of fighters who have been there, done it, and got a lot of class, there's plenty to get your ears on.
Ladies and gentlemen, WBM and Trinity Entertainment Boxing in association with our proud sponsors Gladius and Gold Star Promotions proudly present our next bout this evening. It's a 6 3-minute rounds international contest in the super middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, with a 5 wins, 2 by way of KO, 1 loss, 1 draw to his name. Weighing in 11 stone, 9 pounds, and tonight he wears the black shorts with red trim. Please welcome from Prague in the Czech Republic, Josef Stranik! And moving across the ring into the blue corner, with a 5 wins and 1 loss to his name, weighing in 11 stone, 8 pounds. And tonight, he wears black shorts with silver trim. Please welcome, from Hull, Essex, Alfie Gaskin! Your referee in charge is Mr. Kieran McCann, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 6 3-minute rounds.
But here we go. Fight number 7 for Alfie Gaskin, and he's got a tough opponent in front of him. He's obviously sold some tickets, because there was some noise in here when he came to the ring, and on the second announcement of his name as well, and both of them come to the ring, and that was a great jab and followed it up with a right uppercut to kick things off, and Stranik doesn't know what he's walked into all of a sudden.
Yeah, Gaskin getting right to it there, wasn't he? Not
he
really
can't miss at the moment,
missing.
can he?
No.
Great minds think alike. Stranik's legs look a bit heavy, and I don't know if that was a knockdown, but it's being counted as one. What did it look like from where you're sat?
It looked a bit like a punch but a push while he was off balance.
It certainly wasn't a clean knockdown anyway.
But yeah, that double jab backhand from Gaskin has been really effective already in this opening.
He sets that right hand up with that double jab, just taps it upstairs, doesn't he, and then lets it go. And he's doing plenty of good stuff in the opening round of this one, which is scheduled for 6. And I tell you what, I'm quite shocked with how heavy the legs of Stranik look. They almost look like there's something wrong there. He's not on his toes in any way, is he? And it doesn't look like his brains communicate with him the right way.
Very flat-footed, just can't seem to read the punches of Gaskin as he's coming in, and that's working very well in Gaskin's favour. But lovely sort of in and out as well at the feet from Gaskin, which is nice to see. And that jab's super effective.
It is. It just disrupts the rhythm at all times, doesn't it? Every time that he tries to kind of make an entrance, Gaskin throws that jab out there and it does the business. Well, they both nearly landed on us for I thought it was going to happen for a moment there.
It's nice to see throughout tonight. I feel like we've used the word controlled quite a bit, and a lot of these fighters have had very controlled performance. They haven't come out all gung-ho and, you know, swinging for the heels and showing that skill.
It's a good point, and there has been plenty of occasions where people could have.
Lovely sort of rear uppercut into the belly there from Gaskin to Stranick, and then following it up with the backhand too. Nice and controlled, nice and measured, getting that distance there.
But I'll tell you what,
finish on left hook as well to the body.
I get the feeling, the gut feeling, that Stranick just, from the first couple of shots he got caught with, he just has looked a bit overwhelmed.
Yeah, almost like a deer in headlights. He was just there, wasn't he? That double jab backhand from Gaskin. He threw it a couple times in a row and it landed every time. And you know, and he's already got his range with that as well, Gaskin, and he can't miss with that jab.
I mean, you expect it when you're in the fifth and the sixth and whatever else,
the legs get a bit heavy
and the energy levels
flat,
go, and you start making mistakes because the hands go down and all of that. But because it was the first 6 shots of the fight.
Like Stranick needs to sort of get on his feet a little bit, feel it on the ground and start moving and get into flow. It doesn't look like he's in a bit of a flow.
He does. He looks a bit clunky, and quite interesting to note that he didn't sit down in that minute's rest, and if there was anything wrong with the legs, I would have expected him to sit there and struggle to get up, but maybe this is just his style.
Potentially. Backhand getting through there from Stranick though.
He did. He throws a lead hook and Gaskin gets himself out of the way.
I like that with the step off and still trying to be busy throwing that jab so they don't get that chance to reset on the opponent when you move like that. It's nice to see there from Gaskin. Nice backhand as well.
He's boxing well. He's reading the fight well. And I've got to say as well, the Stranick does look like the bigger man in there.
Yeah, sort of wider set.
He does, he's broadened. Not that that's having any form of an effect as Gaskin just follows him around the ring and just pushes a right hand through the guard. Oh, and that was a great right hand, and he really felt that one. And referee Kieran McCann has had enough. It was the first one which set it up, and then the shot which followed was plenty, because if his legs didn't look right before, they certainly don't look right now. And Gaskin jumps in the air for joy and a huge smile on his face. Great shot.
Timed shot as well.
Timing was brilliant.
Bang on the button, just great precision, and that's where the legs went straight away. Almost stepped back a minute to look, realised and went straight back on him, and that's where referee Kieran McCann stepped in and waved off.
And the word you used at the very start of the fight was about his timing as well.
Yeah.
And that is exactly where that timing came in, and it was spot on.
Yeah, I believe that's Alfie's first stoppage win as well, so he'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, you can't beat winning by stoppage because it's just impressive, and no matter, not every single person, but lots of people. Punters want to see the stoppages, don't they?
And that time off, like I say, it took a bit of time out, practicing, working on that craft has clearly paid off.
But it's worked well for him, and in just a moment we'll get the official time from our MC Mark Burdis.
ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute and 2 seconds of the second round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO in the blue corner from Hungary, Alfie Gaskin. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Yusuf Stianis.
Alfie Gaskin, wow, second round stoppage. Your family were behind me, they were loving that. Just talk me through it, Alf.
Listen, Umar, I've been in the gym a long time this year. I was meant to be out in June. I've had a couple of shows cancelled. And listen, I've been in the gym. I ain't took no days off. And it just showed in there tonight. I've only boxed Orthodox as a pro. I've probably boxed 2 Southpaws as an amateur. My first Southpaw pro coming there. He was a dangerous guy. 5 wins, 1 loss, 2 knockouts. And listen, me and my team have been studying for him for weeks. And he just showed tonight.
You look so calm in that first round, picking your shots really well. Didn't really get caught once in a fight, I think. But you look like a mature Alfie Gaskin tonight. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's it. Everything's coming now with the right timing. So, listen, I've got a good team around me now. I don't need to rush nothing. There's a lot of people talking a load of nonsense around me. I don't need that. I've got a good team in Martin, all the boys down the Peacock, Alfie and all that, my managers. They're the only ones that listen to me, and they tell me what's next.
Correct decision there from the ref, just step in there.
Yeah, it was one of them shots. I threw a shot, I didn't really know what I hit him with, and the next thing the referees waved it off. It's my first stoppage as a pro, so listen, the emotions was running high, but I'm glad to get that.
Alfie, I'm hearing a name, just ringside, he already boxed Frankie Davey. Is that a potential fight that you're looking at or not?
Listen, I'm only 21. It's whatever my team says next. It's all about developing me. I don't need to be in those silly fights, but listen, if that's what's next, that's what's next. But it's down to my team, drive me nice and steady and keep me active, keep me busy and build me up to the right fight, to the right time.
Very loud in here for you tonight. You guys with your fans can go a long way in the sport. So Alfie, well done and see you soon.
Thank you, Umar. I'd just like to say a big thanks to all my sponsors for backing me, sticking by me through this camp. And there's one man I want to say happy birthday to, and that's Danny Amit. I know you're watching it, Dan. I hope you've done you proud out there tonight, mate. That moment's for you.
Thank you, Alfie.
Cheers, Umar. Thank you.
Okay, well that was Alfie Gaskin. Fantastic knockout performance. And there's no one more happy than his cousin, John Hedges. How are you?
Oh, well, Dev, yourself?
Very good. What did you think? That was your cousin in there.
Big performance, very big performance. I think the way he started, he looked confident in there. Everything. He boxed brilliant tonight, and out to him. He made the first time making championship weight, done everything very professional. And yeah, congratulations to Alfie. What a performance, what a shot and all.
Yeah, I think that's his first knockout, right?
First knockout, yeah.
So, I mean, it's been a long time coming. Yeah. He must feel so good that he's got it.
The pressure's off now. Yeah. Like, people know he can punch a little bit. He's proved himself, and most of all, look, he's got the benefit of his hard work, hasn't he? So, yeah, well done.
Clearly comes from a good family.
It's a fighting breed, you know what I mean? They're fighting breed.
Pretty good there, Andy.
Yeah, and you know, you look at his record and he hadn't had these stoppages before tonight, but I never read too much into that because it depends who you're in with, really. And the one defeat, we mentioned it right at the start, was against a fighter who a month or so ago I saw win a really good fight to become Southern Area champion, S.A. Smith, good fighter. So that's nothing to be ashamed of, and I've learned a lot from that. But yeah, I thought he was good. He's had to adapt to a new gym, hasn't he, as well, and that's not easy. It's like first day at school, everybody's looking at you wondering what you've got. You have to prove yourself. It's not an easy thing, and that Peacock gym is a tough place.
What was that period like for Alfie, taking that first defeat, changing gym, leaving the same gym as yourself, going over to the Peacock, uprooting and kind of almost starting again. What was that like from your understanding?
I think that just shows his level of maturity. He didn't have to wait to be told. He knew he had to do more. I think before that fight, he knew he could have been doing more. And it just shows he's matured as a person, as a man, took the hint, went to another gym, found his feet. And look, you just seen that performance. It looked like a different Alfie Gaskin tonight. And I think that was just a little glimpse of what we're going to see for the future. And I'd love to see the rematch down the line with S.A. Smith, because, like I say, S.A. Smith's a great fighter, as Andy said, and I'd like him to put her on the white.
That'd be a nice rematch one day. Makes sense, right, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. S.A. Smith is the kind of guy who'll be happy to fight anyone, basically. And I could see that being a really entertaining fight to watch. He had a really good fight against James Osborne, it was, but prior to that, he got 6 with George Liddard in front of a very pro-Liddard crowd, and that was basically what got him the opportunity. These lads, these fighters, they're around at that level where they will just have it with anybody, and he's definitely one of them, so I'd be keen on that.
What about yourself? What's going on, John Hedges?
Just, living life, Dev. Just enjoying my training. Obviously, I boxed for the Southern area in July, got the win there, felt comfortable, felt good in it. And yeah, just been getting, look, I'm getting stronger, getting bigger by the day. Everyone keeps saying I'm a heavyweight, I'm still a cruiser. But no, it's nice to get heavyweight sparring. It's nice to make the most of being a big lump.
Were you at a lower weight than this before? I feel like you were.
I started off a super middle.
I knew it, but I felt stupid bringing it up because there's no way you were ever a super middleweight.
No, I started a super middle at 18, but I'm 22 now. I found my feet as a pro, 10-0, champion, Southern area champion. So yeah, on to big things.
It was kind of strange for you early on, I guess, because you turned pro at 18. I remember I was at that debut, and you're 18, like you're saying, so we all know that you're not going to stay in super middleweight. You're going to go to light heavyweight, but you're probably going to go beyond that. It's a bit of a relief now that you've hit a weight where you'll at least stay for a while.
Exactly that, Andy. Like, when you first turn pro at 18, you want to be big, you want to be as strong as you can be, you want to use anything you can to work in your favour, you want to have on your side. So when I first turned pro, it killed me to make super middleweight, but I knew I was so young, still immature, I needed to have every advantage possible. But when I finally started developing, it's nice for people to say, you know what, he's 6'6", he's a big man, he is a cruiserweight. So yeah, it feels like a weight lifted off my shoulder.
And I remember as well that debut, because it was a bit of a baptism of fire, because Jan Ardom's a good fighter. He gave you a rough old ride that night, and there was a bit of a backlash on social media, which you totally didn't deserve, but to learn that lesson about the brutality of this game outside of the ring that young was probably quite useful, although you wouldn't have enjoyed it at the time.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it's the best thing that ever could happen to me. I changed trainer like Alfie did there, went straight to a new gym, and it found me feet in the sport. And I think by taking a hard opponent on your debut, it just shows you how hard boxing can be, and it gets you prepared for it, do you know what I mean? And since then we've had 4 undefeated fighters, and we kept to maintain a winning record, so that's what it's all about.
You're doing very, very well. You're a standout young cruiserweight coming through in this country, just like Alois Jr. is.
I was waiting for that one.
I've got to ask you, he's got a fight coming up on the Magnificent 7 Queensbury show against Lewis Oakford, a man that you have a win against. Technical decision, wasn't it? How did you find your fight with him?
It's a bit of a frustrating fight, Devon, for us, like if I say so myself, because it was a fight I was in control of. Lewis is a good opponent. He's tough. That is why I'd say his main positive thing is he's a very tough man. But yeah, I was cruising the fight, got a clash of heads in the 6th. It's unfortunate, it's boxing, and it's a shame it ended like that, because I fancied myself to stop him in late rounds. But at the end of the day, no discredit to Lewis, because he's a good fighter, and I think he gives Alois a good fight.
How do you think the fight will go? Do you think Alois will get it done?
I think Alois should win. He should win. If he don't, it'd be a bit of a surprise. But like I say, Oakford he's had a good win against Devon Miller since. Oakford's a good fighter. But I favour Alois, I do favour Alois in this fight.
How would you get on with Alois?
No question needed to be said there, 100% win. Do you know what, me and him don't like talking about sparring. We've had some good spars, you know what I mean? But yeah, I favour myself. There's never a question on that one, Dev.
Is that a we've had some good spars, wink, wink, nudge, nudge?
Sparring, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Hey, you've done it now, but listen, you're also in the same gym as Tommy Fletcher, right? Tommy Fletcher's in that stage where he's got to rebuild, he's got to regroup a little bit. What's it been like with Tommy?
Listen, it's not nice to see one of your stablemates lose, and I think Tommy's going to come again. I'm positive of it. He's the same as myself, he's a young man, and he's in the cruiserweight division. I think he just gives a reality check how hard the division is. Sometimes you fight someone who's not a name, and you have a lose like that. It can happen to us all. But I think with Tommy, he goes back, he rebuilds now, and he's still got a bright future. Do you know what I mean? So it's just his courses took a little bit of a different route now.
But in terms of all these young British cruiserweights coming through, am I talking to number one right here?
You are talking to number uno, Des. Yeah, 100%, mate. Look, like I say, I'm here. As Andy said there, I will take any fight. Eddie, you've only got to ring him up and he'll take it. So if you want to get me and the lawyers on over in Saudi, I'm your man.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Andy, it's a great division though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. And just while we've got you here, you're looking at the top of the division as well. You're keeping your eyes on everything. And speaking of Saudi, you've got Chris Smith up against Zurdo Ramirez in a unification next weekend. I know stateside, as they generally tend to, they're kind of writing Chris Smith off, but that for me is a real interesting fight to call.
The exact same there. I rate Ramirez as a great boxer. I think he's as technically probably the best in the division, other than Opatoya, personally, as technically would say. But I think Smith could really upset him because the relentlessness, the fitness, the toughness, pushing on a fighter for 12 rounds. I wouldn't write Chris off in this fight at all.
And the cruiserweight division generally, the last few years, it's been a hot division. You look at what the World Boxing Super Series did for it, but you look at Usyk, you look at what he's been able to do, stepping up from cruiser to heavyweight, and I think it makes most cruisers look at that division above and feel like, well listen, like getting in the ring at 215, 220, which is just doing what you would normally do without a weight cut, it can be done.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're starting to realise that realistically there's a lot of cruiserweights who could be heavyweights, and back in the 70s and 80s we probably would have been heavyweights because of the size of us, but we're just a balled down version. There's weight divisions for a reason. I believe the heavyweights have got that natural size. I think if you're not weighing 108 kilograms naturally, you shouldn't be a heavyweight personally because of the big names out there. But that's just a personal preference. And yeah, like I say, there's weight divisions for a reason, but there is definitely a few in the cruiserweight division right now I can see moving up and making a name for themselves.
Well, speaking of heavyweights that have size, I remember hearing a story about you sparring Daniel Dubois and almost begging him to stop. I'm sorry, Daniel, leave me alone. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, Daniel's a great fighter and a great person, and I was saying about his win over AJ, there's not a man who deserves it more than Daniel. What a man and what a hard worker. I think he's a good inspiration and idol for all us young fighters. But yeah, me and Daniel was body sparring down Lula's gym, and I'm an honest man. Out of pure fear, Dev, I've stepped out and threw a backhand to defend myself, and but I half tried dying it down like sorry, and his eyes just stared right at me. and like I say, I'm looking at them eyes, and I thought if I don't stop this, I'm going to lay up on the canvas in a minute. So I was like, Daniel, So yeah, we died it down, but like I say, what a man and a big role model for myself.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, final one for yourself. You're also train alongside Johnny Fisher. Big fight for him coming up, big stage, a stage I'm sure you'd love to be on one day as well.
100%.
But how's he getting on in his prep? How do you think his fight's going to go with Dave Allen in Saudi?
Personally, no disrespect to Dave, I think Johnny, he's got the momentum, he's got the freshness. I think Johnny does him in the first 5, if I'm honest with you. That's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong. But yeah, I think Johnny does him in the first 5. I just think the size of him, the youthness, and momentum's a lot in this sport. And I think with Dave Allen having a back burner for a few years, he might pay the price.
Okay, brilliant speaking to you. John Hedges, you're the gentleman, right?
The gentleman.
Mate, you are a gentleman.
You,
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
We're going to swap you out, and we're going to very shortly bring in Masood Abdullah. Look at this. Wow. How are you?
I'm good.
Jump in there.
Sorry about that.
That X is for you.
Yeah.
Great to see you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, mate?
Very, very good. And listen, your man, Numan Hussain is your mate. You joke around with him. You spar with him from time to time. You train with him. Big night for him.
Yeah, big night. It's a real step up for both of them. I cannot wait. I mean, I was speaking to a fighter yesterday. He goes, "Oh, it's like a sparring fight. It's like a sparring match." I went, "No, it's going to be way worse. There's a lot of heart and heat into it. So yeah, it should be a good fight."
They're pals, right? We've talked about this, Andy. They are friends. But when that first bell rings, out the window.
Yeah, of course. But at the same time, I think quite a lot of it will depend on who is able to flick that switch best, because it's an easy thing to say that, you know, when you get in the ring, your mentality completely changes, but you still have to make that happen within yourself mentally.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I was having a go at Newman. I was like, "Why are you smiling at him so much?" I go, "Yo, shake his hand, smile, let's have a good fight, switch on." But I think today I saw him, he switched on, so Should be a good fight.
How's his preparation been going for this fight? Has he been doing more than ever?
Oh, more than ever. I mean, so early on when I was sparring him, when I was training with him, you know, he was kind of taking it half-assed. I've never seen him in better shape. He's doing well. He's doing he's done 14 rounds back to back. He's doing the proper rounds. He's doing the proper sparring, having 4 different sparring partners at a time. I'm happy. I'm excited. I cannot wait. He's ticked off every single box.
This is encouraging. If you're a Newman Hussein fan, this is encouraging news. How good is he?
Newman Hussein, I think he's good. I think he's good. This should have been for the Southern area. I think he can go with British level. You know, if he puts his heart and soul into it, he'll get there.
You backing him to get the job done tonight?
100%. Easy. Yeah.
Easy?
Yeah.
Well, if you're a Faik Udin fan, that's bad news. Well, tell me this, what's going on with yourself?
Well, I was training. I thought I was going to fight on December 7th. My name didn't get pulled out, so I'm looking to fight early next year. Zach Miller's name got put into the mix. Hopefully I smash him up, and then that's it.
I love the way Masood talks. There's no airs and graces about it. Hopefully I'll smash him up. It's pretty good, right?
Well, that's exactly the attitude you have to have. You have to believe that you'll beat anyone they put in front of you, and when you get to a certain level, you have to be prepared to roll the dice and get in there and test yourself, and I mean, you're definitely prepared to do that.
This featherweight division right now, it's quite something. I'm enjoying, particularly on the Queensbury side, Nick Ball at the very top should be a unified champion.
Yeah.
You're coming through as Commonwealth. Nathaniel Collins is there, British champion. It's all popping in your division.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Nathaniel Collins vacates that belt. It'll be, how good will it be if me and Zach Miller fought for that belt? If I don't get that title shot next, don't know, let's see.
Hey, Zach Miller's pretty tough though, if it does end up being Zach Miller.
Oh yeah, I'd love that to be for a British title fight. Because I don't want to fight for an eliminator. I feel like it's disrespectful. How the hell do I have the Commonwealth title and then I'm trying to fight for an eliminator? It does not make sense.
No, you
eliminator.
have to stand your ground at certain points, don't you? Sometimes you see the board make certain fights for final eliminators, and both sides pull out, and as soon as it's made, you know that they can't do that. There's not a big enough reward.
Yeah, so this is my objective for this. If that's not for a British title next, I'm not fighting for a British title after. Me and Nathaniel Collins can fight for any other belt after. We can deal with that, but if that's not for a British title next, I feel too disrespected. I won't fight for a British after. That's the way I'm seeing it.
Well, listen, this is not something I was anticipating this evening. Masood Abdullah laying down ultimatums for the British Boxing Board of Control, but we have it here. But tell me this your call, it's pretty special, right? And once that first bell rings for your mate Newman Hussein against Faik Udin, it's going to go off.
It's going to go off. Serious business in there, no friends, nothing, just straight beef.
What is it like to fight under these lights at your call?
I love it. This is my favourite venue. I love coming here. I love the atmosphere. I love how close and connected it is to everybody. You can hear every single person. You can see every single person. I think it's phenomenal.
I was asking Denzel Bentley the same question earlier, but I've had numerous fighters say to me that this place is different, and it's not just the atmosphere and the fact that it's historic. It's just almost the rhythm of it is different. It's just much more intense. The ring walks are shorter, the changing rooms are maybe smaller, the crowd's more on top of you, and the energy-wise, it just takes more from you than anywhere else you box.
Oh, 100%. So one of the reasons why I find this venue so good is, so the last time I fought at Wembley Arena, they didn't open the door, so I fought when there was no crowd in there. And then I came back to fight Mark Leach, and the whole stadium, the whole people in this arena was cheering for me. So for me, that gave me butterflies, and that I'll be grateful. Like, I'm forever grateful for that moment. I actually felt like I was worth something at that moment. So that's why I really like this venue.
How long before you're a world champion?
Don't know, man. Hopefully within the next 2 years.
It's coming, isn't it? You can feel it. There's an energy about you.
Hopefully it's coming. I mean, I'm eager. I just want to get in there, hit everyone in the face, just get it going. I want to prove myself, and I feel like I've proven at my domestic level. Next will be Europeans, and then we go for the world after.
Good man. Best of luck to you. Go and take a seat ringside. Go and enjoy your evening, Masood Abdullah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's half a fist bump, but I sort of styled the fist bump out into giving you the mic, so nobody saw anything. Denzel, Alfie Gaskin, your mate, he's pretty good, right?
Listen, man, incredible performance, man. I told you, the guy's improving, you know, every time he steps in the gym, and he's willing to learn, and he's always listening, so, and he's always watching and picking things up, and that's the signs of a good fighter, or a potential good fighter, and he showed tonight, you know, another level, and I'm proud of his performance. You know, he got a stoppage tonight, it's the first one of the night, so, yeah, man, 1-0 to the Peacock.
I'm curious as to what the dynamic is like when a new fighter comes into a gym, because there's a lot of you in that Peacock gym. A lot of you have been there for quite a long time. When someone new arrives, I'd imagine that you're friendly enough, but you're kind of looking at the new guy, aren't you? Wondering what he's got. You know, you want to make sure that he's up to the standards that you're all setting, that you're all adhering to.
Yeah, no, it's true. You want to see what they've got, or like, you know, what they're about, or if they're really with it, like if they're really a fighter, do you know what I mean? Or just it was for their aesthetics. But I remember, I think before it might have been Heaney, I sparred Alfie before, he was with Mark Tibbs, and I thought, he's quite decent. And then I had a bit of time when I came back, he was with us, and I was like, oh, he's training here now. He's like, he's up the road, so it kind of gelled well because we'd already shared rounds. So for me, it was quite easy to get on with him. But for the rest of the gym, yeah, you want to know, you know, what this guy's about. Are they for real? Are they good? Are we gonna take to them? Are they gonna be friendly as well? Like, are we gonna get on? And Alfie ticks all the boxes, you know what I mean? He's willing to fight, he's willing to learn, he's always on time, he's easy to talk to, he's friendly, he's nice, and he can fight, so he fit in quite well, man.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because it's an individual sport, but within a gym, you're all working towards the same kind of end, and if somebody brings the wrong kind of energy or vibe to a place, it's not a good thing, is it? Yeah,
no, it's not good for it at all, and people like that, I tend to ignore, but we don't really get much of that, because Martin's a straight up guy, he doesn't have that himself, so he doesn't really invite people with that sort of energy. They kind of know what it is, and down in Peacock, where it's a family vibe, so if you're going to be a part of us, you'll be very fortunate, because we go out and support each other every time, whether it's a press conference, a weigh-in or a fight. We're always helping each other. I was in the gym without a fight day. I was helping Dan Aziz, who's now with us, doing his own camp. Sam Guinea, he's not officially with us, but we see him as one of our own, he's always down the gym with us. I went through his own camp with him too. And I'm doing 10, 12 rounds without a date, and I didn't mind that because I'm helping people that are trying to achieve the same goal as me, that I feel like are with me on this side of things. And, you know, it all gels well because the favours return all the time. So it's good to have, you know, good people around you, even though it's an individual sport. We feel like we're a family.
I mean, there's plenty in that gym, in your Peacock gym, as some of the names you've mentioned there. There's a couple of names I'm hoping we'll see more of next year, who I know are bubbling away, the Fail twins, and you've done plenty with them as well. It's got to come soon for them, right? It feels like they're talent bubbling away, about to break out.
Yeah, listen, they're right there. They're right there. They just need that breakout performance, both of them. I think once one of them pushes on and gets that title fight and breaks out, the other one will follow straight behind him. I think it will just be like that. They're good fighters, they're quality fighters, man. Quite a bit of, you know, hard luck with injuries and stuff, which has been slowing down their careers and stuff. But they've been doing this for years. I think if I speak to them, they've told me they've been doing this for like 17 years. How are you not going to have knocks and niggles here and injuries here and there? But once they get over that issue and, you know, their career picks off, you're going to see some exciting nights by them two, man. You saw Ben's last fight here, I think, on my card the last time out. I can hear it from the change room. Yeah. I know that was exciting. And I'm thinking, oh, I want to see this. But I've got to stay focused on my fight. And they're exciting fighters, and they're people that, they're two brothers that want to fight. You say a name to them, they say, yeah, bring it. As long as they're there, we're in and around their weight class, and it's moving them forward, they're on it. It's always yes for them, man. It's a breath of fresh air. Good sparring partners. If I'm fighting a southpaw, I don't need to look anywhere. I've got two of the best southpaw pockets in the country, in my opinion, right on my doorstep. We also got Haji Muhiz. We know him as Mo, a great southpaw. Finished international. He got a stoppage here last time out. He's another one that's a part of the gym, and he's going to break through too. He left Finland to come to the UK to chase his dreams. So he's finding it hard right now because selling tickets and stuff is very hard. But I promise you, once that guy gets his opportunity and he takes it, they're going to see a lot of him, and you'll be impressed.
Good stuff, Denzel. Well, we've got more fighters looking to take their opportunity. Let's head back to RMC Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Slovakia by way of Nicaragua, Angel Gomez.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that chat between everyone there. Always good listening. And here comes Angel Gomez of Nicaragua. Now you're probably thinking I've seen him before, and you're probably right, because he's been in there with some good fighters, including the likes of Peter McGrail. What a fighter he is, and what a great fight he's got coming up. And also the likes of Cameron Vong and Royston Barney Smith as well. But a busy away corner fighter who's only been stopped a handful of times in 50 fights. He's as tough as they come, and he looks like he's very much enjoying this walk to the ring here at York Hall.
And please welcome into the ring from St. Albans, Christian.
And listen to that noise for this man, Christian Fetti, who just stands there, soaks it all up. Would have loved the noise which he just received from his friends and family who have come to see him. Big smile on his face. He's been around some good fighters, done some sparring with the likes of Joe Cordina, Conor Benn, Lee Wood and many others over the years, so he's garnered some great experience and stuff which hopefully he can put into action tonight in his third professional fight.
In association with our proud sponsors, Lenius and Gold Star Promotions, are proud to present our next bout this evening, all 3 rounds international contest in the lightweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, with 8 wins and 4 by way of KO, 39 losses and 3 draws, weighing in 9 stone, 10 pounds. And tonight he wears the white shorts. Please welcome from Slovakia, by way of Nicaragua, Angel Gomez. And moving across into the blue corner, with 2 wins from 2, weighing 9 stone, 7 pounds. And tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from St. Albans, Christian. Now about to give our final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, for 3 rounds.
Well, one of the many things which I enjoy and love about watching boxing here is how close everyone is, and because of that, the emotion of those watching oozes out of the friends and family who are here to spectate, and the noise which Christian Fetti got on his way to the ring and when he got to the ring would have made the hairs in the back of his neck stand up. But here he goes in his third professional fight, in the centre ring, just working that jab, and just got caught with a left hook there by Gomez of Nicaragua.
Yeah, good crowd here tonight for Christian Fetti. And like you say there, just trying to get behind that jab. Just sort of feeling his opponent out right now, and then go Gomez.
He is. Using that jab wisely, doubling it up, single shots, throwing it 3 times. So he just works out what to throw next and what's going to be effective. And it hasn't taken him long to just gauge his distance there, but as I say that, he gets caught with a jab on the left-hand side of his face.
Yeah, I've seen Angel Gomez a few times, and he's quite a lively fighter, so you've got to stay on the ball with him.
And he caught a left hook there, very well indeed, and comes back with a big overhand right. I think Fetti's going to have to be careful of that big looping left hook of Gomez's, isn't he? Because it's pretty wild, but if he switches off, it could land out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's it, and that's kind of what we've been saying, you know, that complacency, don't get complacent, that's when you'll get caught.
And there it is again.
Good, he had his hand nicely at his chin there, so just took that zip off that shot from Gomez.
Oh, some solid shots from both men. You can hear the thud from just a couple of feet away.
It was quite good. They're both keeping a good distance, not really stepping back, but also not smothering their work either.
Oh, lovely left hook there by Fetti, and the timing was great, and he knows that he landed well, and Gomez looks a little bit unsteady, but he bites down on his gum shield, throws the right hand, and he's back at work in that jab of his.
Yeah, nice selection of shots there from Christian Fetti. See, just gauging his opponent, isn't he? Not too worried about the power that's coming back.
No, he did though give Fetti a bit of a nod to say decent left hook, and here he comes, he's coming to finish this round strong.
Fetti kept that nice shape there, felt towards the end, and you know, Gomez letting his hands go, which is good to see, and I felt Fetti covered up well.
Let's have a look at a bit of the action here. And Fetti throws that straight right hand down to the body, and out of nowhere really whips that lead hook upstairs. It's a shot which he's obviously practiced over and over again. It's second nature for him.
Nice shot selection from Fetti. Just getting caught with the Gomez jab every now and then. There. Nice covered up. Moving that head well.
Gomez is dangerous when he puts his foot down, isn't he? When he really goes for it and he sticks his chin on his chest and he just starts throwing bombs, it's pretty dangerous stuff.
If you're not prepared for that, it could be very dangerous.
The crowd from St Albans making themselves known.
So straight on that jab from Fetti there. Good, just controlling that centre of the ring. Nice reactions.
And Gomez just trying to land that jab and not having much luck with it at the moment as Fetti gets back to gauging that distance and picking his position.
Nice little body shot snuck in there.
Gomez doesn't seem fazed by much, does he?
No, he's taking it well. I feel like Fetti's still kind of, like you said, gauging that distance. He hasn't thrown many big shots in yet, but the shots that he has thrown have been well selected.
They have indeed, but he gets caught with a right hand there. Does Christian Fetti. And they return to the good 1-2 of his own. And back on that jab.
Nice shot then. Avoiding that swinging hook from Gomez too.
The timing was good, and Fetti threw a decent right uppercut, but the lead hook of Gomez comes flying back instantly after. Oh, lovely counter punch there from Fetti. I get the image that Fetti's enjoying this. He just looks at his opponent, gives him a nod to say,
yeah, I was about to say,
a bit of fun, eh?
He looks like he's sort of relaxed into it a bit more now. That flow's coming, that movement's coming off nicely, that shot selections there. He's avoiding the shots much better this round as well, and countering.
Nice work from Fetti as he doubles a jab up in the right hand, ever so slightly too short. And a good left hook comes back from Gomez, and the next one was a bit wild. Oh, nice 1-2 left hook by Fetti. And Gomez seems quite happy to just stick in one spot. A big thudding left hook, which didn't necessarily look like it hurt, but it landed. Good straight shots by Fetti as he got Gomez on the ropes again, and standing there with his hands down for a moment, trying to draw Fetti in.
Nice head movement there from Fetti.
It was good. It was really good head movement, wasn't it? Because that left hook come really quickly.
Yeah.
He got himself under it and in out of danger.
Yeah, good end to the round there. Fetti drawing on Gomez, making him throw and making him pay a bit too, though, which is nice to see. You really see Christian Fetti sort of relaxing into that round, I feel like, and getting that distance much better, and then not being phased as how he looked. Well, they looked phased so much in the first round, but when Gomez is coming back, he is dealing with it a lot better. It's not getting clipped as easily.
He is, and it's been quite a few big and, to be honest, fairly wild right hands thrown by Gomez, and as that right hand being thrown by him, what Fetti, in my opinion, is doing well is he's slipping to his left-hand side, which is then putting him in a good position to drive that lead hook up to the body, and it's a shot which he's landed a couple of times already.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff to be impressed with by Christian Fetti so far.
Definitely.
Well, here we go, the penultimate round, round 3. This one scheduled for 4, and Fetti starts this round in the same way he started the 2 previous ones, straight on that jab.
Lovely 1-2 there from Fetti.
Gets caught on the counter there, though. The head movement was good again, wasn't it?
Yeah, good exchanges from both fighters there, both with a bit of success. But I do feel like Fetti kind of got the better of that success. Just, again, pouring that jab out. Keeping that range, keeping that distance there.
He is. Out of the 10 exchanges, Fetti is probably winning a good 8 of them. That doesn't mean that Gomez isn't landing, because he is. Nice straight right hand that then gets himself out of the danger zone. Does Fetti. And back on that jab, popping it out. Some good work by both of them there.
Nice work. I'm liking how Fetti's hands have been good at catching those counters coming back from Gomez, and then he's firing back himself as well.
A good head movement from Gomez.
Lovely backhand there. And shots to the body. Really nice selection, good timing. Nice reactions from Fetti too, just stepping back enough.
So Fetti's doing lots of good work in terms of getting himself out of that dangerous area where he could get caught. Do you want to see him kind of pounce after that and capitalise on that movement that he's just created, that space that he's just created?
Yeah, definitely. We've heard it a little bit here from some of the people shouting that second phase, you know, go in, getting that movement and then stepping on again once you've made the miss. Obviously, it's always much easier said than done at times. But
Angel Gomez is having a whale of a time. I think he thinks he's Strictly Come Dancing all of a sudden.
yeah, they both look they've been enjoying this fight.
Well, Gomez made that fight a bit tougher that round, didn't he? Because he was moving a lot more.
A bit more awkward, hands down, you know, relaxed, giving that, you know, lead back as well, making Fetti just miss with some shots. But you see there, nice backhand where he just caught Gomez in that replay.
Yeah, decent left hook there as well.
But as you see, every time Fetti throws something, even when it's connecting, Gomez is still throwing no matter sort of what he's been caught with, you know, and that's what's sort of just clipping Fetti after his shots. But it was a great fight. It would be great learning for Christian Fetti from this fight. Like I say, Edgar Gomez, he's very experienced. He's taken, you know, a few of the top up-and-comers the distance and given them really good rounds. So I think Christian Fetti's putting a really good display on.
He's a really good opponent, is Gomez. Because he's as tough as they come. He does lots of stuff really well. He wins some of the exchanges, and he gives you lots to think about. He's a great opponent to have when you're this early on in your career. And I can see how he's won a few of his bouts as well.
Lovely backhand from Fetti. Riding that wave of reply there as well from Gomez, and nothing getting through.
Oh, nice left hook there by Fetti. It really did land beautifully.
Just falling short though of that left hook as Gomez leans back.
Double jab of Christian Fetti works nicely for him. Gomez is almost taking it away from him now. He's just cutting that distance in, isn't he, to stop him from using that effectively, as we see the dancing once again.
That's it. I thought Christian Fetti has applied the pressure quite a bit more in this round, which has been good to see, and you know, really putting his shots together nicely. Still, like I say, all the time, it's got to be wary of Gomez because he's always firing back. Lovely work.
You're right. Halfway through the fourth and final round, which has been a good display from both of them. Fetti's shown us plenty of good stuff. He's caught Gomez plenty of times, but he's been caught a fair amount too, and just as I was saying it, he gets caught with a lead hook. Oh, nice right hand by Fetti, and Gomez swings back. It seems that every time that Fetti puts the pressure on, it kind of gives Gomez that urgency all of a sudden to do something about it.
Yeah, that's where Christian Fetti needs to stay switched on constantly, isn't it? He can't throw those shots and admire it. He's always got to be defensively minded. As soon as that shot is thrown or landed, something's coming back. But he's getting that distance very well, I feel like, moving his head around it.
Just as they're in the corner just above our commentary position, Fetti threw a really nice right hand and dug a left hook up to the ribs of Gomez, which might be why he's a bit more on the back foot all of a sudden. But he's been doing this all fight. He has those bursts of punches, but there won't be too many more of them as we go into the last few seconds of this fourth and final round. Oh, good exchange to finish it.
Gomez really going for it, wasn't he, that last 10 seconds?
Gomez clearly very much enjoyed that, and we enjoyed watching it too. It was a good bout, wasn't it? It was really good.
Yeah, good bout, entertaining, nice. Like we say, I like fights like that where the fighters have got something coming at them.
They're here to fight, not to survive.
It's not just the journeyman that's coming in and rolling over, you know. And that's where you learn. Christian Fetti will have taken away a lot from that in putting a really good performance. And had a live opponent. Gomez was always trying to fire back at him, wasn't he?
He was, and Christian Fetti's got a big smile on his face as he looks round to the crowd who have come out to support him. But let's get the official scorecard from our MC, Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 39 points to 37. The winner in the blue corner from St. Albans.
Christian, just talk me through that. Very impressive. Thought you looked, especially in that second round, very sharp. How would you assess it?
Yeah, a good fight, good learning fight. We gained from every single fight, so I'll get better on the next one. But yeah, overall happy with my performance. He was a tough opponent, very unorthodox, but we learned from it, we gained from it, and we move on.
Done the rounds, and yeah, he made you think, he made you be active in there, to be fair. So from that point of view, it was ideal, Christian.
Yeah, 100%. Each fight I want to gain more from it. I don't want easy fights where I'm just running through the opponent. I want fights where I have to think, I have to try. I'm learning from each fight and I'm gaining off every single one.
Just want to bring your team in. Look, I was just saying to Christian, he was made to think in there, made to keep active, but got the rounds. It was kind of an ideal night from that point of view.
Yeah, he's a tricky customer as well, you know. Yeah, he kept his composure in there. We're working on loads of stuff in the gym. He's a hard-working boy. We brought John in, obviously, he's a great asset to the team. And let's see, we'll just keep moving forward, onwards and upwards for him, yeah.
Just bring you this way slightly. Look, you've been to the top of the mountain. We see the talent that Christian does have. There's a long way till he reaches that point, but you've joined the team for a reason. I'm sure you do see that talent in Christian Petty.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Bill's been really receptive to it. It's all about this man's career, just progressing him, starting at York Hall, and who knows where it can end up.
Christian, just talk to me about John joining the team. As I said, he's been to the top of the mountain, achieved so much in the sport. It must be a big boost for you to have John Ryder in your corner.
100%, it's a massive boost. No one's got the experience John Ryder's got. No one can say they've had the experiences he's had. Me and Billy Whitrod started the journey. We brought John in for the experience, and it's paying off 100%. I'm going to gain off each fight. We go back to the drawing board after that, pick out what we didn't like and work on it.
What's next in store for Christian, do you reckon? Like six rounders, 8 rounders now?
Yeah, I'd like to start pushing him into some 6 rounders now. And yeah, I think yeah, he's got a bright future. He's got a bright future ahead of him. We just we keep working, we keep going back to the drawing board, keep working on certain things, and yeah, come together. So yeah, I'm proud of him.
One thing that is very noticeable is your hands. They're rapid, especially when you put them together, head and body. You got quick hands, Christian.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's definitely one of my assets. I've got quick hands, and it pays off in, like you say, the combinations where it's head body. As I'm touching the head, I'm coming straight up, and it's working. I would just like to say, obviously, coming on from the Queensbury fight on the 15th, that got cancelled. I want a big shout out to Warren Boxing Management letting me on this show, allowing me to show my skills on their platform. I just want to say thank you for that.
Big 2025 incoming for yourself?
100%, yeah. We're looking for activity. We're going to fight as much as possible, and we're looking for a title at the end of 18 months. That's my goal.
I heard you supporting here tonight as well. Look, you need them as you go along this journey. Fan base is critical, and I'm sure it will grow and grow and get louder and louder.
100%, that's the goal. Just get the biggest crowd possible. Like you say, I've got a good following at the minute. The crowd always turn up. We do the same amount of tickets each time, and that's just going to get bigger and bigger.
Guys, congrats, Christian. Well done.
Well, Christian Fetty there with John Ryder on his team.
Yeah. Great addition.
Good experience,
yeah.
eh? Someone who's kind of been there and done it and been through some tough fights.
It's always good being able to have people like that in your team that have been there and done it, and they can give that little bit of insight that can always be an edge in a fight as well, you know.
Yeah, it's always good to have those experienced people around you, and seems like a very humble young man who's proud of himself, and so he should be. Good performance there. Tough opponent, and lapping up the crowd and the noise and everything like this. And it's so exciting if you've ever followed like a professional fight, and I'm sure your friends and family have absolutely loved it, because it's just great going to watch, you know, you fight at places like this, and you go to weird and wonderful places all around the world, don't you?
Yeah, it's great when you've got that fan base as well. You get those people that will go anywhere in the world just to be there and support, and when you get that, it's really important to boxers and fighters having that support, and the support can also make that difference. You know, when you're in stages like this and halls like this, you have to sell those tickets, and things like that are really important for fighters, because a lot of the time if they don't sell enough tickets, they might not be boxing, or they might not get to get that opportunity to go on another card. So really important to support the local fighters.
Exactly. Well, we haven't got a local fighter next, but we've got a very good fight next. So let's get that underway and go to our MC, Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the WBC International Super Middleweight Championship. Please welcome into the ring from Córdoba, Argentina, Martin Esquiel Bulacio.
Well, here comes Martin Bulacio, and he's got a bit of a height advantage tonight. He stands at 6 foot tall. He lost his debut, but then went on to win his next 7 fights, mostly by stoppages. That obviously gave him the kick up the backside that he maybe needed, or whatever it was. And he'll be looking to put another win on the record and get win number 15 tonight. But my goodness, has he got a tough opponent in the opposite corner.
Into the ring, the champion from Solid, Croatia, Luka Plantic.
And here's the man we were just talking about, Luka Plantic, 10-0, 9 of those wins by knockout, only 28 years old. Only one of his bouts has gone the full distance. All of the others have heard the bell. And you might be familiar with him if this is the first time you think you've seen him, because he stopped England's Jack Cullen in the 5th round on a card out in Germany. And he's just one of those fighters who doesn't take a step back. He just constantly goes forward. He throws punch after punch, head and body, breaks his opponents down, and he's a serious operator. So you'll get to see plenty of that in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, WBM and Trinity Entertainment Boxing, in association with our proud sponsors, Gladius and Gold Star Promotions, are proud to present the WBC International Super Middleweight Championship live and exclusive on Box Nation via the YouTube channel. Your officials have been appointed by the World Boxing Council. Your supervisor this evening is Mauro Betti of Italy, and your scoring judges are Kieran McCann of the UK, Steve Nertz of Germany, and Jorge Gorini of Argentina. Your timekeeper at the bell is Nick White, and when the action begins, your referee in charge is Mr. Mark Lighton of Liverpool. And now to introduce the contestants. Firstly, in the red corner, the challenger with 14 wins, 10 by way of KO, 7 losses to his name, and tonight he wears the black shorts, weighing in 11 stone, 12 pounds. Please welcome from Córdoba, Argentina, Martin Esquiel Bulacio. And moving across into the blue corner, stands the champion, weighing in 11 stone, 13 pounds, and tonight he wears the blue shorts with the white trim. He's unbeaten with 10 wins, 9 by way of KO. Please welcome from Solid, Croatia, Luka Plantic. Your referee, Mr. Mark Lighton, will now give his final instructions to both boxers. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 3-minute rounds for the WBC International Super Middleweight Championship.
Well, here we go, we're underway. Luka Plantic of Croatia in the blue and white shorts with the white boots, and Martin Bulacio of Argentina in the black shorts with the white band. Plantic did pretty well in the amateurs, so good that he was an Olympian in Tokyo 2020, made it to the round of 16 and certainly knows his way round. And like I said when he made his ring walk, he's got one motion and he tends to go forward, forward, and you guessed it, forward.
Yeah, Plantic's taken no time to just get straight in there, was he? Straight in the middle of that ring, straight on the jab, pushing that Bulacio back. And has just continued to do so far in this first minute.
Just immediately getting stuck in, and you will hear the thuds of those punches as they land. And he has stopped some really tough fighters in his 10 fights. As I said, one of those was Jack Cullen. Oh, just off balance was Plantic. That most certainly wasn't a punch because it was half a metre away from us. Oh, a solid right hand and a lead hook by Luka Plantic. And Bulacio just finds himself constantly on the back foot. Doesn't look like he's going to try and mix it up either, does it, Raven?
No, Bulacio just sort of sticking to the ropes, kind of going from rope to rope at the moment. Plantic just keeping that steady pressure on, not really opening up just yet, but letting Bulacio know that he's there, you know. Good little flurry there in the corner. Bulacio guard still nice and high, nothing really getting through.
No, and I'll tell you what, the shorts of Bulacio are a tiny bit on the high side. Luka Plantic generally just going to the head at the moment. And as I say that, he throws one into the body and followed by another one, like he's just heard me. And now he's got his man exactly where he wants him, in the corner. And he will try and keep him there and
got
punish
caught
him.
A little bit as he was trying to load up a bit on those shots, but you can see he's trying to throw with a bit of intent there, wasn't he, Plantic?
He was, and I got to say that Bulacio looked like he was panicking a little bit there as he was throwing a jab, like I could almost hear him in his head saying, "Get away from me. I don't quite like you near me."
Yeah, no, interesting opening round there. Obviously, Plantic very much just coming forward, like you say, is what he does, goes forward, more forward. Bulacio seeming to be happy just going around the ring on the ropes, leaning back, avoiding some of those big shots there from Plantic, but I feel like when Plantic's letting his hands go, he's really letting them go with a lot of oomph and some venom. He wants to try and hurt his opponent, doesn't he?
He does, he really does. And just looking back at the replay here, it's just, you can see the might, the aggression that he sticks into every single shot. He just doesn't have a day off, does he, with each one of these punches?
No, that's
just
it,
those jabs have got power, haven't they?
You see there, Bulacio is just sort of reading it, you know, he's sort of showing what he's doing a little bit, where he's loading up those shots.
The referee, Mark Lyson, just giving the Bulacio corner a bit of a talking to, because they were taking far too long to get out of the ring, in his opinion.
Bulacio there coming out, trying to put it on Plantic, letting his hands go.
He is, and it was a good job that left hand was nice and tight to his fate, because that right hand that Plantic just threw had some weight behind it. Solid shots by the man from Croatia, just sinking those in, body and head and body. Just switches to the southpaw stance.
Another shot just sank into the body there, Bulacio, but Bulacio's not, you know, just sitting on the ropes and covering up. He's throwing back when that timing's there. So Plantic needs to be wary of those shots coming back.
He does, and he just got caught with an uppercut, which came after about 5 or 6 little jabs in the corner there, and it just seems that that's exactly what Plantic is trying to do. He's just trying to get him cornered or get him on the ropes so he can let his hands go and give him a hard night, like he is now. And he's going to really start unleashing these, but gives him the opportunity to get out of it. It's almost like he don't want the round to end in that particular time. He's having too much fun.
He's doing well when he's getting his opponent on the ropes, but I think he's aiming a lot for the head, so I wonder if he's just trying to set that up to really bring that guard up of his opponent and then bring it down to the body.
Demolish that body, yeah. And it's the last minute of this second round. This one's scheduled for 10. Bulacio constantly on the back foot for every moment of this fight so far, because he's got a man who only knows one direction. Bulacio landed a jab to the body there, didn't he?
Good body jab there, yeah, sounded solid, but it just gives Plantic that ammo to sort of fire.
It does.
Big shots, doesn't it?
Bulacio, when he comes out of those exchanges, well, I say exchanges lightly because it's kind of more Plantic just going for it. He's got his chin in the air like he has there, hasn't he?
Yeah, his chin is quite high, but he's tucking that guard in, but he's using it almost to lean back. But Plantic there, yeah, just steady, I feel, with his aggression and attack.
Yeah,
you know,
quite happy with where he's at, isn't he?
Yeah, not...
He's like, I know I've been here before, this is what I do to people.
Yeah, not just going hell for leather with it, as much as he's thrown very heavy shots, you know, from the sounds of it here, but it's steady heavy shots and constantly there, and that can really wear an opponent down.
And there is a replay of, yeah, look, that was what we were talking about earlier on, about those 5 or 6 little uppercuts. And because Bulacio had just stood there, he was just open to those shots. Like he is there, it's just a dangerous place to be in with a fighter like him, just sat there or stood there on the ropes with your hands up. It's not the place to be.
Even when your hands are up, with the weight of those shots, you don't want to be taking too many of them on the gloves. You want to be getting out of the way.
They're rattling, aren't they, those ones? They feel a few of those in his boots.
Yeah.
And here we go, round 3. Nice, calm approach to this opening round from both fighters.
Plantic's just trying to swing in that overhand right instead of setting it up, but landing that one there. Nice stiff jab from Plantic.
Solid shots there on the ropes once again. Every time that he gets his man there, he lets a few of them go.
Yeah, Bulacio doing well to roll out and get off the ropes.
Plantic's got his man in the corner once again as he just lets those 2 left hands go to the body and then one upstairs. Bulacio throwing a couple of taps back, but nothing which is going to unnerve.
Yeah, not got a lot of space to really get a decent shot in there from Plantic.
Nice left hook there by Plantic. The 1-2 set it up and then he let it go. I don't know what Bulacio's trying to achieve with those little taps to the head. It's not effective.
Yeah, it's not deterring Plantic, but I think it's just anything to kind of offset him a little bit. You see blood there coming out from Bulacio's nose.
Yeah, it's hardly surprising. He's taken some punishment in the first 2.5 rounds.
But that constant pressure there from Plantic, just no backward step, must be very draining for Bulacio. He's constantly got to move his leg, move around, getting out of the way. But he is reading that big swinging overhand right from Plantic.
He is. He's starting to suss that, isn't he?
Yeah.
I guess when you've got a style like Plantic where you walk forwards, people suss that out pretty quickly. They know you ain't going to just start boxing on the back foot. And when you just throw like power shot after power shot, especially the ones which were working, they start to suss those out.
That's it. And even though a lot of those shots from Plantic have been very much power shots, it doesn't look like it's zapping much of his energy, does it? He still looks very fresh. I know it's still only the third round, but power shots are tiring.
They use a lot of energy, but Bulacio come back with a good 1-2 there.
Yeah, nice shots there. And again, landing that last backhand, and Plantic didn't like that.
No, he didn't.
It
was kind of half over the belt, wasn't it? He wasn't a massive fan of that. It gave him a bit of the evils. And he does look a bit of a scary man, actually, when he's...
Yeah, well, when you've got someone like that, just not taking that backward step, constantly coming forward, it can't be a nice sight at you, can it?
Absolutely not. But here we go. Here's a bit of the action, which, I tell you what, I could tell you this was from the round before the round before that, because it's pretty much been the same sort of stuff, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I feel like Bulacio through the rounds has been a little bit more open to throwing these shots now. You've seen there, it's caught Plantic a bit more that round, but I think that's also where Plantic has just been on that constant aggression and pressure. He's realising he's got to throw back to deter him in any sort of way.
He has. He's got to do more, isn't he? Simple as that.
Yeah.
Round 4. Bulacio out, just popping that jab out. Tries to throw that lead hook under the right elbow, but gets caught with a counter short right hand. Oh, I tell you what, that one was fun, didn't it?
Yeah. As much as it was on the gloves of Bulacio, you could just hear it. Still wouldn't have been nice.
You could really hear that.
Yeah.
And there's a stinging one to the body, followed by a couple upstairs, as Plantic just takes a short breath through his nose and then gets straight back to business again, as he's got him just in the corner. Oh, blimey, we've just seen him take a step back. Can you believe it?
Sticking his tongue out there as well, Plantic, before he goes on this flurry. He's having a lot of fun.
He certainly is having a lot of fun. Bulacio looks like he's open to those hooks as he just drops his hands a bit too much, and there it is again, and we couldn't be closer to the action.
A good few body shots in there from Bulacio, actually.
He's certainly coming back with a little bit more in this round, and there we go again. Look, that right uppercut followed out with a lead hook to the body. He's really swinging his Plantic.
Yeah, he's putting a lot into those shots, isn't he? Nice left hook in there from Plantic on Bulacio.
And Plantic has got him in his favourite corner, because this is the corner which he's consistently got him in. And I can tell you that because I've got blood in my nice grey suit, haven't I, Raven?
That's it. You didn't want that to happen, did you, there, Darren? And now it's happened. What are you going to do?
You jinxed it.
Oh, don't blame me. You were getting too involved there in the corner.
I was. I can't help myself. But here he comes again with 50 seconds to go in the 4th round. Yet again in the same corner as he just pops that jab out. But Bulacio is the one who's trying to come forward a little bit more. He's getting beaten to it more often than not, but he's trying.
Nice backhand there from Bulacio. Not deterring Plantic. He's coming straight back, and that jab from Plantic is landing really well on that bloody nose.
Oh, nice right hand, got straight through the middle of the guard of Bulacio. Plantic just stands there in the middle of the ring, stares at his man and thinks, I don't even know what he's thinking. He's just looking at him like, why aren't you going down?
Yeah, I think he's a bit puzzled by it. He has thrown a lot of big shots in there, especially in that round. And Bulacio, as much as his face is looking a lot more marked up now, he's taken it pretty well.
He is, and you can see from the footage here that he's come back in this round more than he has in any of the previous rounds. So maybe he's just a bit of a slow start, and we're going to see a bit more action as the rounds go by. Remember, this one is scheduled for 10. It's for the WBC International Super Middleweight title. And some people will be blasé about the titles, but they do earn you rankings, which can create opportunities. And that's exactly what these guys will be looking for.
Straight back on that jab there from Luka Plantic.
Bulacio walked straight into a jab there, didn't he? Hit him square on the nose.
Yeah, just kind of looks very wary at the moment.
And I am pretty confident Bulacio's nose is broken. Plantic's trying some new stuff, I feel. He is going back at occasions and then picking his shots and throwing a few more uppercuts and screw shots, where before he was just kind of walking forward and just trying to take his head off with 1-2s, really, was he? Then the odd kind of big looping hook.
Yeah, he may have realised that, you know, thrown like that, Bulacio's not going down. So let's work a bit more basic, set it up, get those shots to open up and then take advantage and start opening up. Just like
That's
there.
It. Adapt and overcome, which you've spoken about on a couple of occasions this evening. The two of them stand in the centre of the ring and just stare at each other again and try and beat one another to the jab. That nose of Martin Bulacio is pouring.
Yeah, they're struggling to get that to stop, aren't they? As soon as that jab goes from Plantic, it's landing him square on the nose
almost every time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Plantic knows that as he sinks another straight right hand in, followed by another one which didn't quite land cleanly.
Nice head movement there from Luka Plantic. It's interesting where he goes from orthodox to southpaw. Sometimes he looks very square, doesn't he, in front of his opponent?
He does. This is good work and a bit of hunger from Plantic, but Bulacio trying to wrap him up. Mark Lyson gets involved and Bulacio comes back with at least a couple of shots before Plantic is back in that southpaw stance and jabbing his head off. There's still a few switch hitters tonight. Oh. Well, that's going to... Not sure if that is going to be a count. It is going to be a count from referee Mark Lyson. I know he got caught, but I'm not sure if it was initially a knockdown.
I feel like the rope sort of held him up, didn't it? But
he did. For me, it looked like he lost his footing.
Yeah,
but
I'd have to see it back.
We might be able to. We might be able to see that. But your gut feeling in terms of score so far, I feel like Plantic is probably
well ahead.
Well ahead, yeah, but not as ahead in terms of the later rounds, even though he's won them, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because Bulacio's done a lot better work, but still not enough to win the rounds.
Yeah,
would you agree with that?
I'd agree. Yeah, I think the last few rounds, Bulacio has definitely been landing a lot more, throwing back in more flurries, actually looking a bit more comfortable on those ropes as Plantic is coming forward, but maybe just taking a bit too much before he then throws back.
Well, they tried to stop that nose from bleeding in that Bulacio corner, but I don't think they're going to have too much luck.
Great overhand right there.
Really good overhand right. He's digging his feet in, his Plantic, as he throws those straight shots, and that jab has got some power behind it, and it kind of stuns Bulacio, and then he hits him with a right hand straight after. Over and over again, he's getting through that guard.
I'd like to see Plantic just to come back down to the body after, you know, he's got that head, he's pushing back, that body's open while Bulacio is on those ropes.
He is, and for me, he's staying in that corner for far too long and then finally gets himself out of there. I never know why he wants to, well, whether he wants to or not, stay there for as long as he does, because he's glutting for punishment. Oh, good 1-2 there from Plantic.
Every time Bulacio gets caught with that shot, though, he's still firing back, isn't he?
He is. He's certainly not given up. By no means. And look, here he comes again.
Bulacio on the front foot there.
Yeah, you've got to admire it, haven't you? Because he's been hit with everything in the kitchen sink and he still comes forward. Plantic's got him in the same place which he's had him over and over again in this bout.
Yeah, just smothered that work a little bit there, trying to set him up for a big overhand left from that southpaw position, but just going over Bulacio's shoulder. And now back on the ropes for Bulacio, where Plantic has had him most of this fight.
Surely Bulacio can't just stay on these ropes for 10 rounds, and survive it and get all the way to the 10th and final bell. I mean, we'll soon find out, but I mean, look at that nose now. Looks like he's been beaten up badly, and the amount of blows which he's taken to the head.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of punishment there from Luka Plantic. You know, he's thrown a lot of power shots already. Sort of loads up almost with nearly every shot, doesn't he, Plantic? And
he does, and he just looking even more relaxed or even more relaxed than he has for the previous rounds and all the previous moments, as he's now literally got his hands by his knees. And I can't quite pick up what sort of emotions and feelings and what the mindset is of Luka Plantic. He doesn't look like he's having a great time in there, even though he's clearly winning. Maybe it's just because he can't get him out of there.
I'd say almost poker-faced or stone-faced. Doesn't need to show anything in there. I think, you know, he's focused. Maybe that's maybe how I would put it.
Taking it off round by round.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think you can tell, obviously, by the intent and all the punches that Luka Plantic is throwing, he does want to get his opponent out there. And maybe there's a bit of frustration that Bulacio is still standing and still there after everything that he's thrown at him already.
I'll tell you what, Martin Bulacio is one tough man, isn't he?
Yeah,
seriously
very much,
tough.
very much, and a lot
Too
of
tough
heart.
for his own good, probably.
Potentially, yes.
But if it gets too much, there's one thing being a tough fighter, but what you don't want is a tough corner. You need the right people to pull you out when enough is enough. But Bulacio is still coming back with shots of his own. His legs have still got life in them. And he's moving around.
And there's a title on the line, isn't it? You want to go and give out as much as you can. You go out on your shield as well, don't you?
You do. But he's eating jabs, eating them, one after another.
Yes. Lovely sort of textbook jab again, isn't it, from Luka Plantic? We've had a few of those boxes tonight with that textbook jab, haven't we?
We have. The jab has been a very nice thing to see, thrown well in all sorts of different styles, and Plantic throws his with some oomph. He really chucks his shoulder behind it.
And again, another theme from the night is that that control, that not rushing in from a lot of these very skilled fighters with good amateur experience as well, and they're really showing that maturity, even though they may not have had a lot of fights yet.
It's true. Bulacio just trying to get that left hook off, which is blocked by the right hand of Plantic, but he got caught there with a looked like a lead hook, but shakes his head to say no, that was a slip.
Yeah, it was definitely a stiff shot there. Landed well, may have caught him slightly off balance, did that, but yeah, good shot from Plantic there, but didn't jump on it, which I sort of expected him to.
I kind of expected him to do exactly the same thing. Fair play to Bulacio, still there, still on his toes. Bravely, all stupidly, it's up to you, got his hands down by his waist. I know where my hands would be.
Well, there you go, he listened to you, they're back up now.
He's only human. And 45 seconds to go of this 7th round.
Not a lot coming back from Bulacio in this round like there was in the previous.
Feeling the pace, isn't he?
Definitely.
Or maybe not even the pace, maybe just a continuous shots, because it's been a bit like target practice, this.
Just trying to move around and cover up, isn't he?
Oh. The gum shields come out, the sponsorship Toblerones nearly tripped Bulacio up. Mark Lyson will just walk him to his corner. No, he won't.
Put it straight back in, didn't he, Bulacio, with the gum shield?
He's done that before. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to put a gum shield in with a boxing glove, but it's one of the hardest things in the world.
Yeah, he managed pretty well. Normally, you know, fighters like to get that little bit of a chance, especially if you're under fire a little bit. Gives you a little bit of a breather when that gum shield comes out, doesn't it?
And sometimes people do it on purpose, don't they? And they never ever admit it.
You can see it.
And I've seen people have points taken away for that kind of thing. You know, they do it a couple of times in a round. It's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it?
Maybe, you know, after you get 2-3 times, come on, you should have a properly fitting gum shield in, shouldn't you?
Yeah, give it a rest. But here is Luka Plantic unleashing those straight shots. And going back to what you said earlier, Raven, is you're talking about when he throws that hook and then his feet go shoulder width apart and he's very square on, isn't he?
Yeah, it's almost like where he's transitioning from that orthodox stance into the southpaw. He might catch himself midway and almost square. You know, Bulacio hasn't really cottoned on to it.
No, he hasn't, because he could land a right big right hand or whatever it is, couldn't he? And the second time of this contest, Mark Lyson, the referee, has to give the corner team a tap to say hurry up and get out. Good jab there from Bulacio, but receives one straight back a second later.
Both exchanging jabs there. Bulacio has been finding that left hook to the body fairly well through the fight. Throws it nicely, but not affecting Plantic too much, is it?
It's not, but here I was about to say, here we find Bulacio cornered again, but he didn't. He had some movement within him then.
Yeah, sort of check hooked off, didn't he?
He did.
Which is maybe what he should have tried to do from the start. Keep that movement going. Yeah, but then that's also a tiring way of fighting, isn't it? Because you're constantly on the move when that opponent is just non-stop coming forward at you. But better from Bulacio, although eating a stiff jab there from Plantic.
Goodness knows how many jabs he's eaten from Plantic tonight, Bulacio. And the nose and the mouth and the forehead, it's been constant.
Nice little bit of creeping in there with the feet from Plantic, which I like, that little offset.
He set that right hook up well. A couple of double jabs beforehand. I remember a boxing coach saying to me, what comes after a jab? And the answer is everything. And that's what Plantic does well, is he almost throws everything and anything off of that jab, and sometimes comes out of it as well to set himself up again.
Yeah, mixes it up well, doesn't he? Although I would say I'd like to see more body work from Plantic. He throws very well up high to the head and stuff.
Headhunting a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, but could probably mix it going up and down a bit more in those, especially when he's had his opponent on those ropes and opened up that body.
I'll tell you what I'm surprised that when he's switching that stance, that Bulacio hasn't cracked him with one there, because the amount of opportunities he's had to do it, and he just, whether he hasn't picked up on it or whether he's not sharp enough, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because if you get it right, that you could catch him while he's off balance trying to transition through the stances. Good backhand there from Bulacio.
It was, and the second that he landed it, one came straight back the other direction. That was a stiff jab from Luka Plantic. We're going to the last few seconds. And I'll tell you, the theme of that round for me, Raven, was literally just who's going to win the exchange of the jab. Constantly, wasn't it? I know Plantic did his thing where he throws other stuff afterwards, whether that's a straight right hand or a hook, but it was constantly the battle of the jab.
Yeah, definitely. A bit more from Bulacio this round, from the last round as well, which was good to see. He's still got that fight there. He's still trying to give it to Plantic, if you like. You see towards the end there, for like Luka Plantic just wanting Bulacio to come at him, sort of open him up, because when Bulacio's not punching, he's just staying very high guard, isn't he? And it's hard to find those really clean shots coming through. So I think Plantic's trying to just get him to open up and actually start the exchange towards the end of that last round.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because I don't think he's started many exchanges out of the hundreds and hundreds which we've seen already, has he?
No, he might start off the round with a few and then goes back into that staying along the ropes.
With a penultimate round here, round 9 of 10.
That body shot from Bulacio again.
Blood pouring from the nose continuously of Martin Bulacio of Argentina, who does look to be slowing a little bit now. His work is starting to get a bit sloppier, and that's understandable, because the punishment which he's taken, the energy which he's used, and those continuous shots, whether they're head or body, would have taken a lot out of him, and the sharpness is gone.
Still bouncing around on his toes though, isn't he, Bulacio?
He is, you've got to give that to him. It's been constant, hasn't it?
Yeah.
In some way, shape or form, he hasn't been flat-footed. Plantic unleashing a barrage of shots once again. And every time you think, oh, he might finish him here, he doesn't.
Bulacio just finds a way out, doesn't he?
He does, and he came back with a left hook there, and he's just got a new leash of life. He needs to be careful he doesn't walk straight into one of those big straight right hands of Plantic, who just looks at him and uses both hands to signal to say, come on, let's give them what they're here for. And the gum shield has come out again.
I don't think that's intentional.
No, I don't think it is.
There was a good flurry between the two, and they were both invested in that as well, wanting to throw punches and both wanting to push that pace and get involved.
Exactly, it will definitely frustrate Plantic, because he'll feel like he was getting the better of that exchange, and he would have liked the momentum to build. The headhunting certainly continues.
Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe a part of, you know, in that amateurs. It's not, you don't see a lot of amateurs throwing loads of body shots, do you?
You don't.
Because they're not necessarily super scoring to the judges in the amateurs. The headshots are a lot more eye-catching and noticeable, and a lot of the time the amateur judges don't score those body shots, so maybe that's something that Luka Plantic wants to look at in terms of that pro style compared to the amateur style.
It's a good observation. It's probably for every 20 headshots, he probably throws a body shot. And Plantic will be very keen to continue that knockout run which he's been on. Remember, he's beaten 9 of his 10 opponents by stoppage. Only one has heard that final bell. But that is the clapper for the final 10 seconds of this, the 9th round. And I guess the question is, Raven, do you think he can get him out of there? I don't.
Last round, from what I've seen so far, Martin Bulacio is taking everything so far that Luka Plantic can throw at him, right? Yeah, he looks fairly hurt, but he's weathered the storm. He's got through each one and given it back as well. You know, he's had some success through each round. So it looks very unlikely to me that Luka Plantic is going to be able to do it unless he manages to get that flurry off without Bulacio escaping round when he does it or holding.
Does he go for broke 3 minutes, just come out and absolutely go for it?
Potentially.
There's risk associated with that though, isn't it?
It is, because he's still getting, Bulacio has still been successful, and in those exchanges he's still been landing shots on Plantic too.
Mark Lyson has enjoyed this one, and so have those on the balcony and around us at ringside here at York Hall. And there was me at the start saying this man's got one motion, forward, 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 and after about 4 rounds he started to decide go backwards. He gets caught with a right hand there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did Plantic. And referee Mark Lyson just reminding Martin Bulacio that he needs to hit with his knuckles, not with the palm of his hand or the inside of his glove. Bulacio's doing some pretty good work here.
Yeah, he's really given it some in this last round, isn't he, Bulacio? He's like
disrupting the rhythm a lot.
Like you said, seen that different in Luka Plantic in terms of having to take that step back, and actually I think he's enjoyed working a little bit off the ropes at times as well when he has. But it's been a good fight from both so far.
Bulacio worked out how to escape and certainly isn't sitting on the ropes like he was in the earlier part of the fight. I'm sure Plantic would love him to sit there as we go into the last half of the final round. I'm pretty certain this one is going to go to the scorecards.
Plantic again just throwing that jab, trying to set something up. See his eyes, it looks like he's looking at the body, almost, you know, fainting with his eyes almost, it looks like, or just waiting there for Bulacio to engage, isn't he?
He is, and just looking at the facial expressions of Plantic, he just kind of looks at Bulacio, looks at his body, looks at his head, sniffs, and he's just trying to work him out, and I don't think he's been able to suss him. I mean, don't get it twisted, he's won every single round, but when I say suss him, I think in terms of how to get him out of there and how he still stood there with the same blood pouring out of his nose like it was 5 or 6 rounds ago, still bouncing on those feet, still not flat-footed and throwing shots back every so often, and some of them are still getting through.
Yeah, that's it. He's really given it a good go when he has, hasn't he? And like I say, been successful with those flurries at Luka Plantic as well, has Martin Bulacio. And last 10 seconds here in this final round.
And neither of them are going for it like it is the last 10 seconds. It's just kind of continuing like it has for the rest of the fight. Plantic knows that, or he's confident that he's won that. I'm confident that he's won that.
Yeah.
There's 3 people ringside who have made that decision. Bulacio looks happy to have heard that final bell, and I can't remember if I said it or if I just thought it, but I was thinking to myself 2 or 3 rounds in, I cannot see him making it to the 10th and final round, and he's proved me wrong.
No, I agree. At the start of this fight I was thinking it wasn't going to go the distance, and You know, Martin Bulacio, very tough guy who withstood everything that was thrown at him. And it's that thing, you know, the South Americans, they're all so tough, aren't they? They very rarely get stopped, do they?
It's ridiculous, yeah. They are some of the toughest fighters in the world. Remember that fighter you fought at the O2 Arena?
Yeah,
I called your fight.
very much like this one, you know, everything they done, and
yeah,
she's
exactly.
still
Just
there.
no matter what.
Anyone else wouldn't still be in front of you, would they?
Yeah, I think I remember saying on commentary that you, like, a similar sort of thing, that you must be looking at her thinking, are you going to go or not? Because
yeah,
you just didn't stop hitting her.
Like, okay, after a couple rounds, like, oh, I'll slow down a little bit and do something else, because she's still there. And I feel like that's a little bit of like what Luka Plantic's done here as well, you know. After a few rounds, he realised that, okay, I'm not just going to blow him out in these crazy, you know, heavy shots. So I'll change it up a little bit. I'll step back and have a look and do something a little bit different, go back on the ropes.
I agree with that. And when you get these fighters come over like we've got with Martin Bulacio from Argentina, he has had 2 fights in the UK or 3 fights in the UK before this. But what's also good when you get these people come over is you start looking and you think, ooh, you'd be quite good against X, or you'd be quite good against Y. And he's one of those tough, durable fighters who'd be great for some of our, you know, really good kind of British, European
like
level fighters who
are
going through the ranks.
Yeah.
You'd learn a lot from him, wouldn't you?
It's like how I see a Baluta. You know,
yeah, that's a good.
He's another sort of fighter like that. That it is a great test to see if you're getting past those and getting to those world levels. If you can get past this person.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Well, it looks like we're very close to getting these scorecards. All the right people are making their way to the ring, and the man for the WBC just goes past us with the green belt, the famous green belt. We think we know who's got it, but we'll see who has. Well, Mark Lyson just trying to get both fighters to come together. And we're ready to get the announcement from our MC, Mark Burlis.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both the boxers. Gave their all. Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds, we now go to the scorecard. We have a unanimous decision. Judge Jorge Marini scores the contest 99 to 90. Judge Steve Mertz 99 to 90. Judge Kieran McCann 100 to 89. The winner in the blue corner from Solin, Croatia, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ronnie Bright and Darren Martin, FPL, Bulacio.
Well, Luka Plantic continues his charge towards his world title ambitions. Pretty resounding win just then. Denzel Bentley, what did you think?
It was a good fight, man. I think you got to give Bulacio credit for his toughness and his heart. I mean, he made that fight, you know, a show. But Plantic, obviously, he just kept doing what he needed to do. Probably loaded up a bit too much, but he controlled the whole fight for me.
We saw Bulacio busted up from around round 3. He was still there at the end, still throwing shots. Bit of a thriller at the end, but mainly because Bulacio was still there.
He was. Honestly, I think after about 7 rounds, if Bulacio's corner had stopped it, I would have applauded that, because he was 7 rounds down. He had to start scoring knockdowns or get a knockout, and nothing had happened in the fight up until that point to suggest that that was even a remote possibility. And I think they could have saved him those last 2 or 3. Not that he wasn't competitive, he was, and he was really, really brave. He's 35. I don't think you need 3 unnecessary rounds of that at this stage of his career, but that's just a personal opinion. He did bring it right up until the end. Plantic, I thought, was maybe a bit guilty of just trying to hit really hard with everything he threw. And Bulacio's one of those kind of rubbery guys, wasn't he? Where sometimes he looks like he's about to come apart, but actually he's not.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. I think, you know, Bulacio was just trying hard to stay in the fight, and I think his corner felt like, you know what, you deserve to finish it. But with Plantic, I feel like he was just trying too hard. He didn't respect his opponent, and he just thought, I'm going to walk through him and knock him out. And when the shots weren't going through and they weren't landing, they weren't hurting, he was getting frustrated and started doing, you know, things that didn't make sense of, you know, of what he should be doing. He's just walking forward, putting his hands up, not really coming off a jab, throwing big shots, not looking for the right shots, just getting frustrated with his opponent. But Bulacio made it hard for him. He made him work for that victory.
You were looking for a bit more variety as well from Luka Plantic. We were sat next to each other. You were screaming, body, bro,
yeah.
body, bro. but he didn't do enough of it, right?
No, he didn't. And I think if he switched the attack, he might have found what he was looking for. But he just kept going for the head. And like I was saying to you, if someone's going to throw a big shot at you, you're going to brace yourself. And it's not going to hurt as much as the ones that you can set up and don't see coming. So he's got to go back and learn from that and just learn to, you know, respect every opponent. And look, he wants back Canelo. I'm sure he won't fight Canelo like that. Fight every opponent like they're Canelo. If that's the fight you want.
So what is our read on Luka Plantic then? Here's the WBC international champion at super middleweight. He's talked in the past about wanting Canelo. Denzel Bentley saying you can't be fighting Canelo like that. What is our read on Luka Plantic tonight?
It's difficult to know, to be honest, because Bulacio, although he was competitive, I wouldn't say he didn't come to try and win, but he lost every round and he got knocked down, and he did what he could, but it wasn't honestly that much. So I would like to see Luka Plantic fight someone like, I'd like to see him fight someone like Zach Jelly, like, who absolutely comes to win all of the time and has won a British title. That would tell us where he is. That doesn't really tell us where he is. Denzel's right, he did try a bit too hard. When someone's braced for what you throw, it's really hard to hurt them at this kind of level or knock them out. But yeah, I'd like to see him in with someone like Chelly, someone like that, and we'd be able to find out where he is really.
Well, that's interesting because he has stopped Jack Cullen, who I think he's had a fight with Zach Chelly as well. But it's now time for our final fight of the evening. This is it. The evening's been building up to this final eliminator for the Southern Area Super Featherweight Championship. It's Nouman Hussain, it's Fayak Udin. Let's hear first from our MC, Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Southern Area Super Featherweight Final Eliminator. Please welcome into the ring from Camden, London, Nouman Hussain!
Well, here comes Nouman Hussain, who isn't a spring chicken by any means, but that isn't stopping him from being in a Southern Area title final eliminator as he makes the way to the ring. Unbeaten so far, and we'll tell you more about this in a moment, because the man who he's going to be fighting is actually a pretty good pal of his, but they've got to tuck it away and forget that when that first bell goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Stepney, London, Fayak Udin!
Had some good noise there for Fayak Udin. We had a chat with him ringside earlier on, and he is very much up for this, let me tell you. He's buzzing for it. He could hardly stand still, and he said, look, me and Nouman Hussain are good friends. When we get in there, it's all business, and I'm up for it, he's up for it. It's Stepney Green versus Camden Town, and the crowd are well and truly excited for this as we look around the venue and those on the balcony on their feet, and the noise level has gone up a considerable amount.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again at Trinity Entertainment Boxing in association with our proud sponsors, Gladius and Gold Star Promotions, are proud to present our final bout this evening. It's a 10 3-minute round Southern Area Super Featherweight Final Eliminator, live on Fox Nation through the YouTube channel. Your officials are appointed by the biggest boxing team in the world. Your supervising staff, your community partners, the green, white and gold shorts, please welcome from Camden, London, Newman Hussein! And tonight, he wears the black shirt with gold trim. Please welcome, from Stepney, London, ladies and gentlemen,
But this is most certainly the noisiest that it's been in here at York Hall tonight, and the atmosphere has changed for the better as these two made their way to the ring. As we said on the build-up, on their way to the centre of this venue, they're good friends, but as soon as they get into here, it's a different story indeed. As Fayak Uden and Newman Hussein fight for the final eliminator for the super featherweight Southern Area title.
Yeah, a lot of noise in here now, isn't there, for this main event? Both fighters sort of meeting in the middle of that ring. Not a lot in it so far, I wouldn't say, but see the tenseness, can't you?
You can, they do both seem pretty tense, and a lot of opening rounds start like that. But we'll see how this one progresses. It's scheduled for 10. Whether we'll get there or not will be a different story. That was a good jab by Newman Hussein.
So jabbing and moving at the moment, isn't he, Hussein?
That jab's working well for him. Plenty of feints going on as well, Raven.
Yeah, you see that feint, it gets that little twitch, doesn't it, out of the opponent each time. But yeah, I feel like Uden just needs to relax a little bit. He seems very, very tense, and a lot of the crowd in here for him tonight, isn't he? So that can be a lot of pressure.
It can, and it can also spur him on. Newman Hussein just trying to pick him off with that jab, but getting pushed back with the jab by Uden.
Yeah, Uden doubling up that jab there, pushing Hussein back towards the ropes. And sort of very tentative, isn't it, on the inside there when they came together. Not a lot going on. Trying to work their way out of the clinch.
It'll certainly be a cagey opening round as we go into the final 15 seconds, but that was a good right hand there by Newman Hussein, and the crowd responded to that one. And it's that sort of noise which spurs them on to throw and catch their opponents with more shots just like that. And as the two break, Hussein throws a right hand again. But it's starting to liven up, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is it. You see a very, very tense opener, isn't it? Very jittery from both fighters to start with. Like you say, there's a lot of noise in here, isn't there? That thing where it's like, if you're friends too, it can be very tense. But
bragging rights are at risk here, aren't they? Eh?
Sort of loosens up both of them a bit more towards the end there. But Hussein just landing those more eye-catching shots for me in that round.
He did. He had the more eye-catching shots, probably the cleaner work overall, but a close contest. Be interested to see how that one is scored. And they must have sparred each other numerous times, you know, being friends and round the same way.
Yeah, you must have thought so, and so they must know each other pretty well, inside and outside the ring, by the sounds of it.
Round 2.
Both of them in the centre of the ring. Battle of the jabs again, which has been a theme of this evening, as the crowd just up the noise again. That was a good jab there by Fayakhouddin, and then Hussein responds with one of his own. Still seems a bit tense, Raymond.
Yeah, very much. You know, I feel like Hussein's just getting a bit more on his feet, in and out with that jab and the 1-2s that are landing nice, and then just getting out of the comeback from Udin. But when Udin's stepping in with that double jab as well and pushing Hussein back to the ropes, he's been a lot more successful. As I say that, Hussein just landing that backhand. And again,
a good 1-2 there, and the noise goes up, and they're responding. Both of them are responding to this. And you've been in there, Raven, there must be that when they get that noise, does it really boost the energy?
Yeah, it really can do, especially in, you know, a tough fight. If you're tired, a bit later on in the rounds, it can really give a bit more life back into your legs and into your boxing. Obviously, we're only into round 2 now, though, so I don't think either of these fighters need that at the moment.
No, don't, but you can just see them having a chat away to each other in there as Fayakhouddin is saying something, goodness knows what he is saying, but whether he's trying to wind up his friend and at the moment his opponent, I imagine so.
Hussein just popping that jab out there, isn't he? And, just getting caught with that left hook there from Udin as well.
Hussein with that straight right hand which landed on the left side of the temple of Udin, and Udin comes back with a couple of good shots of his own. He's just trying to get the timing right on that block, on that parry of that jab, which works so nicely for Nouman Hussein.
Yeah, that jab from Hussein's landing really nicely, isn't it? Like you say, it's been the theme of the night. A lot of nice textbook jabbing going on tonight, and it's carrying on through this fight as well.
It is, and Udin just tries to throw that lead hook to the body and follow it up with a straight right hand. And the right hand falls short, and it did again there. Good head movement there,
nice
rolled under that nicely.
Choppy right coming through, landing on the temple of Udin.
Well, some consistent work rate from both of them. Referee wasn't too happy with Nouman Hussein running around there, and rightly so.
Yeah, Hussein seems to be getting a bit more into that flow, doesn't he? Udin still seems a bit tentative and stiff in his movement.
It does. We just have a look back at this stuff. I thought they both landed good shots, to be honest.
Yeah.
It can't be an easy round to score, just like the previous one. It depends.
It depends what you like.
Exactly, what you're looking for.
And also, it's that thing of that last shot can sometimes be the eye-catching one. I feel like Nouman Hussein at the moment has just been the person to land that last shot, which is catching the eyes, which could be catching the eyes of the judges, even though they're both throwing good work.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's a thing whether the referee's scoring or the judges are scoring. You know, a couple of those can really make their mind up, can't it?
Yeah.
Well, Nouman Hussein just gives his corner a nod to say that he's understood the instructions as he goes out for this third round. This one scheduled for 10, remember. A final eliminator for the Southern Area title.
Good bit of movement there from Fayakhouddin, just avoiding the jabs, coming back with his own, but just getting caught there.
Why do you think he's getting caught with that right hand? Not so much, but quite a few times. Is he standing in the same spot for too long?
Yeah, he's not moving his head, or when he is, you can tell sort of where he's going, but came forward there, landed his own good right hand.
Not any work going on in the clinch there, so referee right to break them up and get them back to business as Nouman Hussein just tries to push that jab out, offset Udin. And you can surely hear the Udin supporters behind us and all around us shouting his name, spurring their man on.
Good bit of movement there from Nouman Hussein as well, just spinning himself off the ropes and throwing his own left hook to the body into the head.
Both of them
just landing a nice 1-2-1 there.
Just trying to keep hold of that centre of the ring for the moment. Fayakhoudian doing some good work to the body. By no means is he swinging them in and they're really devastating shots, but he's working that body. But he's just getting caught there by Hussein, who's caught him with a couple of good shots upstairs. And he felt a couple of those. And
yeah, a few of them 1-2s got in and choppy right hooks, wasn't it, as he was trying to tuck up there, just found themselves to the target, and it's given Hussein a lot of confidence, I feel like.
It is. I feel like he's really starting to get into this now. He's starting to find his groove. And Udin seems to be well and truly on the back foot as Hussein tries to corner him, and he got caught with a good shot which buckled his legs there, didn't he?
Yeah, that was it. I thought that happened as well. I think Udin's going to try and weather this storm at the moment, but still trying to throw back, isn't he? Just getting caught.
He's not throwing bundles back though, is he? And what he's throwing isn't necessarily effective.
Good little body shots followed by left hook to the head there though from Udin.
He's still in it. But that was, in my opinion, a Nouman Hussein round. Did a lot of good work there. The eye-catching stuff was undoubtedly from him. There was still stuff coming back from Fayakhoudian. Let's have a look at it.
That right hand, wasn't it? It started to land really well in that round. Just got his distance very well, didn't he?
He did. And he lands stuff nicely off of that jab. He doesn't intend to hurt him with that jab at all, does he?
No,
he just kind of sticks it out there and then drives a shot home.
Gauge that distance almost, and I feel like when he's been close, those choppy hooks have just been coming round the side of Udin's guard and finding a good target there from Hussein.
Well, Fayakhoudian, just like Nouman Hussein, has had 67s to try and get his breath back, get his legs together, and can we see a bit more of an energetic round and a proactive round from him as he comes forward with that double jab. Hussein, who throws that 1-2 ever so nicely, lands it once again and is looking extra confident here at York Hall in Bethnal Green. And there are moments where he can't miss.
No, he's been very successful with the jab, following that up with the backhand and that left hook as well. And you see the stiffening up of Udin's legs a little bit when he landed that backhand on the first time and then followed it up again with another 1-2.
That jab is just working over and over again for Hussein. He hasn't missed with many. They just land over and over again.
Yeah, I feel like Udin's guard's very loose, isn't it? And there's not a huge amount of head movement there, and he's just not quite reading the jab that's coming. He's trying to get away from it, but he's just not doing it in time.
Yeah, the sharpness isn't quite enough to get out the way. Whether that's parrying it, blocking it, moving his head, or just using his feet to get away. And he's getting through with it as Hussein just comes forward again, consistently giving him a hard time.
Oh,
nice right hand there. It was really lovely times.
set it up with that jab, didn't he? And that backhand came straight through the middle.
Followed up with another decent right hand by Hussein, who just gauges that distance, goes to the body, head and body, which has been working for him throughout the 3 previous rounds.
Another choppy right hook there from Hussein. And lovely double jab cross there, all landing.
And Udin grabbing hold of him because I think he felt those, and how good his legs are at the moment I'm not sure, but he just caught him good with a straight right hand and followed it up with a right uppercut, and both of those shots got through.
Yeah, Udin just holding on when he can and trying to throw to the body when he gets there.
Every time Udin comes back, Hussein seems to have an answer for him, does he? And it's normally a double the answer. Like, he'll throw a decent jab, will Fayak Udin, and then all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 shots which land on the way back.
He's staying in that line of fire, isn't he? He's not getting out once he's landed his little bit of work. He's sort of staying there, and that's where he's then getting clipped with some good shots.
He is. He's been caught a few times.
There's that
there you
double
go.
jab
There's that double
right.
jab right hand. That worked nicely, didn't it?
Some really good shots in there from Nouman Hussein.
And he's good enough, is Nouman Hussein. He was nearly. Another thing he does well is he goes to throw that straight right hand, but then if the space closes up in between him and Udin, he'll drive that right uppercut and he'll turn it around,
or
and
chop
it over
up.
to make sure he lands a bit. He won't waste anything. He's a pretty efficient fighter.
Yeah, Hussein, I'd say, looking quite a bit fresher than Udin coming into this round.
And this round kicks off in the same way that the 4 previous did, and that is Hussein landing jab after jab, but Fayak Udin did get through with either right or lead uppercut. I didn't catch which one.
Yeah, he's still coming back every time, isn't he, Udin? And
He is.
good flurries, but like I say, he's just sort of leaving himself in the pocket or in front of Hussein a little bit too long.
And Udin just trying to get that second wind in motion. But again, like we said at the end of the last round, as soon as he starts throwing a couple of shots of his own, Hussein comes back to 3s, 4s, 5s and makes him pay for it. It's pretty soul destroying. And Udin trying to throw those shots to the body, isn't he?
Yeah, I was just about to say, see, Udin's just trying to get in close and whip those body shots in, isn't he? Trying to just get in close to get away from that jab of Hussein, which has been very lethal at range, hasn't it?
It has, but every time that Fayak Udin tries to make that entrance or throw those shots to the body, Hussein just throws that short right hand and catches him with it, almost every time. And there it is again and again.
Trying to work it out in that clinch there, and then straight back onto those straight shots from Hussein, which has been working really well for him. And again with that backhand landing, 1-2s.
Hussein fighting in the pocket, but Udin did throw a decent right hand which got through there.
Yeah,
and
found
the
a good
crowd
right
responded
hand.
to that.
And again.
And again Hussein making Udin eat those jabs one after another. as he then just finds himself a bit of space and gets himself out of the danger zone and follows it up with another nice straight right hand which landed on the jaw of Udin.
Hussein just always taking that little step back, isn't it? Creating that space to allow those backhands to find the target.
Good rounds. I thought Udin did better in that round than he did in the previous round. He's starting to try and get himself back in the fight, but he's not winning the exchanges.
He looks a lot less tentative than he did in those first few rounds. I found he looked very stiff, whereas that's kind of gone a little bit. But he does still need to keep working that bit more. He's not winning the exchanges as much as he's involved and he's throwing. Needs to try and get the last shot off, doesn't he? And it's like we said, it's that complacency, isn't it? Once you've thrown those shots, you're still there, and that's when they're getting caught.
But Nouman Hussein, he's only been boxing as a pro since 2022. He's 36 years old.
Very late to turn over, isn't it?
Yeah, very late
but
to
why
turn
not?
over. Exactly. What have you got to lose?
Exactly.
10 seconds.
Well, we're over the halfway stage now.
Seconds out. Round 6.
I wonder what's being said in that Fayak Udin corner.
Good jab there from Udin. So when Udin's doubling up that jab and pushing Hussein back, he's been quite successful with it when he has done it through this fight. You can just see his corner trying to tell him, like, come forward.
He's struggling to get forward, isn't he, because of that jab which comes back from Hussein.
That's it, and that's because he's coming forward, but in that straight line, he's in that firing line the whole time, isn't he?
Hussein doing much of what he's been doing over and over again in this fight. And that was a nice right hand which followed off that beautiful jab of his.
Udin just trying to tie him up there, get close, whipping in an uppercut, and Hussein covering up nicely. Chopping left hook getting through from Udin on Hussein. But there again, that little shot off, and that's when he's getting caught, is Udin. To get Hussein landing that backhand.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he started to throw that right uppercut a bit more, has Udin, but I guess that's where he's just got to be careful, because if that short right hand comes back, then he's going to be open to it, and it's a shot that Hussein throws so well.
Needs to keep that left hand up, throw the uppercut, and then move out. Don't stay there after the uppercut. It's a dangerous shot to throw on its own.
Yeah, good shot there from both of them.
And again, another backhand there from Hussein. Good flurry from Hussein on Udin.
It's been a bit of a closer round this round, the 6th. Although I think Hussein's probably still edging it in terms of this round and the fight in general.
Just from those cleaner shots, isn't it?
When he lands them, they're so obvious that he's landed.
Yeah.
And they're so clean and crisp.
Yeah.
You can't miss them, can you? And they stick with you as well.
Yeah, they're memorable, aren't they? Those clean, eye-catching shots, and that's what wins you rounds.
And 15 seconds left of this 6th. And those fans of Udin are really trying to get their man up for it, because in my opinion he's down on the scorecards by quite a bit, although he's done some better work in that round for sure. Look, while there's a fight going on, it can change at any point. How many times have we seen it where someone's been doing so well and then all of a sudden out of nowhere a shot of all shots happens, and it's over.
Yeah, plenty of time. Obviously we're at super feather here, you don't see it so much in the lighter weights, do you? But you just never know, someone's tank might go, you know. Hussein has been putting a lot of work in, he's moving around, he's throwing quite a lot of shots. Doesn't look like he's going to tie, but you know, in other fights where you see it and they do so much work in the first half and they dip so much in that second half. I'm not expecting to see that here, if I'm honest, but we'll see. Like I say, both fighters have been putting a lot into this, and
yeah, they've definitely given the crowd their money's worth. It's absolutely been the noisiest fight of the night. And you know, when there's noise in a place like this, it's because there's some good action in the middle of the ring. And Udin got caught with a right hand as Hussein just stepped back out of danger.
And again with that choppy right hand, sort of overhand into a hook, isn't it? It's landing every time Udin's coming forward.
It's amazing how well that straight 1-2 is working for Newman Hussein. Udin hasn't done much to combat it. But maybe that's just because the energy levels and the fatigue is there, isn't it?
Yeah, you see, I say that he's just in that line of fire. There's not enough movement going on when he stood in front of Hussein. I did like when Udin was throwing that double jab though, and that really helped him get in to throw a bit more work off it. I haven't seen that so much in this round.
It gave him a bit of rhythm, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and he's kind of just trying to get in close now, but needs to set that up.
They're both fighters in close, but the referee will need to get involved and get the action underway. And they are both feeling this one.
A choppy right coming there from Udin on the inside. But that 1-2 of Hussein is just landing very frequently.
A lot of energy went into that last right hand, which Hussein threw, and it didn't land. But just as I say that, those ones did. That is 3 or 4 straight shots which have landed. And Fuda Kunin may be in trouble here as the ropes just kind of help him up, and Hussein is really going for it now. Another big right hand, and the referee is having a really close look, and this fight could be stopped at only any moment as we've got 20 seconds to go. Can Newman Hussein get the job done? And he can, and the referee steps in, and in my opinion that is the right decision, because if you looked into his eyes there wasn't really anybody home. But that is a big win for the 36-year-old who will now have the opportunity to fight for the Southern Area title. A good finish.
Yeah, great finish there, and that's what you like. You know, he saw his fighter was hurt and jumped on him, not recklessly though, you know, took his time
Bingo.
with it.
Exactly.
Threw the flurries, picked his shots, and then, yeah, forced that
He could have become
stoppage.
really untidy there, couldn't he? And he didn't.
He didn't. He kept that, you know, as we saw throughout it, those 1-2s, double jab crosses were landing really nicely, and even then he still stayed in that good composure, and we saw that there. Jumped on the opponent without losing the composure and stepped up the gas and just got it through volume.
He did. That was a good finish. An impressive, a really impressive win, and Fayakudin started well, but those straight shots, that jab was the key thing for me from Newman Hussein, just over and over again, eating it, just set up everything else which he threw. It broke the rhythm, it scored the points. I'm using inverted commas there, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, 100%. That jab gauged that distance every time, didn't it? And really made it hard for him to miss with that right hand. When he was using that jab, he was very, very successful with it.
It was an effective punch indeed, and I'm not sure who his opponent will be when they fight for whoever he fights for that Southern Area title, but I bet it will be good. But let's get the official time when he's ready from our MC, Mark Burns.
2 minutes, 44 seconds on the third round contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO in the red corner from Camden. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the great man.
Wow, what a fight we've just seen at York, called a main event. Newman, talk me through it. That stoppage looked like it was coming, and you finally got to him.
Yeah, do you know what? His fight Ecuador's very, very tough customer. My corner was telling me from like the second or third round what to do. They're like, you're catching him with clean shots. He's being buzzed, but you're not putting a second, third phase. I'm kind of hitting him and admiring my work and stepping back. And honestly, because I know how dangerous he is, I felt his power. I was like, you know what, I'm not going to rush. I've got 10 rounds. I'm going to long out a little bit and wait till when he kind of weakens a little, soften him. And honestly, I kind of fell into a pattern where I just stayed there. So my coaches kind of woke me up, said stop messing around and start pressing on him. So I started going forward and we got the stoppage.
Just towards the end there, it looked like you got a second win. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, so I spar with Masood Abdullah a lot, and he says to me, every time he gets around 6-7, I get into another gear for a couple of more rounds. So I knew that was there, but I didn't want to underestimate him and feel like, oh, give him everything in my first 5-6. Because he's had a long camp, he's a tough guy, he's done more 6 rounds than me. So I kind of reserved myself a little bit. And then my team was like, listen, you need to press on it now. And like, honestly, round 7, it just felt natural, and I just started putting it together. Read his body language, I started just applying more pressure, and the stoppage came.
To be fair, like with that jab, you couldn't miss.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? Our game plan was that from the get-go. Just keep popping that jab. The idea was to do that for the first 3 rounds, up and down, breaking down, take his gas out a little bit, and then start applying pressure. But I think in the second round, like, he started talking to me, so I started talking back, and then I got carried away a little bit. I started landing big shots. I was like, wait a minute, I think I could speed up the things, like speed up the plan, and which I shouldn't have done. But anyway, it was an exciting fight. It was entertaining, and honestly, it was an incredible 7 rounds for me in the fight.
Certainly was, and Newman, that win sets up a big 2025.
Yes.
So enjoy a good break, and we'll see you back out 2025.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Newman.
Well, heading into this fight, Newman Hussein had 0 stoppages. But Newman is a new man. He just got the first stoppage of his career in the biggest fight of his career. You like that, didn't you? Denzel, impressed?
Yeah, that was impressive. Big crowd, man. He had a crowd against him today. Udin had a massive crowd. He came in there and was mad confident, but, you know, Hussein just came in and done what he needed to do. After about 2-3 rounds, he couldn't miss him. Kept landing good shots, good jabs. His jab was good today. He went to the body well, mixed up the shots, and look, he got the stoppage. It was a perfect performance from him.
And he found the shots to get him out of there. Maybe that's what's been missing in the past. Not tonight, Andy.
No, not tonight. I thought it was a terrific performance, and I thought Udin was incredibly tough because, for me, the biggest moment came at the end of the first round. He hit him with a chopping right hand, and he didn't give any real visible reaction, but I think it really hurt him, and I think that was the beginning of the end, because after that, he couldn't miss him. And Udin just somehow managed to stay in there. But sometimes a fighter gets hit, and they can even give quite a big reaction. The legs might go a bit, but physiologically or neurologically, if you like, it hasn't really done that much, and they can shake it off. Other times, they get hit and they stay hit. And he stayed hit, and you can see it with little things. The kind of sharpness all around just goes. Everything looks a bit laboured. It's like a kind of, I don't know, it's like a guitar string that's just lost that tension. It goes a bit loose and you can't get it back. So I was impressed that he stayed in there as long as he did, Udin. Brilliant performance from Hussein, but Udin showed real steel to just fight through that fog and try and make something happen, because the writing was on the wall for him early.
Yeah, do you see that, Denzel? Do you see it as something landed in the first round and it was sort of difficult for Udin to come back from that, but a lot of heart to stay in?
Yeah, I think something landed. It was actually Andy that pointed it out to me, and I was like, you know what, I think that makes sense, because his whole demeanour changed. Like, coming to the end of that, his whole demeanour changed. He came into the ring confident. In between the clinches, you would look at the ref smiling or saying things to each other, and then it just changed. His eyes just kind of went wider. He wasn't saying as much. His energy was a bit zapped, and it was like, what just hit me? And then that was just the dynamic of the fight throughout the rest of the fight. I mean, the ref could have stepped in a little bit earlier when that flurry of punches were going on, but you know, it is what it is. They stopped the fight, and you know, Hussein's victorious, and Udin's all well and good, so I'm happy.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to swap you out, for Umar, Denzel Bentley. We're going to bring in Sonny Warren here. I think Umar Ahmed is going to join us as well. Gentlemen, please step in. Sonny, I've got to come to you first. For you, Warren Boxing Management against Warren Boxing Management. I said to Ollie earlier, must have been like watching your two children fight. What was that like for you?
Yeah, I didn't want to sort of cheer one on. I thought it was a great fight. I thought it started off well, and I thought, Jesus, we're in for a big war here. I thought they'd take their time, but they just went at it from the start of that bell, and sort of biting my fingernails off. Didn't know who to vote, who to say, yeah, well done. But to be honest, they both done well. Come out of a good fight and a good stoppage by Newman. And now he goes into the Southern Area Championship. So we're very happy with both of them. I think they've done both superbly well.
I think they both did themselves well. Umar, you just spoke to Newman in there. First stoppage of his career, big moment for him. What did you make of it?
Unbelievable fight. The atmosphere was incredible. A lot of support for the fight. But I think as Newman grew into that fight, you could see the stoppage coming. To be fair to fight, so tough, Brazilian. But Newman was just that level above. And now Sonny said he goes on to big things now. So I was very impressed with it.
Well, how do you see this playing out, Sonny? That was a final eliminator. Frank Arnold just had a fight. He had a draw for the Southern Area title. What are the next steps here?
Well, Newman's put his hat in the ring. He's got the final eliminator. He's got the position there. I believe the fight with Frank Arnold is there. We'd love to put that on early next year. I think that's going to be a great fight. The way Newman handled it with them 8 rounds, you can see he can do the rounds. He come on strong and finish. So I've got every faith in Newman that can go in there and do the job on Frank Arnold as well.
He's a bit of a revelation, is Newman. He's come to the sport quite late. Performances like that, he's 36 years old. He's doing pretty well.
He's 36 years old, but he does 12 rounds with Masood Abdullah, so he's doing something right. So I think that's kind of where he got that last spring in his step from to do the stoppage. And that gym's blossoming at the moment. Look, they've got 2 Commonwealth champions. Hopefully Newman, Southern Area champion. Ori that made a debut last week, and they're doing very well in that gym, and hopefully we get Masood to get another title next year as well.
Well, fingers crossed. Umar, you've interviewed a number of them tonight. What was your kind of pick of the night? What did you enjoy tonight out there?
I thought Emmanuel in his debut was superb. Some of the combinations he was putting together, I wasn't actually aware it was his first fight. I said to Sonny, how many's he had? He said it's a pro debut. I was like, wow. And I think you were telling me before that Hamza's done a bit of work with him, so he's in good company there, and it looks like Sonny's got a fantastic fighter on their hand, so big things for him in WBM. To be fair, he caught my eye tonight, and I thought obviously Newman there showed that he was a level above Fike, and he's going to go on to big things. And Maz was telling me, I was sitting next to Masood Abdullah, and he was saying he's going to get a second win with him. I spar with him, and he comes on in the 6th and 7th, and it's exactly what happened, because he did tire actually, I thought, in the 4th and 5th, but then he got that second win, and yeah, he looked superb. So him and Emmanuel for me.
Any standouts for you, Andy Clark, other than of course, the main event, the big performance from Newman Hussein?
I just really enjoyed Freddie Cole Butcher against John Henry Mosquera. That was a bold match for someone's pro debut, I thought, when I saw it on paper, because Mosquera is like he's got an away corner fighter's record, but he definitely can fight. And I think he looked at Butcher, and I said it earlier, and he saw someone who was selling some tickets, who might be quite nervous, who might go a bit gung-ho, and kind of invited him to beat him up and gas. And then he dropped him, and then all bets were off at that point. I thought he actually won, Butcher. I thought he won the other 3 rounds outside of the knockdown, but I mean, he's learned a lot about himself tonight, and to be honest with you, almost all of it's good, because the mistakes he made you can kind of iron out, but what they know now, straight away, early on, is that it's in him. You know, that he's got what you need to kind of fight through a fog and come back from it. Sometimes you can go deep into a career before you find that out, but they know already, although that would not have been what Jim McDonnell had planned.
Well, it's been a brilliant evening. You've gone deep into the night as well, Andy, as you'd expect here Friday night at York Hall. Thank you, Andy Clark. Thank you, Sonny Warren, for another brilliant show.
Yeah,
Umar,
fantastic.
great interviews as always, and thank you for joining us. Box Nation is well and truly back Friday night at York Hall. This is everything that British boxing's about. That was another belter tonight. Newman Hussain is now in line for a shot at the Southern Area Super Featherweight Championship. Follow his path, follow us. We'll see you next time.